are going live for our second HPT viewing party. We'll get started here in just a couple of minutes. I'm going to go ahead and update the title of the stream. I'm also going to go ahead and do a quick announcement on Twitter. We are going live for our second HPT viewing party. Make sure that that's not... Okay. How you doing, Stony? 553. Good to see you, buddy. So, let me just do a quick Twitter announcement, and then I think that we're going to be ready to go. And we might also check out a couple of other hands if you guys have some questions about, like, maybe like if you've got a Boom player hand you want to go over. What's up, iHeart Wheelies? Good to see you, man. So, kind of cool, too, doing it without a delay. I think there's still like a 20-second delay no matter what, but... Okay, let me do this Twitter notification, and then we'll get ready to go. What's up, J Karma? What's up, Wawa Wars? Okay, let's see. Twitter... Getting underway with our second HPT viewing party on twitch.tv/DutchBoyd. Reviewing... So today we're going to review the River City event. We've got a couple of good players on that table. I don't know how it ends. You know, I just picked it at random just because it's you know, from St. Louis, one of my hometowns, and you know, there was a chance that we might have done the Red Rock one tonight. I'll tell you guys about it here in a second. Okay, so I'm going to do a little Twitter announcement, and we'll get this show on the road. What's up, Jackosaurus, Chinchjog? Good to see you guys. Hey, also, Chinchjog, Jackosaurus, thanks so much for the retweets. Been noticing that. It's been making a difference. I really appreciate it. So, you guys got your notebooks ready? We're gonna learn a little bit tonight. Try to put these players under a microscope. We've got we're gonna be doing a little bit more efficiently tonight. Instead of trying to use YouTube, we actually pulled the oh, J Karma, it was good pizza, man. It was good. It's been too long. It's rough when you have to win a tournament to have your favorite food. I mean, we went to Walmart. We got a frozen pizza, but man, it tasted good. So we're gonna do it a little more efficiently this time. We're not gonna just try to do it over YouTube. We got the old VLC media player, which is going to allow us to do things like slow-mo it up, be able to jump a little more efficiently back and forth. So, what do you think? You guys ready? Got your notebook? You're going to put these players under a microscope? Let's see who we're looking at. Let's see who we're looking at. Actually, you know what? I might have to... Well, I think it should be okay. Here we go. Starting from the beginning. And if you guys... gluten-free. What's up, Mason Jersier? Good to see you. How's that gluten-free working out for you, Chinch Dog? I don't know if I could... I don't know if I could go without the wheat. Yeah, we're going to get into our neighborhood. Mason Jersier is from Columbia, Missouri, which is my hometown. Okay, let's get this started. Let's see who we're going to be taking a look at under the microscope. And if you guys want me to replay anything, or if you guys see anything that maybe I don't see, you know, do let me know, okay? We are here for... This is a subscriber chat only, so... anybody can watch. All of you viewers are more than welcome to watch, but we're really reserving this day just to kind of improve with you guys, the subscribers who are helping us maintain this stream and supporting the stream. Good to see you, RJ. Saw that. Yeah, saw that you took down 900. Nice score yesterday, man. Good to see it. I was really happy to see that. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Listen, cue the cheesy music on
This week, HPT heads to the heart of the Midwest, where a new champion will be crowned at River City Casino and Hotel in St. Louis, Missouri. The starting field has been narrowed down to 9 players who are all prepared to take a seat at the final table and battle it out for over $500,000. It's time to find out who's got what it takes to take home that coveted HPT title.
This is the HPT.
Sit right down, put on your poker face. You with the big dogs now. Better bring your best game. Talk trash all you want. To me, it's all the same. You won't leave with much when you come in second place. And I'm the one with the stack showing 7 to the jack. On you coming right down.
It's time to find out who's got what it takes to take home that coveted HPT title.
This is the HPT.
Sit right down.
Bodog Ari.
Put on your poker
Ari Angle.
face.
Now, if you guys don't know who Bodog Ari is, he's kind of a legendary grinder. I think that he's got quite a number of WSP circuit rings. Let's take a look. And he's named Bodog Ari because before Bovada was Bodog, it was before Bovada was Bovada, it was called Bodog, and Ari Angle, his username was Bodog Ari, and he was just crushing it online. So it looks like, according to Dan Druff, the LAPT screwed Bodog Ari. Over some sort of floor rolling. Yeah. What's up, CUNT? Good to see you, man. Yeah. Wow Wars. You gotta step right up. So let me take a look at what Bodog Ari's got going. I'm gonna go ahead and actually load this up. Load this up in the stream here. Try to get his card player stats on. Ari Angle, there we are. And let me go ahead and add that as a source. There we are, look at him. Look at that guy. Nice shades there, Bodog. 1.7 million in cashes, 117 total cashes. It's just he's just very consistent. 19 World Series of Poker cashes with 0 final tables and 0 bracelets. That's gotta hurt, Ari. Must have a lot of very close misses. We've got a European Poker final table, a WPT cash. For the most part, it looks like his winnings are coming in these Heartland Poker Tour, LPS. What is that? Latin Poker Series, the Deep Stack. There's his graph. You can see he's been in here since well, that's kind of weird. 09, 06, 07. So 07, 08, 09, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So they've got their 09 kind of fucked up, but hasn't actually had a year under six figures since he really got on the trail back in 07. 2015 so far he's got 58,000 in cashes. Lock Poker Player of the Year. So then a couple of years ago, he was doing a training center here in Vegas with David the Maven. What is it, Chikolotsky? Something like that. Chikotsky. Okay, so that is Bodog Ari. What's up, Flop My Hand? What's up, What's up, the Bob Hatter? Good to see you. Okay, so mic is down and HPT stream volume is high. I can go ahead and try to adjust that, guys. Let me know if the volume levels are okay for you guys. If they're not, we'll try to adjust them. We are in real time, so hopefully it won't take too long. So let's see who else we got here. Jose Montez. We'll go ahead and write his name down on our little notebook. We don't recognize the name. See who he is. Jose Montez. He's on Twitter. 840th all-time money list. 824,000 in total live earnings. Not too shabby, man. He does have a first place at a Heartland Poker Tour, a third place at a Heartland Poker Tour. Seems like he's just kind of a circuit grinder. If you look at the months of his scores, we're looking at August, July, June, May, March, February. So it kind of seems like he follows the tournament trail, and doesn't really say where he's from. Bronx, New York is where he's supposed to be from. So New York player following the trail, going for the tournament glory. Tough way to go, my friend. We got here Kyle Caslin. You know, that's a familiar name. No. Doesn't look like he's got much under his belt. He's been playing since 2008. A number of 3- and 4-figure cashes. I'll write his name down. What's up, Jet 6? Good to see you, man. Rosin Tech, good to see you. Well, we won a tournament. We got 4th in a tournament. We got 7th in a tournament, and then everything went south. And we lost a tournament and lost another tournament. So 3 out of 5 for final tables last night. Rosin felt pretty good. Kyle Caslin, good luck, buddy. Looks like he is from St. Louis, so probably just a local, weekend warrior. What else do we got here? Joseph Sanfilippo. Take a look at who he is. Joseph Sanfilippo. Looks like he has one tournament show under his belt, and it's this one. So we don't really know much about him. I wonder if we'll ever see him again. Let's see how he plays. From what the Hand and Mob says, this guy's probably the weaker player, like the weakest, most experienced, and most inexperienced player at the table. Who do we got here? Peter Brooks. More than 100,000 in total live earnings. It looks like he's got a couple circuit rings, 2 circuit rings, a couple assorted final tables. Looks like he's been on the tournament grind for a couple of years. February, March, January, March. But he is from St. Louis, so and most of his, yep, you know what? Almost all of his showings are in St. Louis. He went down to Tunica earlier this year. He went to Hammond in 2012 and 2013. But it looks like, I'm going to go ahead and guess another weekend warrior. But this guy has some skills. If you actually look at his tournament earnings, he's 52nd Missouri USA all-time money list. And any of you guys care to guess who the yeah, it is sub chat only, guys. For the viewers, if you guys are watching, you're more than welcome to join, but we are having just a sub chat only. Good to see you, Pete. Anybody care to take a guess of who the top Missouri all-time money winner is? I wish I could say it's me, but they don't have me listed as from Missouri. It's kind of interesting. Any guesses? Any guesses? Top Missouri USA all-time money list according to Hendon Mob. Kind of surprised me. I wouldn't have guessed it. So we got Peter Brooks. We got this guy. Who is this guy? Paul Felig. Take a look at his. We'll take a look at his history too. Paul Felig. GPI is 3,700. Total live earnings 293,000. Looks like he's from St. Louis. Goes out to Durant. Comes out to the World Series. He's got a couple of World Series of poker finishes. Semi-high, top like 3, top 4 tables. Kind of disappointing for him. Yep, handful of cash is dating all the way back until 2005. So I mean, he's got a lot of tournament experience. It doesn't look like he's got that much tournament success, which is frustrating because he's got some pretty deep runs in the World Series, but he just hasn't quite gotten there to that final table. Yeah, Paul. Good guess, Jay Karma. It's actually I'm gonna tell you who it is, guys. It is Dan Highmiller. I didn't even know he was from Missouri, but Dan Highmiller is the top all-time money winner from Missouri. We've got Andy Kazan. I've never heard that name. I've never seen that guy before. So let's see if it's just because I'm out of the loop. No, it's not because I'm out of the loop, guys. He's from Chesterfield, West County in St. Louis, so looks like he's played and cashed. He's cashed in 3 events, all in St. Louis, so weekend warrior. What else we got? And this guy, Jacob Baisley. That's a familiar name. Yeah, this guy's GPI 44. This guy's ranked 44th top player in the whole entire world. From Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio, 3rd all-time Ohio, 240th all-time United States money list with 2.5 earnings. This guy's pretty legit. Looks like a lot of seconds and thirds and fourths, and then we've got maybe 2 first places. He's really just come on the tournament scene in the last couple of years, it looks like, and it also looks like he's got a circuit ring with a championship. He's got some deep runs in the series. Got some deep runs in the WPT as well. And yeah, look at that. He just had a 3rd place out in Shooting Stars. Congratulations, Baisley. Jacob Baisley. What a stud. Yep, Baisley is a beast. Let's see how he plays this one. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we got one more guy here. Who is it going to be? Who's our next player that we're putting under the microscope? Who are you, sir? Keith Brody. Let's take a look at him. 69,000 in earnings. I guess we're kind of giving spoilers when we talk about how much they've got. Not too shabby though. Let me tell you, this guy made 2 final tables there at St. Louis. It looks like he is from St. Louis. He doesn't leave St. Louis. The only tournament results he has are from St. Louis. But this guy has made back-to-back final tables in the St. Louis Heartland Poker Tours. Looks like he plays a little, a couple of the other prelims where he made back-to-back. He's doing just fine. This guy looks like he made 2 final tables in the 2014 Heartland Poker Tour series. So, yeah, not too shabby at all there, Keith Brody. I'm sure we'll be seeing you out here at the World Series eventually. Let's see how he plays.
Standing with the money in my hand, I'll be the last man standing with the money in my hand.
Hello and welcome once again to
XMR,
the
right.
HPT. We've got a lot of poker action for you today, but first I want to introduce to you my guest co-host for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment you've all been waiting for.
Who is it?
Welcoming my co-host,
We've
the
been
voice
waiting.
of the UFC Octagon, Mr. Bruce Buffer.
Yay!
I gotta tell you, not bad at all, not bad at all. I'm gonna give you a couple lessons in announcing. We'll get you in the cage, and you're gonna give me a couple lessons on the felt so I can win some more money.
Well, you know what? Everybody knows you from the UFC, but I feel like not too many people know that you're quite the accomplished poker player yourself.
Nope.
Oh, thank you, Maria. I
Didn't know
enjoy
that.
poker. I have a passion for poker. My competitive edge comes out in poker, and I'm proud to say, playing the poker circuit on the Pro Tour, I've won over $300,000 in the last number of years, and I'm very happy and proud about that.
Well, that's very impressive. I'm happy to have you here by my side today. And today we are going to start the final table coming from the River City Casino and Hotel in St. Louis, Missouri. And there is a lot of money on the line today.
You know, speaking of which, these remaining 9 players, they're all playing for a prize pool of over $500,000. Now that's some serious, serious cash. Making it to this HPT final table is an accomplishment in itself, but I'm sure all these players will be disappointed with anything less than a first place finish.
Well, you know, 2 of the final tablists, Ari Engel and
true.
Jacob Baisley, both have over $1 million in tournament earnings.
Look at that. I wonder what he has on his hat there. That they were like, oh no, we're gonna have to have you cover that up, Baze. Here's some red duct tape. And he's like, oh well. They're like, can you just take the hat off? No, I don't want to take the hat off. I'm gonna keep the hat on. Okay, just give me the tape.
So I'm interested to see if that experience will come into play.
I think it will come into play, but now it's time to take a look at the money on the line, the chip counts, so let's get to the tables.
And first place prize is going to be a whopping $142,000, but ninth place finisher is going to walk away with a hefty cash.
Pretty big difference. I mean, look at that. First place, 142,000, and the difference between ninth place and first place is almost 142,000. It's like got a pretty steep pay jump, very front loaded here. So
Cash as well, $13,306 for our ninth place finisher.
In first place, Joseph Sanfilippo, sitting with a healthy stack of 3,817,000 chips, followed by in second place, Ari Engel with 3,007,000 chips.
And our shortest stacks.
okay, so Joseph Sanfilippo, Joseph Sanfilippo. And then you got Ari and Baze, second and third. Nice stacks there.
Reading the chats too.
Yep.
Is Kyle Caslin with 400,000 and Peter Brooks with 362,000. They both have 13 blinds or less, so they've got a lot of work to do.
Okay, so Chinch was saying that the HPT volume is a little low. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it up a little bit.
And now the gladiators of the cards on the Blue Felt Battlefield of Champions are about to start.
You know what? Let me go ahead and this will be better, guys, if I go ahead and get my headphones. 1 second. I will be right back. See my headphones.
Please? I mean, 10% of the volume's good.
You're saying the volume's good?
Yeah.
Okay, well, never mind. I don't know where the headphones are. Let's get this started. Okay,
Beginning with
here we
the
go.
champions are about to start the cards.
A lot of work to do.
And
Less, so 52,000. They both have 13 blinds or less, so they've got a lot of work.
Okay. See how Ari is checking his cards? That's how you want to do it. We talked about this before. You don't want to be giving your opponents too much visible area on your cards. So we've got, what's this guy's name again? Jose Montez doing it with a horizontal. And we got Ari doing it vertically.
Do you want to use mine?
No,
and
it's
now
okay.
the gladiators of the
Does a little snap back,
cards on the blue
9-6
felt battlefield
offsuit,
champions are about to start, beginning with blinds of 15.
double check. That's probably a
30,000
fold.
with a 4,000 ante. The buttons in seat 7, and Ari Engel was the first to act.
Yeah, you see that little disgusted look
Actions
there.
folding around. Now on to Peter Brooks in seat 5. He's started this final table as the shortest stack, and 7 deuce is not going to be good enough for him to shove that stack with, so he's going to fold.
And right there we see the first mark of an amateur player. He doesn't have to look at his whole cards. Why? Because he's already looked. He's already looked. So CUNT, the reason you're hearing the echo is because I'm hearing it out of my speakers and it's coming through the mic again.
Why don't you use these earphones?
Okay, yeah, we'll use the monster headphones. Oh, then you're not gonna be able to hear.
You're right here.
Let's try to use these.
Paul Felix starts the betting with a raise to 60,000.
60,000 with 9-2, huh? Pretty aggro, buddy. Can't blame you really too much, but your VPIP doesn't have to be that high. You should actually keep it pretty low when you just start a final table. Let's see how he looks at those.
And to shove that stack.
Shoot, maybe he didn't even look. Yes, J Karma, that is what we do. We watch our opponents looking at their cards, and we don't look at our cards until it's our turn to act.
With, so he's going to fold.
Paul Felix.
Look at the way he bets here. A little bit of
Paul Felix. Paul Felix starts the betting with a raise to 60.
Okay, so the places where you want to watch when you're trying to, analyze a player and how they're betting, you want to be watching. You want to be watching their hands. You want to be watching their eye movements. Are you guys seeing? You guys seeing my mouse cursor here? Yeah. So you want to be watching their hands first. You want to be watching their eye movements. You want to be watching their shoulders. So let's go ahead and watch this just a few more times.
Enough for him to shove that stack with, so he's going to fold.
Got a little bit of blink frequency going on there.
Paul Felix
A
starts
little
the
bit
betting
of
with a
a
raise.
shoulder
Paul Felix starts the
right
betting with a raise.
there.
Paul
Right.
Felix starts the betting
Kind of
with
like a whatever.
Paul Felix starts the bet. Paul Felix starts the betting
And
with
it's
a
almost like a seesaw motion,
Paul
right?
Felix-
Very quick and
Paul Felix
backwards
starts the
very
betting with a
quickly.
raise to 60,000 chips.
Paul's in the cutoff here, so 9 deuce offsuit may look like not a great hand to be
Wow.
opening the action with, but because of his late position, I think he's just trying to take a stab for the blinds and the antes.
And he just decides to go ahead and make the play, huh? Make the old 8-6 offsuit is good enough for. I mean, is he just gonna call? Ugh.
Andy Kazin.
Let me tell you something, guys. I can't fault anybody for raising with 9-2 offsuit. Paul, you want to take a stab at those blinds? It looks like Baisley in the blinds, right? And Keith Brody. So two of the better players that are at the table are sitting there in the small blind and the big blind. Even so, I can't fault a guy for raising with any two cards, just trying to take it down without even seeing a flop, trying to take it down, keeping the pre-flop aggression. Okay, you want to go ahead and try to take it with a c-bet afterwards. And then when Andy looks down and sees 8-6 offsuit, okay, You also can't fault the guy for playing 8-6 offsuit. You know, he's actually looking at the guy behind him. Maybe they have some history. Maybe he knows that he's opening light. But calling with 8-6 offsuit is pretty bad here. If he's going to play 8-6, not only does calling allow the blinds to come in cheap, and a lot of times he's going to have problems when he actually does hit his hand. It also just puts him in a real awkward position. There's not going to be really a flop that he's going to like. If Andy looks down at 8-6 offsuit and decides, you know what, it's good enough to play, and he looks down at Paul and says, oh, he doesn't have it, he really needs to be raising here. He needs to go ahead and try to, capture that pre-flop aggression. He needs to force the blinds out. I mean, what happens if one of the blinds looks down now, small blind to the big blind at like 8-7 suited or 8-9 suited? He's just asking for trouble. He's asking for kicker trouble. A lot of times, if he were to raise the button here, he's going to be able to buy himself a few extra outs. Where, I hate the call. Hate the call. Okay, let's go ahead and see what happens. We got Baisley sitting here with a 5-4 off. I think that, now we're probably going to see Baisley come on in too. I mean, he's getting. Looks like the blinds are 15-30, so Paul makes that min raise, 120, 150, 165 plus the ante, so 200,000 in there. Baisley's getting like 4-1 on a hand that plays decently multi-way, so it wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, he's got a good chip stack. It wouldn't surprise me at all if he fires in 45,000 to go ahead and see a flop and hope for some magic to happen. Let's see.
With 8-6 is worse than Paul's raise with 9 deuce in this spot. I don't really see the point of calling the button. I think if you want to play that hand, you should probably be 3-betting and just become the aggressor.
And Baisley decides to just get out of their way. Can't fault a guy for folding 5 high. Definitely agree with what Maria said. She's just basically saying the exact same thing I'm saying. And Keith Brody.
Okay, the blinds fold, so here we go. Heads up between Andy and Paul.
Well, that was kind of a weird little cut. Did you guys hear that? That was some magic in the editing room. Listen to how it goes. And we're heads up with Andy and Paul. This is post-production here. Listen to that.
Okay, the blinds fold, so here we go. Heads up between Andy and Paul.
Do you guys hear that?
Okay, the blinds fold, so here we go. Heads up between Andy and Paul.
So, if you guys are ever watching like the Oscars and you ever wonder what the difference is between sound editing and sound mixing, this is the difference right here. So sound editing is when people are going to create sound effects for a certain scene, like if someone is sitting there actually creating chip sounds to go along with what you're seeing in the scene, actually creating the little snap sounds of cards to what's going on, shuffle sounds in a scene of a dealer. A guy's actually doing that and recording those sounds. Sound mixing is when you've got a guy who needs to make it sound like when they have to add the like sounds or cut scenes together. It's his job to make sure that it sounds like it was recorded from the same mic in the same time in the same room. So I'm going to go ahead and say that the sound mixing team, whoever's doing the sound mixing here, probably could do a little bit better of a job.
Okay, the blinds fold, so here we go. Heads up between Andy and Paul.
Where am I there?
Here comes the flop, 7 king 9 rainbow, but it gives Paul a pair of 9s to start off the hand.
And now Paul has middle pair, but Andy has actually an open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, interesting. So look at that continuation bet. Hate it. Absolutely hate this continuation bet, right? He's betting 1/5 the pot, 20%. He actually hits the hand, hits his hand a little bit here. So let's take a look at what he looks like. They both hit their hand. This is what interest looks like for both of them.
King 9 rainbow, but it gives Paul a pair of 9s to start.
This is what an open-ended straight draw looks like. This is what middle pair lousy kicker looks like.
And now Paul has middle pair, but Andy has actually...
And we'll saw. Did you see the difference there? If we look back at his bet here, he actually has that hesitation bet before he puts it out. Let's just go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and slow it down.
And now Paul has middle pair,
Right
but Andy
there.
has actually an open draw.
I'm gonna go ahead
So
and
now that 8-6 is actually an open-ended. Now Paul has middle
watch
pair,
again.
but Andy has actually an open. Now Paul has middle pair, but Andy has actually. And now Paul has middle pair, but
Right here, he kind of pops a little delay before he fires out his chips. We talked about that before. It's like the hesitation drop. It indicates strength. So right now, Paul actually looks at that flop as I hit something. I actually feel strong here. Horrible c-bet sizing though. Really, I mean, if he's going to, if you make the c-bet, you've got a very vulnerable hand, and he's making it, 20%. So Andy's getting 6-1 to make the call. If you're gonna be playing this hand, I mean, raising with 9-2, fine. You're gonna make it 60,000. Okay, that's fine. Now, when you're out of position and the flop, the pot is 200,000, you need to make it at least the same amount that you made at pre-flop. But really, since you're out of position against a button caller, you really should be making it more. So I would like to see a C bet here somewhere around the order of 80 to 100. I would personally be making it half pot. I would personally make it 100,000.
Andy has actually an open-ended straight draw. So now that 8.
So this is going to be kind of interesting. What does Andy do here? I mean, I think probably what Andy is going to do is he's probably going to just make the call. But if I'm in Andy's spot, I very well might raise. It's going to be kind of hard for Paul to continue with a lot of hands if he's facing a raise here. The raise also has the added benefit of giving you a little bit, taking the aggression from him and giving you some options. The pot's going to get bigger when you actually do hit, and a lot of times you're able to go ahead and check the turn if you want that free card. I think I'd probably raise here. It's a dry enough board that I think that, especially with Paul's bet sizing, especially with betting 40,000 into 200,000, I mean, the bet sizing is a sign of weakness. You've got the hesitation bet before he puts it out, which is a sign of strength. He feels like he's ahead, but the bet sizing itself, 40 into 200, is a sign of weakness. And I think that I would probably be raising here with the 8-6 offsuit, just try to take it from him. If anything, would be trying to take the aggression. So
8-6 is looking a lot better to him. Paul's going to follow it up with a continuation bet of 40,000 though, which is, fairly small C bet.
Looks like a call.
Andy makes the call.
Looks like Andy's going to play it safe with the open ender.
And a call by Andy.
A little bit of nervous blinking right there. I mean, he knows that. Yeah.
Let's go ahead and see the turn card, please.
Here comes the turn. A big 10.
Nice hand there. Nice hand there, Andy. So this is what you look like when you make the nuts.
To give Andy the straight.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Look at this.
To give Andy.
So he hits the 10.
To give Andy the.
We don't really know when he hit it. Okay. Again, they do so much in the production room. He could be hitting it right here.
Here comes the turn.
He could be hitting it right here, or he could have already hit it, and we're looking at like 30 seconds later. Who knows? But what we're seeing here is a glance at his chips.
10 to give Andy.
First off, you see this relaxation right here. All of a sudden, he's relaxed and not concerned anymore about losing. He looks much calmer. He looks like he's a little sleepy. And watch as he glances at his chips, and then in kind of a confrontational manner, his body language and his gaze goes right to Paul, where he basically says, you know, like, what you gonna do now? Yeah, let's see.
Andy the straight.
Looks at his chips, and you got a little, you know, happy eyebrow lines
And
here.
now I think Paul needs to be a little bit worried.
You also, if you're noticing, he's got some happy feet. Look at those happy
Here comes
feet.
the turn. A big,
All of a
big
sudden,
10 to give Andy the straight.
you see those. If we were to look underneath the table, this is classic Navarro right here. You can't really see it. All you can see is the movement in his upper body, but you can tell that he is tap dancing under there. Look at that. He is tap dancing. Oh, look at this too. We've got KO Bra just subscribing, man. Fist bump. Thank you for the sub, man. We're gonna go ahead and ship you that DRM free copy of Poker Tilt. Check your box. Thank you so much for this sub, man. Welcome to the crew, KO Bra. Thank you for supporting the stream, dude. Okay, so we're looking, we're watching, we've got those happy feet, we've got the glance at the chips. I mean, wow, Paul. If only every single player played like you.
And now I think Paul needs to be a little bit worried. The board's starting to get a little more
Oh, wow, and he even... Okay, so here we go.
And he
Paul goes ahead and checks.
does check it over to Andy.
Andy puts out a bet of 80,000.
Bet 80,000.
A lot to think about here for Paul.
80,000 into 280,000, so betting a third of the
Lot to
pot.
think about
Just
here
kind of
for
trying to
Paul.
suck him up. Let's go ahead and rewind it a little bit and
And he's
see.
boards. Now
We'll watch Paul's check.
Turn card, please. Turn card.
Here comes the turn. A big 10.
Okay, so Paul checked really quickly.
To give Andy the straight.
Looks.
And now I think Paul needs to be
Confrontational
a little
look.
bit worried. The board's
got the
starting to get a
ups.
little more coordinated, and he does check it over to Andy.
Kind of has a puzzled look. And how does he put it out? Pretty far out. Pretty far
Andy
out.
puts out a bet of 80,000.
Bet 80,000.
A lot to think about here for Paul.
We're not a ball.
I think that a lot of the decisions in poker is made on the turn because you have to remember when you call the turn bet, the hand's not over.
And if you're Paul here, it's hard to fold. You know, he's getting 4.5 to 1 to make the call, and at worst he's thinking that, okay, well I probably have, you know, I probably have 5 outs here at least. You know, so I'm like 10% to win the hand if I'm behind. And if I hit one of my 5 outs, I can probably, you know, get a little bit more on the river to make up for a call. Plus, he might be ahead. You know, the 10 of hearts actually gives a flush draw. You know, in Paul's mind, he's coming up with all sorts of reasons why maybe his 9-2 is good. But it should be a fold here. It should be a fold. One of the problems is if he actually has to win a showdown with 9-2 offsuit, he's going to be exposed. You know, so I'm not. You know, I think that he doesn't want to just check call. If anything, maybe he makes a check raise here, but you know, because of the small bet sizing, because you know Andy just fired out 80K into 280K. You know, if the bet sizing seems to indicate weakness, and Paul's definitely not looking over at Andy and seeing some of the you know, those classic signs of strength. So let's see what he does. I would say a fold seems most likely.
You might be faced with a river bet, and like I said, with that board becoming more and more
Look at that! Look at that! So here we've got, you know, if you look at Andy's little posture here and his expression, it's kind of condescending. It's like, come on, you're wasting our time. You know, it's not like he's taking a long time here. I mean, if we're going to trust the the footage. I mean, he's taking 20 seconds to make a fairly big decision. But the way that Andy is acting, you'd think that Paul is tanking for 3 or 4 minutes and wasting everybody's time. So this is kind of a confrontational, this is kind of a confrontational mode that you often see people take with the nuts. When people talk, we've talked about voice inflection in the past, but more important than voice inflection is like what they say and how they say it. If they are, if anyone ever seems kind of rude to you during a hand, if that's not their baseline behavior, chances are that they're pretty strong. It's just human nature. Likewise, if anyone ever is kind of apologetic or overly nice during a hand, and again, if that's not their baseline, if it seems to kind of deviate from their normal baseline behavior, then that's a sign of weakness. So this kind of like, come on, kid, we don't have all day. I mean that's exactly what you have all day. What else do you have going? You're at a final table. This is every decision matters. So when he makes this,
And he puts out a bet.
when he makes this kind of like, come on, take a look at the way like he's doing this.
We're not a ball.
I think that
He's
a lot of the
thinking, he's
decisions in
thinking.
poker is made on the turn, because you have to remember, when you call the turn bet, the hand's not over. You might be faced with a river bet, and like I said, with that board becoming more and more coordinated,
Come
Paul
on.
might just want to give up his hand now if he doesn't want to face having to call a river bet.
That is a raise, ladies and gentlemen, by
And he goes for the raise. Look at that. He raises to 180K.
Paul continues with his animalistic poker with a raise to
It's kind of interesting. Does Andy ever think that maybe he doesn't have the best hand here? I mean, there's the old Queen Jack. There's the Jack 8. He's got the third nut straight. Is he ever worried about like maybe he's behind? I don't think so. I think that he's probably just looking at and counting his money.
180,000 chips.
Yeah, I mean, that is probably not advised in this situation, considering Andy does have the
And then you got a little bit of an elevation, right? A little bit of an elevation that's going to be kind of a fight or flight instinct, kind of making yourself look bigger. It also is one of those Navarro tells of strength when you've got elevation behavior.
straight, and Paul's turning his hand into a bluff here, which I don't really see the point in doing so. I think it's a call or a fold situation.
Okay, so what do you do if you're in the spot here? Andy, what you should do is you should make the call and let Paul fire out into you on the river. It's probably what I would do. I'd probably go ahead and let Paul keep the aggression, make the call, let him fire out on the river, and I'm probably not raising on the river. Because there are Queen Jack fits real well into Paul's range here, and a lot of times check raises do mean strength. It's rare to see a guy make this kind of check raise bluff. Oh, look what we got back here too. Look, we got is that a little Aaron Massey and Kessler action right there? Sure looks like it, doesn't it? But I don't think that Andy is going to be able to help himself. I think he's just going to fire out a re-raise, maybe even just all in, and we're not going to. We're not. I think that this hand is going to be over right here.
Andy's really thinking here. You wonder is he
I don't think Andy is going to be able to show the restraint here.
worried about the two hearts on the board, or is he?
All in. There it is. He just cost himself a real nice nice stack of chips, because I'm telling you guys, if that whatever happens to the river, Paul's firing. So the call would be inducing the bluff by Paul. Okay. Poorly played, Andy. Paul folds. Let's see the next hand.
Straight. There he is. He is confident. He's gone all in.
Look at that mouth movement too. Sorry, what?
Your website's down.
No. You're kidding me. Okay. Yeah. KO bra. I'm not sure why DutchBoy.com is down. It looks like there's a little bit of a server error. I'll go ahead and find out after the stream. A2 hosting, they're usually really good at it.
An immediate fold by Paul.
And I think Andy let Paul get away from that a little bit. I think once you go all in there, there's no chance Paul's going to try to take a stab at the river.
Every decision right now is worth thousands of dollars.
What was that, Maria? What did you say there?
Andy let Paul.
Confident he's gone all in. An immediate fold by Paul.
I think Maria just said the same thing I did.
And I think Andy let Paul get away from that a little bit. I think once you go all in there, there's no chance Paul's going to try to take a stab at the river.
Every decision right now is worth thousands of dollars. Let's see who's going to make the right ones and get the biggest bite out of this prize pool.
And welcome back to the HPT here from St. Louis, Missouri and the River City Casino. The HPT Championship and just over $142,000 up for grabs. It's anybody's game. Let's send it back inside.
Joseph Sanfilippo remains the chip leader. It's still early yet though, but he has over 3.8 million. We've got a couple of people with under 20 bid blinds, so they're starting to look for that good 3-bet shove spot. Paul Falig, Peter Brooks, Kyle Caslin all have that shove stat.
Let's continue the play with 15, 30,000 blinds, 4,000 ante. Okay, the action starts with Peter Brooks. Obviously doesn't like his hand and throws it in. Over to Paul, same situation. Andy folds it up. Jacob also folds.
Okay, guys, don't announce your raises. 80,000? There's actually an upward trail there. If you guys could listen, I'm gonna go ahead and rewind it a little bit, which we don't know what he has. I would expect him to have a pretty decent hand here, because of that upward voice inflection towards the end, upward trail. I mean, of course, you got to correlate it, but that's just my my first impression. You know, before correlating those kind of voice inflections, don't announce your bets if you don't have to, and he doesn't have to. Listen to it.
Jacob also folds. Folds. Also folds. Folds.
You guys hear that? I'm gonna go ahead and pop up the volume.
He's gonna make an IC down 80,000. He's gonna make an IC down 80,000. He's gonna make an IC down 80,000. He's gonna make an IC down 80,000.
So we don't know what he has yet. We're gonna find out. My cold read is that generally those trailing upwards vocal inflections are strength tells. Let's take a look.
And Keith raises 80,000 with a 6-3 off.
Horribly wrong. 6-3 offsuit. And here we see the importance of Zachary Elwood's correlation. Trailing upwards 80,000. 6-3 offsuit. He would have gotten me to fold for sure.
Another interesting raise with a semi-powerful hand.
Look at this. What is he doing? What is he doing? He's got a little something going on.
And I don't think Ari Engel's going to let that get past him. Ari's a really good professional poker player on the circuit a lot.
He re-raises to 205.
205,000 with pocket nines. I think it's a standard 3-bet.
Let's go ahead and
6-3 off. And Keith raises 80,000. And Keith raises 80,000.
look at all that movement. Look at all that movement there in his head.
80,000.
Like, that's right, that's right, that's
And
right.
Keith raises 80,000.
Let's do this.
Folds. And Keith raises 80,000 with a 6-3 off.
Ari, look at him. I mean, pocket nines, you can't say he saw right through him. If he was sitting there with like the old 9-5 off, then you know, I'd be a little more impressed with the raise. What's that?
Mute mic.
Another interesting raise with a semi-powerful hand.
And I don't don't think Ari Engel's going to let that get past him. Ari's a really good professional poker player on the circuit a lot. He'd be good professional. Let that get past him.
Now, we have one of those takebacks hand pauses right after he releases the chips. It's post-release right before he resets. And that is usually an indication of a hand that's not super strong.
Ari's a really
Right there. I don't know if you saw that,
gonna let
guys.
that get past him. Ari's a really
Right there.
good. Gonna let that get past him.
Right after he
Ari's a
releases,
really good. Gonna let
kinda
that get past him.
holds it
Ari's a really good professional
right
player
afterwards.
on the
It's
circuit a
that
lot.
take back
He raises
move.
to 205,000 with pocket nines. I think it's a standard 3-bet with his hand from that position.
Okay, the action folds to Joseph. Wait.
Wow, look at that. You see that? You see that little thing? You see that little move? You see that little mouth like, "Ugh, this is a horrible hand." let's go ahead and see that again.
Okay, the action folds to Joseph.
Look at
Wakes.
that.
Okay, the action.
You see that
folds
micro
to
expression right
Joseph.
there? Right there.
Wakes. Okay, the action folds.
That is
to
a sure sign of strength that you're going to see. A lot of times you're going to see that when people flop sets. Here we see it with huge
Okay,
pocket
the action
aces.
folds to Joseph. Wakes. Okay, the action folds to Joseph. Wakes up.
Yeah,
with
look
the
at that.
bullets, the biggest hand in poker. How's he going to play this one?
You know, Joseph's the chip leader, and if I were him, I think a 4-bet here would just look so strong. So if he's willing to maybe try to
Little clarification tell there. 205, right? Okay.
trap a few people, he should just be calling this.
There's another little pro tip. Clarification questions generally indicate strength. When he says 205, right? That's that generally. And I don't know why he needs to vocalize. He doesn't need to say raise. He doesn't need to say 500. He's putting exactly 500,000 chips out. He doesn't need to, he doesn't really need to say anything. You shouldn't say anything when you're in his spot. What's up, God's Hebrews? Good to see you, man.
It's out 500,000 in chips.
Let's go ahead and see.
But doesn't look like he wants to take that route.
All right, Joseph raises it up.
And again, I don't know why he needs to vocalize. He doesn't need to say raise. He doesn't need to say 500. He's putting exactly 500,000 chips out. He doesn't need to, he doesn't really need to say anything. You shouldn't say anything when you're in his spot. What's up, God's Hebrews? Good to see you, man.
It's out 500,000 in chips.
Let's go ahead and see this breathing, guys.
But this 3-bet trap a few people. So if he's so strong for him,
Out with the bull.
his hand from that position.
Okay, the action folds to Joseph. Wakes up with the bullets, the biggest hand in poker. How's he going to play this one?
You know, Joseph's the chip leader, and if I were him, I think a 4-bet here would just look so
Is he chewing gum at the final table? Not a good idea.
strong. 205. So if he's willing to maybe try to trap a few people, he should just be calling this 3-bet pre.
Raising.
But doesn't look like he wants to take that route.
All right, Joseph raises it up, puts out 500,000.
It's one of those things, Pete. Yeah, it definitely means something when people announce raise before putting out their bet. Now, what it actually means is very hard to actually generalize. You're going to really have to find some sort of correlation. When you look at the literature of poker tells literature, you've got basically 3 sources that we can go to. We go to Mike Caro, we go to Joe Navarro, and we go to Zachary Elwood. Zachary Elwood's, the newer books, Reading Poker Tells, Verbal Poker Tells. And the big contribution that I think that Elwood made was this whole idea of correlation. Before you can really say announcing raise means something, it's going to mean something different to different players. Just like anything, any sort of tell is going to mean something different for different players. There's so few, just this always means this kind of tells. So you need to correlate the behavior with strength before you can really put too much weight onto it. So, hell yeah, it means something.
And then chips.
And I also just think if you do decide to 4-bet there in fast play, that sizing's a little bit big, and like I said, a cold 4-bet looks so strong. And I think
she's right here. I mean, a 4-bet looks super strong here. That being said, I mean, so does a flat call.
Ari might be able to get away from his hand here.
It's a strong bet against a pair of nines. I'm sure Ari's on a 50-50 thought right now.
And Ari does decide to call.
Came to play.
Doesn't quite believe that Joseph would have as strong of a hand as he does, making that size. Like Bruce said, I think he's putting Joseph on maybe ace-king, thinking he's flipping here, wanting to see the flop.
And yeah, Kyle says depends on the stacks. They would have to be pretty deep for the 9-9 to call profitably, and I'm pretty sure they are very deep at this point.
And proceed from there.
And Ari, I'm pretty sure, is second in chips to Joseph. So this is one of those spots where, you know, maybe I think that Ari probably sees Joseph as having about the hand he's got, aces, kings, maybe queens. And I think that I don't know if he would 4-bet with ace king. I think that it's likely that he maybe just calls with ace king. I think that Ari knows where he's at in the hand, and I think that Ari is just set mining here. That's my opinion.
Here we have the flop, queen, 4-4, rainbow.
So does Joseph continue? I mean, probably should. There's really no reason to give up the pre-flop aggression. There's also not really, there's also not really any fear of giving a free card either. So, in my opinion, though, he should just pretty much always c-bet here. The only reason not to c-bet is to let your guy catch up. I would c-bet. And I'm pretty sure Joseph c-bets, but probably not for the same reasons.
Flop with a pair of fours.
You know, that's obviously a very safe flop for Joe. He knows that his aces probably is still best, most likely, and Ari doesn't think this is too bad of a flop either.
Why not
There's
shoot?
really
It's
one
Dutch
overcard
at
to his
DutchBoy.com.
pair, and he believes
But there's something wrong with my site right now, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the email.
that if Joseph did have a hand like ace-king, then he hasn't connected yet.
I think a 1.5 million chip bet is going to make Ari think very hard about calling with a pair of nines. At
Jeez,
least
buddy, look at this stupid bet sizing, guys. So now we've got Joseph betting more than the pot. Yeah, I think what was it, 1.1, and he decides to bet 1.5 million. Sorry, guys. Yeah, we see this all the time. We keep on saying that when people vary their bet sizing, most of the time they're making that amount vary based on hand strength. I mean, betting patterns is so much more reliable of an indicator of strength than any sort of physical tell you'll ever see. And even though, you know, people all the time say, oh well, physical tells are overrated, I don't really think so. I think that physical tells are underrated, but you can't overstate the importance of betting patterns and bet sizing tells. I mean, this is just ridiculous. And look at that little smug, condescending look that he's giving. He's got the little curled up lip right there, like He's almost like you gotta love it. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Ari, please be done with this hand. You tried to set mine this guy. You knew you were going to be able to stack him and get an overwhelming chip position if the 9 hit. Tell me that you don't continue.
It's obvious that Joseph does not have a 4 in his hand, but the queen could be suspect.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Poker Pete. I mean, Ari is stone cold nuts. He's not going to call with ace queen here or queen jack. He's only calling with he's only calling with quad 4s or queens full or the same hand probably. I don't really think that he would be calling with kings because of what Kyle says. I think that kings they get it in pre-flop.
Absolutely. I think this bet size is just too much of Ari's stack to call in a speculative situation where he's not quite sure where he's at. So I think he was hoping to flop a set. Otherwise, he does let it go.
The winner of the hand
Healthy fold. Good fold by Ari.
Oh no! Oh god!
Joseph
Oh
shows
god!
the
No,
bullets.
Joseph!
Everybody knows he's not bluffing.
No.
Some other players we've seen in the last couple of games.
I think
No!
maybe Joseph might be setting up an image
Oh,
player. He's
God,
the chip
guys.
leader right now, so maybe he's hoping to take advantage of the
Don't
fact that player.
don't show your hand. Oh
Okay, so the
man!
first act is Keith. He folds his hand. We
Why
go-
would you ever do that? Why would you ever do that? You got one of the better, tournament players on the circuit, making a good fold, and you go ahead and confirm to him, "Yep, you still got it, Bodog Ari." Oh man! Never show your hand in those spots, man. It's so bad. There's nothing good that can come from it. We went off and we ranted last time about it. Mark of a true amateur right there, Joseph. That's not what you want to do. It's not what you want to do.
Over to Ari Engel. Not happy either. Folds it up. Jose folds the ace. Over to Kyle.
So, the way that Jose's looking at his hole cards is not standard. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at that again one more time. But you'll notice how he is squeezing them, and what this is doing is it's gonna kind of give you an idea of where he's at in a hand. He's not gonna squeeze them in the same way if he's looking at shit. We're dropping frames. We just dropped a bunch of frames. I don't know why. Gonna wait here for a second, guys.
I see you here right now.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what's gonna. I want to rewind this and take a look at how he's looking at his hole cards. He's giving it a squeeze. What this is gonna do is if you look at your hole cards like this, you're going to be giving away tells on what you have. No one's gonna squeeze if their first card is a 7, right? No one's gonna squeeze if their first card is a 5. So he looks down, he sees a good first card, ace, king, queen, one of those court cards, and now he's squeezing to see if if the other card is favorable.
Not happy either. Folds it up.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
Jose folds the ace. Over to Kyle. 8-jack suited. One of my favorite starting hands.
Really? Well,
Wow, look at Kyle coming in with that shove. How much is he shoving for here? It doesn't look like a
he
lot.
likes it enough to go all in there with his stack. I think in an unopened pot in his position with 11 big.
11 big blinds. I feel like it's too much. I don't feel like he really has to make this move just yet. I feel like it's a little bit on the high side. I also kind of feel like, I don't know, if you're going to make the shove with 11 big blinds, I'd like to have just a slightly stronger hand than Jack-8 suited, so that when you do get called, you're not in a completely hopeless spot. We'll see. You know what? You can't really fault the guy, but I'll fault the guy. I don't think it's a good shove here. I think that he can wait another orbit, maybe even 2 orbits. He's still gonna have fold equity. Let's see what's in.
Big blinds. It's not.
This is what a bluff looks like, though, guys.
8-jack suited. One of my favorite starting hands.
Pretty quick, pretty
Well,
quick.
he likes it enough
Shoving
to
it
go all
in.
there with his stack. I think in an unopened
Kind of a gaping mouth.
pot in his position with 11 big.
He's trying to look comfortable. Does he look comfortable? No, not really. He's got the pretty high blink frequency. Trying to look straight ahead. That gaped mouth a lot of times indicates a
Big
bluff.
blinds. It's not a bad hand to shove with.
Looking over. What's his
I think it's a
face?
smart move. He's past the big stack of Joseph.
Yeah, I don't think it's a smart move, Mr. Buffer. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How much is it?
And Paul's asking for.
You hate hearing that when you just shoved all in with Jack-8, like Jack-8 suited. How much is it?
Account on the button, and he has ace queen, which I would definitely isolate and come over the top and move all in as well, considering Paul only has 15 big blinds.
I agree. That's the move to make. You want to isolate this player.
And he does indeed do that. And this is going to be for.
And this is such a sweet spot for Baisley. I love these spots where it's like you're free rolling, you know. You look down and you see aces or kings and queens. You're just loving it.
Most of Paul's stack too if he loses
No.
this hand. So, of course, in this situation, you're 60-40. You're really hoping that ace queen's going to hold here.
Okay.
Whoever's in this will be back in the running with 719,000 chips. Let's see what the flop brings. Here comes the flop right out of the gate. Top two pair. Ace, queen, seven.
Try not to act like that when you're sending somebody on the rail in a final table. Try not to. I mean, it's okay to feel that way, but try to keep your composure. Try to pretend like this has happened before.
Right out of the gate, top two pair. Ace, queen, seven.
And you know, that is just not much of a sweat for Kyle there. It's pretty much a hammer lock that Paul has on his hand. And with the turn being a 5, Kyle is drawing dead. No backdoor, no running outs for him, and he is going to be eliminated in 9th place.
Oh, and he ends it with a full house in the river for a little double trouble there.
Pete.
Always more salt on the wound.
Yeah,
Kind of did feel like that, didn't it?
It always feels
Kinda
good
did
to make
seem
a
like
final
that.
table, but not so good to finish in 9th place. He's going to go home, though, with $13,306. I'm sure we'll see him back at an HPT event soon.
You know, some people call this the walk of shame. Some people call it the walk of fame. I don't know what 9th place means, but you should be happy with the money.
Life-changing money on the line for these players. With each knockout, the pressure mounts. Come back for more.
We will come
Welcome
back
back
for
to
more.
the HPT. I'm Maria Ho, and this is my guest co-host, Bruce Bucker. Let's get right back to the action. And with 8 players remaining, Joseph Sanfilippo is still our chip leader. He's pulling away a little bit from the 2nd place chip lead of Ari Engel.
And since the last break, Joseph Sanfilippo is up 592,000, still in first place. Ari Engel's taking a bit of a bump. He's down 362,000. And now we're back with the blinds continuing on at 1530,000 with the 4,000 amp.
Yeah, look at that. Hey,
And
let's go ahead and
starts on seat 2, Jose Montes.
let's review that again one more time. We got Montez here, and we were talking about the way that he's squeezing, and not being advisable. Here he does it again.
A bit of a bump. He's down 362,000. And now we're back with the blinds continuing on.
Right. Don't do it, guys. You need to standardize.
At 1530,000 with the 4,000 ante.
And action starts on seat 2, Jose Montes. He folds King 8 of hearts. And our chip leader in seat 4, Joseph, decides that he wants to come in with a raise with Ace 9 suited here. And I think it's important when you are the chip leader to continue the aggression, put the pressure on the rest of the players, continue to increase that chip lead that you have.
Aggression wins tournaments.
Absolutely. Now it's folded all the way around to seat 9.
What's up, 9 Iron 12?
He lets it go
Good to
as
see you,
well.
man.
And back
Thanks for
to
joining
Ari
us.
Engel.
Ari Engel peels back, a pair of sevens.
He's in the big blind, so I don't doubt that he's going to at least defend here.
I like just the call here. In the big blind with pocket sevens, I don't think that he really needs to re-raise. I think that he can just go ahead and call, keep the pot small, see what happens. You don't really want to inflate the pot too much with pocket sevens. And you definitely don't want to raise and then get blown off your hand. You at least want to be able to see a flop. So
With sevens, I don't really see much value in 3-betting pre. And it's round 2 for Ari and Joseph.
Here comes the flop. 7-3 jack, rainbow flop.
Check.
A set of sevens
That's good.
for Ari, who checked.
that's a good check. Give the guy the who has the pre-flop aggression the opportunity to go ahead and fire out. And I don't think that I'm check raising. I think that he crushed the flop so hard that I think I'm probably just going to go ahead and check call, and probably check the turn and hope that he continues with his aggressive march.
A little bait and switch here.
But it also it's going to depend quite a bit on this bet right here. If the bet looks like he's strong, then a check raise is probably better than just check calling. If it if it looks like he's just c-betting for the sake of c-betting, you want to go ahead and give him a chance to catch up. So we'll see what he does here. It did seem like a pretty quick check, Mason. If we're going to trust the footage, it was a pretty quick check, and we can go ahead and let's go ahead and see what Joseph does here. And after this hand's over, let's go ahead and analyze Ari, because Ari really, the two players we really want to put under the microscope here are Ari and Baisley. Those are the players that we're going to expect to see across from the table from us at some point in our poker careers. So let's take a look.
He's going to let Joseph c-bet this flop. And if I know Ari, he's probably just going to call. I think this is the texture of flop where...
Yeah, it's 15:30, Kyle. What do you think about Negreanu's check before he sees the cards? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Cobra.
Ari doesn't feel...
And Cycling Guy says, what if someone looks at their cards longer than normal? Strength, weakness. Again, Cycling Guy, you're going to have to correlate the behavior. In my experience, though, the longer someone looks at the whole cards, the less strong that they are, generally. But you're going to have to correlate the behavior before you can really put too much emphasis on any sort of physical tell.
Feel the need to fast play his set.
So he makes it 233. So it's a pretty... See, this is going to be kind of tempting for Ari to fire at a check raise because of the bet sizing, because he's making it 233 into 267, right?
And Joseph doesn't...
I mean, it's a pretty big bet. It's a pretty big C bet. So it kind of indicates strength. The sizing of it does. So it's pretty tempting to go ahead and just try to check raise here and hope that you're going to be able to get paid off on two more streets. On the other hand, he crushed it so hard. Hopefully he just check calls.
Indeed, follow up his pre-flop aggression with a bet of 233,000.
Looks like he's just calling. Very good
Ari
there.
makes the call.
That is a call, ladies and gentlemen, by...
Turn card coming down.
And now I think we'll see how aggressive Joseph really wants to be. Obviously, the turn
Perfect.
hasn't hit him, so
Perfect.
he probably doesn't think he's bluffing if he bets again. But this is a great card for Ari.
I think Joseph's beginning to feel very strong in this hand with that ace on the turn.
Look at this. We got another subscriber. Hess back. Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and ship you that copy of Poker Tilt. Fist bump. Welcome to the crew, buddy.
I don't know if the link is broken right now, though.
Yeah, I think that the download link actually is broken right now.
It's back up. It's back up.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bob Hatter.
Let me see if it's up. Hold on.
Hess back. Can't tell you how much I appreciate it, bud. Really do. Welcome to the crew. Thank you very much for supporting the stream. Okay, guys, we're gonna get back to it. And Hess back, go ahead and check out your Twitch inbox. We're sending you a download link for that DRM free copy of Poker Tilt that we're hooking up all the subscribers with. Thanks so much, man. So now we got to think that Joseph thinks he's ahead. He's no longer bluffing here, and
555.
555.
And he goes ahead and throws out a bet. 555,000 chips. Ari certainly chip. He goes ahead and throws out
555. 555. 555.
and he goes ahead and throws out a bet, 555,000 chips. Ari's certainly going to play this cool. We'll see what he does.
Yeah, there's really no reason why Joseph doesn't think his pair of aces is best here,
So I think at this point is when Ari probably should be raising. There's the pot, like the flop now is, it has a lot of hands where Joseph is going to like his hand. The problem with just calling here is, I mean, then Ari, what is he going to do? Lead out on the river, and probably get called. He's not going to be able he's not going to be able to count on Joseph firing all three bullets. So I think this is when Ari should be raising.
at this point he doesn't think he's bluffing, but Ari knows that he's got a set in this spot, and there's no real reason to scare off the person that you're trying to
There he
bait.
is.
I think he's just going to make the call again.
Ari goes ahead. He raises it out to.
It's kind of interesting. So this is maybe one of the first times, that Maria Ho and I have disagreed about how Ari, like how someone should play a hand, and I'm on the side of what Ari just did. I think Ari played this perfect. I think this is exactly what he should be doing, is going for that check raise right now, and he does.
1.3.
Bait. That he's got a.
Ari's certainly going to play this cool. We'll see what he does.
Yeah, there's really no reason why Joseph doesn't think his pair of aces is best here. So at this point, he doesn't think he's bluffing. But Ari knows that he's got a set in this spot, and there's no real reason to scare off the person that you're trying to bait. I think he's just going to make the call again.
Ari goes ahead. He raises it out to 1.3 million. This is a lot of cerebral activity. It's going to go on in Joseph's head to see if he's going to make this call.
Perfect. He inflates the pot a little bit, sets himself up for
Looking
a
at
really
that
nice
board,
river bet.
It's very hard to figure out what could be in Ari's hand.
And maybe that's what Ari was hoping for with this check raise, is to make it look and appear as if he's bluffing and trying to get Joseph off a better hand. And, you know, Joseph decides, nope, I'm going to stick with my ace nine. I'm going to stick in this belief that it's the best hand.
This is a very
Yeah, I don't like doing anything without seeing a flop, Cobra. I don't like dark checking. I don't like checking in the dark at all. I don't like betting. I like betting in the dark, even less. But so Poker Pete, we can discuss both options a little deeper. The idea here is if Ari calls. The reason I don't like the call here is because he's out of position against Joseph. If he just makes a call here, he can't really expect to just be able to check and Joseph fire in that third bullet on the river. And if he just makes the call and he goes ahead and fires out a river bet, it's going to be quite a bit smaller than it can be if he raises. So if Ari had position on Joseph, I think it's a better case to make the call. Even then, this is when I'd be trying to inflate the pot with a set, especially with that ace out. Now there are so many combinations that Joseph can have in his hand where he's just not going to let it go, and he's going to lose a lot of chips. So, right, Mason? I mean, I don't think that Joseph is really thinking much past his own hand, really. I don't think that he's putting Ari on a hand. I think that he's just looking down and thinking, I got a pair of aces here. I think that's as far as it goes. Because, yeah, like when it comes down to it, you get check raised on the turn. It's a very polarizing move, that check raise on the turn, and there's just no way ace nine is beating any sort of legitimate hand that Ari's check raising with. So he's counting on Ari making some sort of weird float check raise play with 8 players left at the final table, taking his second chips position into the chip lead. Basically just committing tournament suicide with some sort of stupid, weird, creative play, or he's got him beat. So I don't know. I think that Joseph, I don't think he's the kind of player who's putting Bodog on anything. I think he's just looking at his own hand. I think he's saying, yes, we've got the ace.
Dangerous pot for Joseph.
And whatever comes here, you got to expect now Ari's going to be able to make a real nice bet. I would guess that he fires in somewhere around half pot, 1.6. That's about what I think is the right move.
He's drawing dead, going to the river. So we'll just see if Ari could get any more chips out of him.
10 of diamonds comes in on the river, which doesn't really do anything for the board. So it's not giving any clues to Joseph. It's a complete power move to Ari.
And Ari's probably just going to go all in here. The pot's already 3.3 million, and Ari has about
1.1 seems pretty reasonable to me.
million left. But he does decide that maybe this board is getting a little too coordinated. He wants to keep the bet size small, hoping to get paid off.
I think Joe Kozlowski, can Joseph call a re-raise and then a river bet with only ace-9? Can he call a check raise and then a river bet with only ace-9? I think he makes the call here. I would say yes. Yes, he makes the call here. Let's watch him do it.
And Joseph just can't seem to get away from his pair of aces here, and he does make the call.
Devastating pot for Joseph. 5,409,000 chips over to Ari.
And that's a huge chunk of Joseph's stack.
So, Hesback, are you talking about Ari's breathing, or are you talking about Joseph's breathing? Let's go back and look at Ari here. Let's go ahead and watch what it looks like when Ari Angle, Bodog Ari, hits a set.
Saw that they were 1-2 coming in here, and so now he's around to seat 9, and it's round 2 for Ari and Joseph.
This is what it looks like, guys.
Here comes the flop.
When Ari Angle hits the set.
Jack, rainbow flop, but a set of
2,
sevens
3.
for Ari, who checks.
1, 2, 3. Looking straight at the flop, staring through the
Bait and
flop.
switch here.
He's gonna let
Switch. 7-3 Jack, rainbow flop.
1, 2, 3.
7-3 Jack.
Flop did just come out.
Flop,
Very
but a
quick
set of
check.
sevens for Ari, who
Eyes straight forward. A little bit of like eye movement back and
switch
forth.
here.
Joseph c-bet this flop. And if I know Ari, he's probably just going to call. I think this is the texture of flop where Ari doesn't feel the need to fast play his set. And Joseph does indeed follow up his pre-flop aggression with a bet of 233,000.
Looking down, not looking at his opponent. I mean, he looks pretty meek. But, I mean, Ari's a pro, man. Ari's a pro. He doesn't give much away at all.
Ari makes the call.
A little bit of
Ari makes the
a little flare there at the end.
Ari makes the call. Ari makes the call. Ari makes the call.
That is a call, ladies and gentlemen, by
Turn card comes.
He looks like he almost looks like he's trying to hold back a laugh. He looks like he's thinking about something really funny, but he doesn't want anyone to know. That's what. Look at that! Look at his mouth right there. Look how like. He just looks awesome.
Coming down.
And now I think we'll see how aggressive Joseph really wants to be. Obviously, the turn has hit him, so he probably doesn't think he's bluffing if he bets again.
4,
but this is
5.
a great card for Ari.
And again, we've got the same check, check, check. Almost kind of a lackadaisical check, check, check.
I think Joseph's beginning to feel very.
No eye contact really with his man. Just kind of staring ahead.
Strong
Not giving
in his hand with
anything
that ace
off.
on the turn.
Code of Honor, a c-bet is a continuation bet, and it's when you have the pre-flop aggression and you fire out again. It's pretty standard. It's one of those. It's one of the highest EV plays you can make in poker. And if you check out some of my past streams, you'll see that I talk about how important it is to c-bet. Actually, I just wrote an article in All In Magazine, you guys. It's on the website right now. It'll be in the next issue about your c-bet frequencies and how important it is to be c-betting almost 100% of the time when your head's up.
555.
And he goes ahead and throws out a bet. 555,000 chips.
It's kind of interesting the way that he put those chips out. So different than the way he put out his first c-bet with ace high. Much more slowly, deliberately, and dramatically. The other one was more like.
Ari's certainly going to play this cool. We'll see what he does.
Yeah, there's really no reason why Joseph doesn't think his pair of aces is best here. So at this point, he doesn't think he's bluffing. But Ari knows that he's got a set in this spot, and there's no real reason to scare off the person that you're trying to bait. I think he's just going to make the call again.
Ari goes ahead. He raises it out to 1.3 million. This is a lot of cerebral activity. It's going to go on in Joseph's head to see if he's going to make this call. But
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Hesback. He does have some much heavier breathing here.
Ari goes ahead. He raises it out to 1.3 million. This is a lot of cerebral activity. It's going to go on in Joseph's head to see if he's going to make this call. Looking at that board, it's very hard to figure out what could be in Ari's head.
I would say, Cycling Guy, that's typically the case. But again, you really need to be able to, you need to correlate these types of physical tells before you can count on them. Check out Zachary Elwood's Reading Poker Tells. It's a really good treatment of this idea of correlation, because staring at the flop can mean one thing for one player and another thing for another player, and it's only when you're really able to correlate those types of behaviors with hand strength that you can really start counting on them.
Hand.
There's very few tells that are just going to be generally true for everybody. I mean, some of them sure are out there, but
And maybe that's what Ari was hoping for with this check raise, is to make it look and appear as if he's bluffing and trying to get Joseph off a better hand. And you know, Joseph decides, nope, I'm going to stick with my ace-9. I'm going to stick in this belief that it's the best hand.
This is a very dangerous pot for Joseph.
He's drawing dead, going to the river. So we'll just see if Ari could get any more chips out of him.
10 of diamonds comes in on the river, which doesn't really do anything for the board.
Let's go ahead and see if we can trust this footage right here. We've got the dealer putting the 10 down.
If Ari could get any more chips out of him.
There's really no telling how long this took before the dealer put that card down and this happens. But let's go ahead and we'll say we trust the footage.
10 of
I would suggest, Hesback, that it's not a good idea to try to throw out reverse tells. It's a much better idea to try to conceal everything and try to standardize everything, try to throw out nothing, than it is to try to level your opponents and throw out reverse tells. When you throw out reverse tells, a lot of times what ends up happening is you end up leveling yourself, and you'll inadvertently throw off a tell that you don't know you're giving away. So I would strongly suggest against it, and I would also say, if you're playing against somebody who if you're playing against somebody who's observant enough to be able to pick up on those kind of tells that you're trying to fake, then you're probably better off, attacking a weaker spot at the table than trying to take all of their chips. Observe that jungle rule. I'm not a big fan of throwing reverse tells. I think maybe I've done it twice in my whole tournament career where I felt like it was the right thing to do at the right time, and it's just. More often than not, you're going to be leveling yourself.
diamonds comes in on the river, which doesn't really do anything for the board. So it's not giving any clues to.
I wonder how much Joseph would have called here. I think that he would. I think that the bet sizing is good by Ari, but at the same time, I also think that he probably is leaving a little money on the table. I mean, Joseph already put 1.3 million into the pot on the turn. He's already he's looking at a pretty hefty pot. I think that Ari probably can get another $500,000 here. I think that if he makes it 1.6, he's getting called.
Joseph, it's complete power move to Ari.
And Ari's probably just going to go all in here. The pot's already.
How much does he have here? If he, I can't really tell. Maybe he does just. Maybe he could just get a call if he shoves all in.
3.3 million, and Ari has about 2 million left. But he does decide that maybe this.
Yeah, I think that with 2 million left, maybe 1.1 million is the right move. Just because betting too much more than that and not going all in just looks so fishy.
Board is getting a little too coordinated. He wants to keep the bet size small, hoping to get paid off.
Good call.
And Joseph just can't seem to get away from his pair of aces here, and he does make the call.
Devastating pot for Joseph. 5,409,000 chips over to Ari.
And that's a huge chunk of Joseph's stack. You saw that they were 1-2 coming in here. And so now he's relinquished his chip lead over to Ari, who is a very dangerous player when he gets his hands on chips.
Mason, I don't know. I mean, he might have. He called the check raise. How much is he gonna call? I don't know. I could easily see him calling on the turn.
Okay, blinds are going up. 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante as the action continues. First act is Ari peeling back a king-jack suited of clubs.
I like it.
No doubt Ari's going to raise it up here with that hand and his newly found chips.
It's time to really push the aggression on Ari's part.
And back to the man who always has a hand he wants to think about.
But this
So optimistic,
Queen-9 suited
Andy.
is actually a decent hand for him to act
You're
on.
so
compared to what we've seen in the
optimistic.
past.
I agree, Chinch Dog.
So he
It's
does
not a
make the
good
call.
call.
I think
He
Andy's
loves-
showing
he
that
loves
there's
his
not a lot of hands
buttons.
he doesn't like.
Andy, this is this is why we don't see you.
And the flop comes. King 7-8, rainbow flop.
See
King
bet
for Ari,
Ari.
putting him with top pair.
There you go. 85. Why
And
not?
Ari's just going to follow this up
76.
with the standard continuation
Okay.
bet. And he's kind of in a position where, you know what, he doesn't really care if Andy wants the call or not. It's just, in this spot, there's enough chips in the pot, you have to just keep going after it.
Oh
And
no,
Andy
Andy.
doesn't look like he's folding,
No,
but
Andy.
Andy doesn't really have
Andy,
anything
no.
to call with, so looks like Andy's
Oh.
going to make a play.
He does. He makes a play to 200,000. I want this man to play in my home game.
And I want to be invited to
You
your
would be
home game
invited,
when
Maria.
he comes to play.
Absolutely.
And Ari's
Okay, let me tell you something. You can't blame Andy for making a raise here, guys. Right? Ari goes ahead and makes a C bet, standard C bet, and if Ari doesn't have a king in his hand, it's kind of hard for him to call. Most of the time he's just gonna have like some sort of ace hand, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10. I mean, we can start going down the list of all the combinations Ari has in his hand, that he could possibly have, and most of those combinations aren't going to love getting raised in this spot. I kind of feel like his raise works a good chunk of the time, and we hear Buffer and Maria Ho making fun of his raise, saying, "Oh, we want him in our home game." And in this situation, it's not going to work because Ari does have a king. I don't really think it's that bad of a raise, though. You can pretty much count on RAC betting with almost anything, and almost anything is also going to fold to a raise. He really has to have a king, or maybe Ari gets sticky with hands like with pocket pairs. Maybe he even gets sticky with a hand like ace queen, but I don't think so. He's out of position. So I think that a lot of the time Andy's going to, this raise is going to get Ari off of his hand. And yeah, Poker Pete, a raise is way better than a call, unless you're planning on floating, I guess. Why mess with Ari? There's easier spots. I completely agree.
gonna make the call pretty easily here with top pair.
And so then when Ari makes the call, Andy should just be done with it.
There's always a chance he could have a pair of sevens or a pair of eights in hand, as far as Ari sees. We'll see how the reaction is on the turn, which comes a queen of diamonds. 2 diamonds on the board.
Ari should check.
Puts the queen in Andy's hand with a pair of queens.
And now Andy should check. Instead, he's just going to fire off.
And now Andy might have gone from bluffing on the flop to thinking he might be value betting on the turn here.
The thing is, when Ari makes the call, Ari is basically signaling that he connected to the flop pretty well. So Andy has to be thinking that a king is very likely. If he does have a king, then he's completely crushed. If he doesn't have a king, then Andy doesn't really have to worry about giving him a free card on the end. Andy's looking at not a big stack here. It looks like he's got less than, I think that those whites are 25K, so he's got less than a pot. He's got less than pot in front of him. But he's got close enough to pot that if he checks here, I think that he's going to be able to save himself some chips when Ari fires out a bet with his king. And if Ari checks to him on the river, he can probably just get some value out of it. I don't like the bet. It looks like he's going to bet, though. It looks like he's going to probably go all in. Ari calls, and we're going to see an early exit from Andy.
But I don't think Ari has any plans to check fold. And he does indeed go all in. He has 470,000, and I don't think Ari's going to do anything else but call here.
He calls.
I look at this as a snapper call for Ari.
You can't be folding top pair in this situation.
Okay. You can be folding top pair, and you definitely want to be considering all of your options. This is, the mark of a good player is realizing that there are no standard obvious calls here. You can fold the top pair. Look at your man, figure out what he's got, and decide what to do. The fact that Ari didn't snap call, reinforces this image that I have in my head, and that everyone should have, that he is a solid player that's considering folding. He's considering it. He's deciding what's the best move here. He's not going to just be a slave to the cards and a slave to what everyone else thinks is standard. Of course, he does make the right call, and it would be horrible to make the fold. But the fact that
the balls basically to just make this on a stone bluff, because top pair is a pretty strong hand with this board. Ari does call, and Andy sees that he needs a queen or a 9 going into the river. Otherwise, he will become
disagree,
our
Chinch Dog. I think that she's pretty damn good.
I don't want to accept any nice hands. Yeah. Good luck.
Hey, good. That's right. That's right, Ari. Andy saying nice hand before the hand is over. I don't accept any nice hands yet.
And no, honestly, when people try to tell me I've had the hand won when there's one card to come, I'm like, no, let's wait and see the river. You never know.
Seen it happen too many times.
Yep.
Is he yet?
And no, honestly, when people try to tell me I've had the hand won when there's one card to come, I'm like, no, let's wait and see the river. You never know.
Seen it happen too many times.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
And
the way that he's been playing, Moosab, man, you're right. He could easily have, Queen 8 or Queen 7 or 7-8 or King 7 or King 8. Who knows what Andy could easily have? If he's gonna show up to the party with Queen 9 there, he could have anything.
River's a 5 of hearts. No help. Ari the winner. Andy eliminated in 8th place.
And Andy is going to go home with $16,330, just enough for the buy-in for your home game, Bruce.
Another player hits the rail at this final table here in St. Louis at the River City Casino. It's time to step aside for a quick commercial.
I would definitely take her analysis over Buffer's analysis or James Larson's analysis, Chinch Dog. Usually I feel like she's pretty dead on. There's been a couple of, we've actually only disagreed twice since we've been doing these viewing parties, and both of them have been during this this episode. The check raise, she thought that a check call would have been better when Ari had the set of 7s, and the value bet versus the shove on the river when he had the set of 7s. I thought the value bet looks better. Ari thought that the value bet looks better. She thought the shove. I thought the check raise was better. Ari thought the check raise was better. Maria thought the shove. Maria thought the call. But for the most, yeah. Antonio's the nuts. Antonio's awesome. But I would take Maria over Tuckman too. I like Tuckman.
Commercial break, but when we come back, we will resume action. You're watching the HPT.
Okay, when we come back, we will resume the action. Are we coming back, guys?
Welcome back to the HPT Final Table. I'm Bruce Buffer with my co-host Maria Ho. I have the pleasure of filling in for your host Fred Bevel. So now, let's get back to the hot action at the HPT Final Table.
And Ari Engel has just been on a heater, knocking out Andy in 8th place, and also taking a huge chunk off the Joseph stack to put him as the chip leader now with over 6.7 million. As you can see.
At this point, with 168 big blinds and the next guy having 40 big blinds, his VPIP should be so high right now, and the stacks that he should really be picking on are I mean, he really needs to pick on all of them, but he should especially be pretty aggressive against Sanfilippo's stack. Anytime it's folded and Sanfilippo's in the big blind or the small blind, he really should be raising almost any two cards. Let's see what happens.
Joseph and Jacob are vying for that second spot, and our two short stacks, Peter Brooks and Keith Brody, with about 14 big blinds each.
As we begin the action with 20, 40,000 blinds and a 5,000 ante.
Action starts on Jose here in seat 2. He folds.
Joseph Sanfilippo throwing in 40,000 for the call with ace-10 off.
Good question,
Seems like
Chinch.
he's a little bit
Okay, guys, don't open limp. Oh my God! So if I'm Ari in the big blind, and Joseph makes that flat call, that open limp, I'm raising. It doesn't matter what I have. I'm making a pot-sized bet. It doesn't matter who calls behind him. I'm making a pot-sized bet. And Jay Carver says not to go after short stacks. I think that's generally good advice. Yeah, when you're the big stack here at a final table, I've got a little rhyme that I think applies. Don't attack a drowning stack. I think that it's probably best to be focusing on you actually want to keep the short stacks in when you're in a spot where you've got more than 50% of the chips in play, like Ari does. You know, keeping as many people in at the table keeps that pressure on, you know, the second and the third and the fourth guy to wait until they get eliminated. So you know, once you get heads up with somebody, they don't have anything to lose and they're going to, you know, play aggressively. But you know, when you have the stack that RA does, you really want to have your VPIP really, really high. But ideally, you keep everybody in on the, you know, everybody in the tournament, everybody in at that final table would survive, and all, you know, just keep on pushing down, you know, the guy in second and the guy in third. Keep on pushing down those second and third stacks while letting the shorties survive until at the end, you know, you're still eight-handed, but you've got 85% of the chips, and they all have one big blind in front of them. You know, that is like the perfect path, you know, kind of style to get to the point where, you know, it's as a group you're pushing all of them down, and it's easy to push all of them down and accumulate your chips. The more pressure there is on those money jumps. There's a huge difference right now between second and seventh, you know, so let's see what happens. There's a huge difference between seventh and fifth, and when they're all in kind of the situation where they just, you know, there's two short stacks that they can kind of just wait around and, you know, all of a sudden get another 20, 30,000, they're probably going to do it. Okay, so yeah, Joseph gets a bony fish here, and I am raising if I'm Ari, as long as it doesn't get raised behind Joseph, and even if it does, I might raise.
Run shy now, just limping in with ace-10 after that big pot that he lost to Ari.
See, normally you don't see a guy make that kind of sweat when he looks at a 2 first. It kind of surprises me that he's going to look at the 2 and then sweat to see if they're paired. I mean,
Sorry.
But he does. Oh, look at him, coming in with the 6-2 offsuit. That's pretty interesting. So he decides that he's going to punish the limper. I can't fault him for this one. Oh, and Chinch Dog, yeah, I would definitely go for a coach, and I don't know who I would want. But I would definitely spend a lot of time, multiple coaches.
Peter Brooks throwing away the.
It looked like he was going to make a stab at it, and I think that if he does, I don't hate the stab.
Horatius 6-2. King Queen over to Paul.
Paul's got about.
Paul is sitting here. He's the kind of guy who looks down at 9-2 offsuit and raises pre-flop. So I don't, you know, he's thinking about raising here, and I don't blame him. And look, Baisley's already thinking about raising too. They're all looking at that open limp and thinking, you know, there's some free chips for me to take.
21 big blinds, so he has a good enough stack to play some poker with, and maybe he's thinking about coming in with a raise, because when you do see somebody limp in and you have a decent hand like King Queen, you're thinking maybe I could.
And he doesn't raise enough. Look at this. He raises to 85,000. Not a very good raise there, Paul. It's way too small. Way too small. I mean, 85,000 is what you would expect him to raise if Joseph wasn't in the pot. When Joseph's in the pot, he should be making it 85,000 plus the 40, you know, the 40K. So he needs to be making it like 125 here, 130.
Just pick up all the dead money.
Paul throwing in the raise to 85,000, and Jacob peeling back a pair of eights calls.
And I kind of feel like Jacob, he's playing pretty slow here because of those, ICM decisions. He doesn't really want to get, he doesn't want to get too attached to the hand. I mean, at this point, he's set mining, or hoping for one of those favorable flops like 3-3-5. And yeah, it's exactly what Poker Pete said. BMC. If they make that obvious mistake, they're going to make a lot of other obvious mistakes.
The 85,000 over to Ari.
Ole Shumian or whatever. See, I don't hate the I wouldn't hate a raise here by Ari, because I think that it's going to be really hard for any of them to really want to if Ari puts in like a pot size bet, I think that it gets through a lot of the time here.
9-6 suited spades.
But you can't fault a guy with for calling either. I mean, Ari's sitting here, he's making the call. He's getting 7-1 plus implied odds. He's got the chip lead, so he's going to be able to put a lot of pressure on these guys post flop.
The chip lead, you can definitely get yourself more involved.
I do think that I would have liked to see him raise here.
With speculative hands like that, just hoping that you can knock another player out and flop a huge flop.
He's totally priced in with the pot odds to call this pre-flop raise.
4 ways to the flop. The flop is ace, jack, 10, 2.
Oh, look how sick that is. So we're going to see a huge pot develop between Paul and San Filippo. We got 2 pair against the flopped straight, so we're going to expect this to go check. San Filippo probably fires out way too big of a bet. Paul probably doesn't play it slow at all and probably raises, and that's how I think that this probably happens. Baisley folds, Ari folds, and that's it. I don't think that San Filippo has Paul covered, so probably not going to see an elimination
looks like Joseph
here.
has flopped top and bottom pair here on this board, but Paul has actually flopped Broadway.
So the right bet here is going to be about 180,000, maybe 200,000 on the high side. I think that what we're going to see is Joseph over betting here, and not actually over betting the pot. I'd be really surprised if he bet more than 400,000, though not really surprised. But he's going to bet too much.
300.
Yeah.
Joseph.
A 3/4 size bet is too much. You really need to be making it half pot there, maybe even a little less than half pot.
That's out 300,000, putting his feet in the fire again.
And Joseph is just in a dangerous position.
Joseph still has about a 16-17% chance of filling up, so he definitely has to stay in the action here.
Not all hope is lost, especially since Paul decides to slow play, and there's no reason why he wouldn't.
Well, Hesback, you're going to have to, against those kind of players, you want to go ahead and inflate the pot, and you want to take advantage of the biggest mistake that they're going to make, which is calling too much. That's pretty much what you want to do. Value bet thinner and bluff less.
It's about a 16-17% chance of filling up, so he definitely has to stay in the action here.
Not all hope is lost, especially since Paul decides to slow play, and there's no reason why he wouldn't.
Well, Hesback, you're going to have to, against those kind of players, you want to go ahead and inflate the pot, and you want to take advantage of the biggest mistake that they're going to make, which is calling too much. That's pretty much what you want to do. Value bet thinner and bluff less is how you should be taking advantage of those kind of situations.
Doesn't do much for anyone.
Does he just go all in here? I almost kind of feel like he's going to. It looks like Paul has. I'm not sure what the. I think that's like 500, 600, 700, 800, maybe like 900,000. So I think that we're probably going to just see Joseph shove.
Joseph asking for a chip count.
And Joseph does have Paul covered here. So I'm pretty sure he's thinking about putting it in. He feels like he doesn't want to see another card come off. There is a flush draw on the board. Joseph feels like he's still ahead and he wants to keep it that way. Little does he know, Paul is just going to beat him into the pot here.
He makes the bet. Paul goes
Listen, I'm all in.
all in. Snapping it all in. Got to make Joseph think for a second.
It's not going to be much more for Joseph to call, but he doesn't like it. And Joseph is now looking for an ace or a 10 on the river to fill up. Otherwise, Paul Feelig is going to double through him.
And the river comes to 7 of clubs. Paul goes ahead and doubles up through Joseph. Joseph definitely taking some shots to the face, which most fighters do before they get knocked out. Let's see if he can stay strong.
That was a good fly, yeah. We both gin the flop.
And Joseph is just seeing his chip lead go all over the place. Paul
Another little
Feelig, the
giggle there,
recipient of a
Pete.
huge pot.
And the action continues
Oh
with 20,
yeah,
40,000
huge flop. That was a fun
blinds
flop
and
for both of
5,000
us. Yeah. Oh. Oh yeah, not for you.
And the first act is Keith peeling back ace queen off. Makes
Okay,
the all-in
Keith.
move with ace queen off. Big stack. What's
He
he
can
gonna
if he
do?
wants.
And this
Pretty
is
early.
definitely a
He can
spot
fold
worth
too.
thinking about. It's marginal. You know that sevens might be ahead of Keith's shoving range because Keith does only have about 13 big blinds, but there are still a few people behind you to act. So
Yeah.
he decides that
See, I think that I probably, if I'm Ari here, I think that I'm probably folding this hand. For one thing, not only do you have to worry that the guy has you beat, you also have to worry about everyone else behind you. But another, with the dominating position that Ari finds himself in, I feel like he's actually his equity in the tournament is going to be higher the longer he's able to keep the short stacks in. So I think I probably would not go out of my way to be busting Keith in this situation and taking what is either a coin flip or a dominating, or a dominated position.
that he is just going to call, which I think is a great call. Not the spot to isolate, but fine if you are trying to eliminate a player to call with sevens. Eliminate a player to call with sevens.
I mean, I think that the whole table was behind him 9 iron 12. I think that what we had was Bodog Ari has sevens, and I think that Keith shoved under the gun, so he's got everybody behind him. I don't know. I don't think it's a great call, but I don't think that I would have even called. But it's also a call that you figure to be ahead. So I mean, you can't fault a guy for getting it in good. I just feel like, I feel like Keith is one of the super short stacks here, and I think that by keeping him in, you're able to keep keep that psychological inflection point in place and be able to keep the pressure on Paul and keep the pressure on Baisley and keep the pressure on these other guys who have have like 30, 40 big blinds in front of them. Ari's got such a commanding chip lead. He's got more than 50% of the stacks, more than 50% of the chips in play. Everybody else's stack combined doesn't reach Ari's stack at this point. So I think that he doesn't really need to go out of his way to eliminate the short stacks. He really, I don't hate the fold, but whatever.
Yeah, right.
Peter and Paul fold.
And now Keith is going to see that it is a classic flip situation for his tournament life. You encounter this in every tournament you play. You got to win flips to win tournaments.
Most tournaments are lost with ace queen. Let's see where Keith
Thanks,
can go
Jap.
with this.
Appreciate you joining us.
Flop comes down. Queen, king, 9, all diamonds. Queen on the board. Keith with a pair of queens against the pair of sevens of Ari.
Ari does, however, have the 7 of diamonds in his hand,
got
so
Jacob Diaz.
he is
Good to
not
see you,
quite
buddy.
out of the woods yet. If Ari hits a 7 or a diamond, he will retake the lead in his hand.
Poker Pete, I think everybody at
Turn
the
comes,
table
eight
is
of hearts,
considering
no
pay
help.
jumps, except for Ari.
Pray, pray,
Everybody
pray.
else
I
has
mean,
such,
Keith is praying to the poker
so
gods
few
pretty
chips
hard
compared
now
to
for
Ari.
his hand to hold for him to survive and double up here.
Wow. I mean, Baisley's not a fun player, right? Baisley is, a pro's pro. I'm sure that even he is sitting here looking, 7-handed at this point, and there's a huge difference between 7th and 2nd. With Bodog Ari sitting there with more than half the chips in play, more than everybody's stacks combined, they all got to be looking at 2nd and 3rd and thinking, okay, well, that wouldn't be such a bad spot to end up here. And really, all I have to do to end up there is just kind of sit back and let Ari do the work. So I think everybody at the table is considering those pay jumps. Probably not RJ. I'm probably going to just go ahead and go through the viewing party and get ready for my trip up there to Minnesota.
Boom, but it's a 2 of hearts.
And Keith is going to double up this hand.
Oh, the pain. Let's watch that pain a little bit more. Look how happy he is here. He feels it. It's going to happen. It's gonna happen. He feels it. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Survive and double up here.
Here we go.
Boom, but it's a 2 of hearts.
And he
Keith
survives.
is going to double up this hand. His pair of queens besting Ari's 7th.
He looks like disappointed.
And he doubles up nicely to 1.1 million.
He looks
and
disappointed
change,
that
puts him back
he
in the
kind of
swing.
like, yeah, that's
The high
right.
flying
I knew it.
action will continue here at River City right after this.
Yeah, agreed, Mason. Come on, HPT.
The cards are flying.
There we
the
go.
chips are flying. There's a lot of action on the table. Let's get back and watch.
Not a surprise to see Ari with all the chips still. He's got 6.4 million. Paul, Keith, Jacob, and Joseph all over a million, so still a lot of play left for them. But Peter Brooks on our short stack with 12 big blinds is still looking for a spot to double up. The blinds continuing at 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. Button is on Paul Feelig in seat 6.
Keith Brody, the first to act, folds his hand over to Ari Engel, and Ari Engel peels back. Jack 6 off. Not worthy of his play. And Ace 9 suited for Jose.
Oh, yeah.
And Jose's been fairly tight with his opening range, so, I'd be really surprised to see him fold Ace 9 suited, though, and he doesn't. So he will open to 8
Watch
suited,
for this,
though, and
guys.
he's really tight with his... And
I
Jose's
see this
been
quite a
fair-
bit when players make a pre-flop bet and it's kind of a hand drop. Watch what happens after he puts out his chips. Watch what he does with his hand. He kind of just drops it onto the felt. You'll see this a lot. Again, you can't really say that it means any one thing until you can correlate it to hand strength. But this is another one of those pre-flop bet moves to be looking out
tight
for.
with his opening range, so
Right there, you see that? We'll go ahead and
I'd be tight
watch
with
that a
his opening
few
range,
more
so
times.
fairly tight with his opening range, so fairly tight with his opening range, so fairly tight with his opening range, so I'd be really surprised to see him fold Ace 9 suited, though, and he doesn't, so he will open to 85,000.
Ace 4 suited for Joseph. A hand he'll definitely play. He calls the 85,000.
And guys, why do you have to announce call when you fire out 85,000 chips there? Why does he have to say call and put out the chips? Don't vocalize your actions. Don't vocalize your actions. Take a lesson from Joseph on what not to do. We've seen him dust off his chip stack. Now he's one of the shorties here. It wouldn't surprise me if he goes out next. Honestly, I mean, he's been playing pretty piss poorly. I mean, obviously, Joseph, you're at the final table, and I'm sitting here watching. It's a lot easier when you're watching the thing, and I don't mean to take anything away from the accomplishment of getting there, because obviously you've been doing something right. But don't vocalize your actions, subscribers. This is a mistake. It's just a mistake.
Over to Peter.
Once again, you just see Joseph running into hands that have him dominated today, and sometimes the cards just...
Yeah, BMC, I don't know what he feels like. I don't know if he's looking at Ace 9 suited thinking it's strong or weak or what. All I'm saying is notice the drop. Notice the hand drop, because it's correlating to something. It's going to correlate to something. And, once you figure out what it is, you're going to be able to take advantage of that information. I guess if I have ace-9 suited, we're 7-handed, the chip leader just folded, now we're 6-handed. I'm raising thinking that, I'm going to say that it's kind of like an obligation move. You know, you'll see some of those obligation moves, especially like, you know, c-bets and pre-flop raises where someone kind of like ups it like that, an obligation move. I feel like in this situation, the Jose, you know, fist drop might also indicate an obligation move, a hand that, you know, he's not like super in love with, but also feels obligated to make the move with. So ace-9 suited, I don't know. We'll look for it. We've got, you know, this in the second episode, in the second part of this tournament. So we'll see if we can't see that same that same drop, and see if we can't correlate it pretty strongly.
Don't break your way.
You know, one thing that I would notice though is ace-9 suited isn't complete air, right? So maybe we don't see that same obligation move. Maybe we don't see that same fist drop with a hand like 9-2 offsuit.
Jacob throws it away. Keith peels back. Jack Queen suited spades.
Nothing wrong with the call. I also don't think there'd be anything wrong with the shove here. I think that Keith has the kind of stack where I think he's kind of in that tween stack where he's looking for a spot to go ahead and 3-bet shove all in with, you know, in spots where he has fold equity. And I don't think that this would be that bad of a spot. I think that he would actually be increasing his stack by like 30-something%. And he has quite a bit of fold equity if he just makes the shove. So I wouldn't hate Keith shoving here. And Mason, yeah, I do it. I see tells that I make all the time, and it's frustrating. This is why it's so important to standardize. I don't know that a lot of other pros really spend a lot of time watching themselves on TV. But they should.
As we'll limp into the action with another 45,000 chips.
I mean, it's
This
really
week, HPT crowns a new champion at River City
Sorry,
Casino.
guys.
This week, HPT's got 6.4 million.
Over to Peter.
Jose has the betting lead right now, being the pre-flop aggressor.
Flop comes. Ace, king, queen.
Sorry, what?
Top pair
Yeah,
for
we're on.
Jose and Joseph. Jose with a 9 versus the 4.
Okay, so he's looking like confused, not sure what to do. What to do? I mean, you have bottom pair. You know what you're going to do. You're going to check and hope to God that they give you a free card.
But still, the board's early. We just deal with the flop here.
And Jose, that's exactly the flop he wants. Joseph, I don't think he's folding his pair of aces. I think that we're probably going to see Joseph leave right now.
There is a gut shot straight possibility for Keith.
Oh my gosh, you know what I bet's going to happen, guys? I bet Jose fires out. I would guess that he'd fire out probably half the pot. You know, he's supposed to have some skills, right? Team Pro Heads Up Poker Club. Supposed to have some skills out there from New York. He's patched up. He's been on the trail for a long time. I'm going to be surprised if he bets more than half the pot. I think probably like 120K here, 125 is probably what he pops in. And what do you guys want to bet that Joseph just decides to just raise it?
Jose bets out 140,000.
What do you? Okay, 140. That's acceptable. Less than half the pot. Not bad bet sizing Joseph or Jose. What do you want to bet that Joseph just shoves? Here it comes. Here it comes.
And actions on Joseph.
One thing, Hesback, I kind of feel like, you know, we didn't see the hand drop there, and I'm going to say that Jose definitely feels stronger about his situation right now than he did when he made his bet pre-flop. So no hand drop. I'm going to say that this isn't an obligation C-bet. This is an actual, I've got a strong hand C-bet. He feels good about it. And I bet that Joseph shoves here. No, wow, look at this. Joseph, nice fold. Nice fold.
And Keith decides to fold his hand face up. And Jose's going to take down a decent...
Don't fold your hand face up, guys. Don't expose your hand. Jesus, Keith, what are you doing?
...size pot with not a lot of resistance from his opponents.
I'm surprised. I really thought that we were going to see Joseph decide to make that raise. I mean, you're going to play a hand like ace-4 of hearts there. What are you hoping to flop where you're going to continue with the hand? I mean, if he's not going to continue when he hits his ace, I guess he's looking for 3-4s. I guess he's looking to flop a flush. I guess he's looking to flop 2 pair. He flops top pair and he just folds it. I don't know. Exactly, Hesback. Exactly.
Nice confidence
Completely
builder for
agree.
Jose. First hand.
I mean, it turns out that it was the right fold, but I don't. You know, if he's gonna fold when the ace hits, I don't think that he should even play the hand.
And I've seen him play in a little bit here. All right, we're up to new blinds at 25, 50,000 with a 5,000 ante.
And actions on Keith, and he's going to fold.
Come on, Ari.
Over
Let's
to
see that
Ari.
VPIP. You can do
Feeling
it.
back
2-3
at
suited.
2-3
Good
suited
enough.
clubs.
Come
The
on.
chip leader has his limits for his starting hands. He
And I
decides
think
to fold.
both of these guys, I think that I make that raise. I mean, we've got you know, Jose sitting there with the 9-8 suited. I think that I would have raised there. He's in the hijack spot. We have, you know, Bodog Ari with 2-3 suited and more than 50% of the chips. I think that I make that call, or I think that I would be making that raise too.
Fold. And now action is folded over to Peter Brooks on the button. He's our short stack, looking for a spot to shove. That would have been a good one if he had anything to really go off of, but he doesn't.
I was surprised that Jose folded that 9-8 suited there.
Yeah, I mean, Jose's definitely been playing a lot tighter than some of the other players at this table, and I don't know if that's a good strategy or not for him. We'll have to see how it works out.
Yeah, we might have
Paul calls the line with a king five off.
another streamer watching, Ryan LaPlante. Potential, if you're here, buddy. Good to see you. We're gonna have to do your Stratosphere final table here pretty soon. And thanks once again to Heartland Poker Tour for letting us use their footage. Really appreciate it, you guys. Good group of guys out there. Love their tournaments, love their structures. Let's go ahead and continue here.
Jacob decides to check his option from the big blind with 6-4 offsuit.
Here comes the flop.
Yeah,
6, 2, 3.
second guy I was watching
Jacob
a little
with
bit
a
of
pair of
that
sixes, not much
here on
up to
Twitch.
Paul.
I thought that he did a pretty good
Paul
job.
has a gut shot straight draw, but he's not going to bet it. He checks
I missed
over.
it. I missed it. Did Paul really just open limp? It looks like he must have,
bets us.
right?
I'm gonna
I was
bet
looking
it
at my
as
phone.
6, 2.
Did Paul really just do this? Did he just...
or not for him. I don't know if that's a good strategy. Players at the definitely been playing a lot
Okay, so
tighter
this
than
doesn't
some of the
actually
other players
count
at this table, and
as an open limp, okay? Because he's in a small blind, so he's already, you know, he already has some you know, pot, you know, some chips committed. I don't, you know, when a player limps in the small blind, I'm a real big fan of raising from the big blind with pretty much any 2 cards. I don't like that limp. If I'm going to play a hand in the small blind, I'm going to go ahead and take the pre-flop aggression. I'm going to raise it. I'm going to raise it more than I normally would because you're going to be out of position should they call, so they have more of a reason to call. I'd be making it 3x from the small blind, but when a small blind limps into me, especially in these kind of situations, you know, pre-ante I might go ahead and let it slide, but post-ante at a final table like this, I'm putting some pressure back on him. If I'm Jacob Baisley here, I'm raising, and I'm going to be making it. You know, I'm going to bump it up to 3x.
I don't know if that's a good strategy or not for him.
I don't think it's a good
We'll have to see
strategy.
how it works.
And somehow he gets Baisley just to go ahead and play the 6-4 offsuit, super you know, super weak. You know, notice if Paul would have just fired into this pot pre-flop, he takes it. I don't like it. I don't like the way either one of these guys are playing it because I think Baisley can take the pot right here. I think Paul can take the pot right here. And so much of poker, so much of winning tournaments is taking pots that you're not really entitled to. So let's take a look. What's up,
Paul
Sean?
calls the
Good
blind
to see
with
you,
a king
man.
5 off.
Jacob decides to check his option from the big blind with 6-4 offsuit.
Here comes the flop. 6, 2, 3. Jacob with a pair of sixes, not much help to Paul.
Paul has a gut shot straight draw, but he's not going to bet it. He checks it over.
I don't like the check by Paul. I think that you know, there's 135,000 in there. A lot of times you're going to be able to take the pot, but most of the time both players miss here. So when you've got king high, I mean, a lot of times king high itself is just going to be good enough. You know, a lot of times king high is actually going to be the best hand here. He also has a you know, a gut shot straight draw to go along with his king high. if I'm Paul, if I did decide to just go ahead and limp for whatever reason, and Baisley just limps behind me, a flop like 6-2-3, I'm gonna go ahead and fire out. And when he checks, though, Jacob not firing out here would just be a sin, just be criminal.
Jacob bets out 65,000.
Yeah, go for it, Jacob.
Overcard, gut straight.
I mean, it'll work. It'll work, Jacob. If you limp on the small blind, I'm definitely raising you from the big blind. And then if you re-raise, just make sure that it's enough, because I'm rarely folding. I'm gonna have position, and usually I'm gonna be getting the right the pot odds and implied odds to go ahead and take a flop with you. So definitely, I don't really think that there's a good counter strategy to an aggressive big blind against your small blind. Re-raise all in would do it, though.
Oh.
Paul's just thinking off of his stack size. Does he want to just try to call for?
I guess that's the counter strategy. That would work. That would work, Jacob, and that would work, Cass. If you limp, have me raise, and then just shove your whole stack in. Hopefully we're playing really, really, really deep, and you'll get away with it. I would say like 85% of the time.
Gut shot here. Is there enough implied odds and enough equity really for him?
Wow, look at that. So Paul just check calls here. It's like, okay. I mean, I guess he thinks that his king high is good, but decided that he didn't want to fire it out. I think it's a horrible call by Paul. I think that if the way that he played this hand, I feel like he's made 3 mistakes so far in 3 different decisions.
Him to get some chips from Jacob if he did hit his gut shot and he decides it worked.
Look at that little sly smile from Baisley there.
Did hit his gut shot and he decides it's worth if he did hit his gut shot and he decides it's worth a try.
That was a weird expression there.
8 of spades hits the turn. No help to anyone. Jacob's still good with the pair of 6s.
Come on, Jacob.
Jacob decides that he wants the pot control.
Okay, pot control. I feel like pot control. I've said this before. I feel like pot control has become just another word for timid play. I think that Jacob takes the pot right here if he just fires out. Instead, he's giving himself a 16% shot to lose at a pretty critical point in the tournament. 265,000 chips means nothing to Ari, but for these two players, we're looking at a pretty significant percentage of their stack. Come on, Jacob, you can take the pot right there.
River brings a 4. Boom.
That's not a good card for Jacob. It gives him
a horrible card. So what do you do when you're Paul here? You fire out that value bet. You can't expect that Jacob is going to bet for you. In this case, if Paul were to check, Jacob would in fact bet for him because he's got 2 pair. I think that he would go for that thin little value bet. How much should he bet? Half pot seems about right. Maybe 2/3 pot. Somewhere around 130 to anywhere all the way up to 200,000 perhaps. Let's go ahead and see what he does.
But it gives Paul that gut shot straight he was looking for.
I feel like we've seen Paul tend to underbet pots, so it wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't get as much value as he should here.
Some chips are going to change hands here. Paul bets out 70,000.
Boom.
It's such a tiny bet that even though Jacob doesn't like the texture of the board,
look at Bays. Look how good that call is. I mean, he's just sitting there. He looks at that. He's just kind of like, this is so stupid. I'm not raising here. And this guy he's got this disgusted look, like if he's got the 5, he just basically gifted me 100,000 chips.
Cry call.
Paul picks it up.
He decides to show anyway.
Action.
I actually think that one of the players asked what he had. I think that's why he showed. I don't think that he had to show.
Talk to our favorite poker player and legend, Doyle Brunson, brought to us by our friends at Ace Play Poker.
I'll leave this one here for you guys.
Bruce,
you can watch
we play poker. It's safe. We're in a casino environment.
Doyle
we
Brunson.
never
I'm gonna
feel
go get a
like
drink.
anything shady's going on or anything bad's going to happen. But back in Doyle's day, he was involved in some sketchy situations, and Doyle's going to tell us about the time when he ducked an FBI raid from the help of his now wife, Louise.
This is going to be fascinating. I'm glued. Let's see this.
We got raided. The FBI got some false information. They burst into our house in San Angelo and arrested us and took us down and put us in jail. And at that point, I think is when Louise found out that I wasn't a bookkeeper, but it was too late. We'd been going out for about a year, and we were pretty serious. And I know we got down there, and I'd used an assumed name in San Angelo, and they went around and asked all the football bettors if they knew Doyle Brunson, and nobody knew him because I was Paul Wainer, actually. I chose that name because he had a brother named Lloyd Wainer. They were Hall of Fame baseball players, and I had a brother named Lloyd, so that's the way that happened. And the sheriff told me, son, don't let the sun go down on you in San Angelo. And sure enough, I didn't. I'd wrecked my car. I had to borrow one of Louise's cars to get out of town on. I don't think I had any money. So.
At this point in the final table, any decision you make for your chips can be catastrophic. When we come back, let's see who makes the right decisions. Thanks for coming back to the HPT. One of these players is going to win over $142,000. Let's get back to the action.
Ari Engel refuses to relinquish his chip lead. He still has $6.35 million, but Paul Falik has actually made some strides now, getting to that 2 million chip mark, and the short stack just keeps on getting shorter. Peter Brooks can't seem to find a good spot, and he's down to 7 big blind.
Button on Paul in seat 6, blinds 25, 50,000 with a $5,000 ante.
And Ari looks down at 8-6 suited, and
okay,
looks
guys,
like he decides to come in and open this pot with a raise with that hand. And honestly, I'm fine with it. I think Ari has the chip lead. I think that he has a pretty good handle on how the rest of the players are playing against him. So when you're in control of a final table, you should definitely continue keeping your foot on that pedal.
I love the raise. I love the raise by
Ari.
Ari.
He knows when to speed and he knows when to slow down.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Buffer? Changes up his aggression. I mean, he okay, it's okay. It's okay. I just feel like that's just something to say. He really should be even more aggressive than he has been, in my opinion. We're seeing him fold 2-3 suited when I think that he should raise. Now he's doing what I think that he should be doing.
And action is folded around.
Changing up your aggression doesn't mean raising one hand.
To Jacob, who hasn't been afraid to tangle with Ari, and like I said, it's just about the fact that these two players probably
Maria
have a
Ho,
lot more
Jay
history
Davis.
against each other than against some of the other players at this table. But he gives it some thought and decides to respect the under the gun raise.
Keith makes a wise call with a 6-5 suited.
He decides to defend the big blind, but
I'm gonna have to rewind this, guys. I didn't see what Baisley folded.
To continue keeping your foot on that pedal.
But I also like how he changes
I don't think
up
they
his
showed
aggression.
it, did they?
He knows when to speed and he knows when to slow down.
And action is folded around to Jacob, who, hasn't been afraid to tangle with Ari. And like I said, it's just about the fact that these two players probably have a lot more history against each other than against some of the other players at this table. But he gives it some thought and decides to respect the under the gun raise.
Just got a link from one of our buddies, Jason Bullock,
who just
call
with a 6-5
said that there were 2 former federal agents charged with stealing Bitcoin during the Silk Road probe.
Flop comes king, 6-4, 2 diamonds. Pair of sixes for each player.
Ari with the better kicker, though, and I'm sure after Keith checks it to him, Ari is, though.
Let's watch how Keith checks when he actually hits a flop.
Flop comes king, 6-4, 2 diamonds.
1, 2.
Pair of sixes for each
1,
player.
2. Okay.
Ari with the better.
For each 4, 2 diamonds. Pair of sixes for each player. Diamonds. Pair of sixes for each player. 2 diamonds. Pair of sixes for each player.
Ari.
So you can pretty much expect that Ari's going to go ahead and c-bet here with anything. If you're in Keith's spot, I don't think that a check raise is such a bad idea here. I definitely like the check raise more than I like just the check call.
with the better kicker.
I mean, best case scenario is you're ahead, but Ari's going to have 6 outs, 12%, and if you just check call and then check the turn, you're going to give him another free shot. You're turning a situation where you could probably just take it down, and you're giving him basically 2 free shots at his 6 outer.
Though, and I'm sure after Keith checks it to him, Ari is going to continuation bet. But no, he decides that he wants to just check it back here. Again, exercising a little bit of pot control. Maybe he doesn't like that flush draw on the flop.
Wow. So I don't... maybe Ari knows something that we don't about Keith. Maybe he has seen Keith check enough to know that Keith possibly was going to go for a check raise there. And, maybe that's why Ari doesn't take advantage, doesn't take the opportunity to c-bet. That could be. They have enough history at this point. And keep in mind, anytime you're watching one of these episodes, you're only seeing, a very, very small percentage of the hands that they actually played out. So it could be that Ari has a very compelling reason not to c-bet here. But on the other hand, it also could be that he just he gave up some value by just checking. I don't really like it. I don't like the check most of the time unless he has that compelling read that we don't know about. Here we've got Keith firing out. He thinks that he's got the best hand, and this is going to be a disaster for Keith.
The 8 hits the turn, strengthening Ari's hand. 2 pairs, 6s and 8s.
But
we could probably find out, Jay
decides to
Carves.
bet into this pot,
We could probably
making
find out.
75,000 with his pair of 6s and a gut shot straight draw.
Oh, what does that look like to you guys? What does that look like to you? This looks like Keith is going to sing a swan song.
Ari wisely raises to 180,000.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna go ahead and slow this down. I just need to absorb this for a second.
Draw.
Ari wisely raises to 180,000.
Oh man, Keith, if you could take back 2 seconds of your life, I'm gonna say that that's probably it.
He's just gonna move all in here and just pray. When you pray,
Ari, this is what we love about Ari. Look at him. He's really contemplating. He's really sitting there thinking, I mean, is 2 pair not good here? I mean, this is what we like to see. This is the mark of a champion who actually considers all of his options at every state, and really gives it some thought, Most players are just going to snap call to that call. Turn over their 2 pair. They don't try to think about what the other guy could have. Ari is sitting here thinking, okay, so we're sitting here 7-handed left. Keith started with this stack. He's thinking about this. Does he care about the money? What would he check raise with? What is he firing out with? Am I beat here? He's considering all of his options, which is just great. It's just great. Ari Engel, what a champ.
it worked out really well for him.
Okay, I'll call.
Now he's gonna see.
he's like, I'm pretty sure I'm ahead. I call.
He's gonna need a 7 in order to win. The 5's not gonna help him. And Ari is hoping that this time he will be able to score that knockout.
Whoa, yeah, that's what it feels like right there. That's the pain right there. He's like, oh, I fucked up.
Keith's just saying 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. Send me to heaven. River comes to 3 of diamonds. No help. Ari's the winner. Keith is eliminated in 7th place. Ari sweeping in the pot.
Keith's gonna go home with just under 20,000, so I'm sure he's not too sad about that.
Blinds continue at 25, 50,000.
Mason, you're better off not verbalizing anything. But all in, it might be better just to to say all in than to shove all in. It might be better to say all in than to actually try to shove your stack all in. It's really I don't like verbalizing, but I also, it's also hard to standardize an all-in shove because it so rarely happens. So, you know, don't do both.
With 5,000 ante.
Now we are six-handed, the official start of what I believe is short-handed play. I want to see Jose, who just...
Yeah, I don't really like the fold by Jose. I can understand it with Ari being in the big blind, but, you know, six-handed, ace-7 is a good enough hand that you should probably make that raise.
Fold at ace-7 to start opening up.
And we gotta expect it. We gotta expect it. Is this Paul at this point?
His game a little bit. He's very, very tight. Peter Brooks looks down at ace-6 and finally finds that hand he has been waiting for.
So that's a good enough shove. You know, he's got less than 10 big blinds, so that's a fine shove. We got Bays here with the ace-9. Is he making the call? I think that he probably does, right?
And it couldn't come a moment too soon as he only has
What's up,
7 big
V-Rob?
blinds.
Jacob peeling back ace-9.
It's not an easy call. I mean, it's one of those fence situations, and a lot of times he's dominated here. So V-Rob actually took down an HPT in Red Rock. I hate to give spoilers here, but we're gonna try to get with V-Rob. Good to see you, man. We're gonna try to get with V-Rob in one of these future viewing parties and have you right here on the stream too. You know, we'll have you over here in the your little Skype video over here and my video over here, and we'll go through a hand for hand of the Red Rock HPT that you took down. If you'd be down for that, I think it'd be kind of cool. So we'll try to get that sorted out if you're down, V-Rob.
3 aces are on the table, unbeknownst to the players.
So what happens here, guys? I'm going to tell you what happens. Baisley is going to make the call. Ari makes the fold, and Baisley gets Peter's chips. The reason I'm pretty sure that's what happens is because we're watching this hand. The fact that it actually made the final cut of all the dozens or hundreds of hands that ended up on the cutting room floor. So,
and he pushes it all in.
Jacob does the right thing, ISOing Peter's short stack with Jacob's somewhat.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, a call here by Jacob and a shove here by Jacob is about the same thing. You know, if you call, I guess sometimes you put yourself in an awkward position if if for some reason it induces a bluff by Ari, but you're not folding either. So Ari should know that you're not folding. So I think that a call and a shove is the same thing.
Short stack, and Jacob does have Peter dominated. So Peter's looking for a 6 in order to double up here.
Flop.
Well, Mason, keep in mind that Peter has fewer than 10 big blinds. You're six-handed, so he can't just wait around anymore. He's really looking to make a move. Ace-9. It really is a fence decision, though, because a lot of times you're going to be dominated. A lot of times he is going to wake up with an ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen, ace-king. A lot of times he is going to have, a pair of 9s, or better as far as like a starting pair. So, when you look down the ace-9 offsuit and you got this guy shoving all in, and you look at your own stack and think, okay, if I lose this, I'm in kind of a desperate spot. But I feel like Peter's shoving light enough of the time where ace-9 sometimes is dominating him, probably more often than not is dominating him. Yeah, we can go back to that.
I want to see Jose, who just folded ace-7, to start opening up his game a little bit. He's very, very tight.
So he announces his all in and puts his stack in.
Very, very tight.
I'm all in.
Peter Brooks looks down at ace-6 and finally finds that hand
very
he has been waiting for, and it couldn't come a moment too soon as he only has 7 big blinds. Very, very tight.
I would say, V-Rob, that the timing of it was pretty quick. Usually when someone looks at a super strong hand, they're not going to just shove very, very quickly. So there's that going against strength. What specifically, Rob, do you see here that makes you feel like it's a weak
his game a little bit. He's
weak shove.
very, very tight. Peter Brooks looks down at a6 and finally finds that hand. He has Brooks looks. Peter Brooks looks down at a6 and finally finds Peter very, very tight. Peter Brooks looks down at a6 and finally finds that hand he has been waiting for, and it couldn't come a moment too soon as he only has 7 big blinds.
It's I don't know that it's an easy call. I feel like it's a pretty on the fence spot. Yeah, I mean, I think that I'm gonna have to agree with you, V Rob. If you look at the way he did it very quickly, and he also it's like he's feigning confidence. I mean, he's all in for his whole tournament life. So why would you ever be comfortable and confident in this spot? So it's kind of like one of those those classic carotels. Acting strong means weak. Acting confident means weak. He's projecting confidence here, which is the opposite of being confident, and he's also doing it fairly quickly. So for all those reasons, I'm going to go ahead and agree with you. He would totally pause with ace queen, ace king, says V-Rob, and I agree with V-Rob. V-Rob would know. He has been in this situation and came out on the winning side of it. So
I want to see Jose, who just folded a7, to start opening up his game a little bit. He's very, very
he's like, fuck, gotta do it.
tight. Peter Brooks
has a little
looks down at a6 and finally
left shoulder
finds
shrug,
he
does
has
it
been
very
waiting
quickly,
for,
trying
and
to
it
feign
couldn't
that
come a moment too
confidence.
soon as he only has 7 big blinds.
Jacob peeling back ace-9. 3 aces are on the table, unbeknownst to the players. And he pushes it all in.
Not at all. Can't blame Peter for shoving at all. I mean, he's got he's got the shove stack. He looks down 6-handed, a6 offsuit, so it's not a bad shove. The ace actually kind of helps his hand because he's got a blocker. It's gonna it makes it harder for one of the other guys to wake up with a hand. Oh, and am I wrong here that it looks like I thought that Jacob was actually in the small blind and he only had to worry about R8. Does he also have to worry about Jose here? No,
Jacob
I guess
does
it's
the right
only.
thing, ISOing
I
Peter's
guess it's only
short
one
stack
big
with
blind.
Jacob's somewhat short stack, and Jacob does have.
So maybe we're looking at this is actually exactly the very next hand. Are we seeing back-to-back eliminations? That's pretty cool.
Peter dominated. So Peter's looking for a 6 in order to double up here.
And I agree with V-Rob. Never chew gum at the table. It's actually kind of interesting. We've got 2 people here chewing gum at the table, and they're sitting right next to each other. So what happened was Joseph sat there and he was like, "Hey, you want some gum?" And Peter was like, "Yeah, I'll take some."
Flop comes 4 Jack 2.
That might work too, actually, because there are 2 spades. So now Peter does have a backdoor flush draw, but it needs to come runner.
Turn comes an 8. Jacob's 9 kicker is definitely strong at this point.
Peter's just looking.
It's kind of lame that they make them cover up their hats here. I mean, what do we got? We got a Rams hat. We've got a Reds hat. They're making them cover up their hat because the reason that they do this is because they don't want to have any sort of advertising conflicts. They don't want someone to be in a position where they're not going to run the HPT show because they've got a deal with a competing football team. I think it's lame though. Honestly, I feel like they should just allow those types of logos at the final table, and making players cover them up is kind of lame in my opinion.
For a 6 and only a 6 on the river, otherwise he will be our 6th place finisher.
Because I mean, yeah, V-Rob, these are sports teams. It's just kind of lame.
River brings a 5.
I'd love to hear what you think it is, V-Rob, because I've always kind of assumed that the reason that they were covering up the logos was because they were worried about marketing conflicts when they're actually showing the stuff. No, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. There's, you're not going to open yourself up to a trademark lawsuit if you have, if you have a video of a guy wearing, a Royals hat or drinking a Coke.
Jacob is going to take down that pot, eliminating Peter Brooks in sixth place.
It's not trademark infringement. If you have a video, if you are doing a documentary and you show a guy drinking a Coke, you don't have to blur the logo. People do blur the logo though because they don't want to have marketing conflicts. But Coke can't sue you because you're not infringing on their trademark.
Jacob throws out a bet with a pair of twos to 100,000.
I mean, you're right about that. Lawyers do tell that. And I remember there was a gal who came out to Vegas a few years ago, back like 2006, and she was doing a documentary, and she was like, "Oh, we have to cover up that logo." And I was like, "Why do you have to cover up the logo?" And she's like, "You just do. It's something they teach you in film school. It's very, very important." And I'm like, "It's not very important. It's irritating. This is what's wrong with the world. Is like." You've got to cover up what's really happening because you're worried about getting sued. It's retarded. It's ridiculous. When I've seen posts on it, usually people are covering up logos that I see because they're worried about marketing conflicts. If Coke is a big sponsor of your show or your network, and then you have some guy drinking a Pepsi, sometimes it can mess that up. And then a lot of times, like they're paying for product placement in shows, so to give product placement for free, makes it seem like it's less valuable. But one of the things, right off the bat that I feel like tour producers can do, like the Heartland Poker Tour, like the WSOP, and like the EPT, like the WPT, is to open up the opportunity for players to wear whatever logos they want. We've got Team Pro Heads Up Poker Club right here. Why aren't they covering that up? Why do you think they're not covering that up, V-Rod, but they are covering up the Reds? It's ridiculous to me.
And Ari, right behind him, is not going to make this easy. And this is why, when you have a good player to your left with a lot of chips, you've always got to be cautious.
Ari putting out 215,000 for the raise.
Wow, look at this. Look at this. Ari just kind of punishing Jacob. Jacob is sitting here deciding that, he's going to actually try to make a play at the pot.
Jacob throws out a bet with a pair of twos to 100,000.
And Ari just decides, you know what? I've got a huge stack here. Baisley's going to go ahead and try to make a move. You respect the aggression, but you're not going to let him get away with it. It's pretty it's pretty frustrating when you're in Baisley's spot, because what are you going to do about it? You're going to re-raise all in with pocket, with his pocket pair.
5 players left at this final table. Jacob throws out a bet with a pair of twos to 100,000.
And Ari, right behind him, is not going to make this easy. And this is why, when you have a good player to your left with a lot of chips, you've always got to be cautious.
Ari putting out 215,000 for the raise with 8-6 off.
And this is definitely just a power play with position from Ari. 3-betting with that hand is not really because Ari thinks it's a great hand, but it's just because we're shorthanded. He knows Jacob is limited.
Just start this one more time, you guys.
In 6th place.
With a nice win of $22,982.
Good to see you, Willie.
That can make for a very nice weekend of celebration. As the action continues at 50,000 blinds with the 5,000 ante. 5 players left at this final table. Jacob throws out a bet with a pair of twos to 100,000.
I don't think, if you're looking at like where Ari is looking during the hand, I don't really think that he picks anything specific up on Baisley. I think he's just looking at his stack and looking at everyone else's stack and realizing that it's just such it's such ICM suicide for Baisley to go out at this point that there's not a lot of hands that he's going to really push. So Jake makes it 100K. That's just fine. I think that what we must be looking at is 25.50 something
Ari,
like that.
right behind him, is not going to make it this easy, and this is why, you know.
Let me think about what the blinds must be. Maybe 20-40, with like 8K blinds.
When you have a good player to your left with a lot of chips, you've always got to be cautious.
Ari putting out 215,000
You're right,
for the
Jacob.
Rays with 8-6 off.
And this is definitely just a power play with position from Ari. 3-betting with that hand is not really because Ari thinks it's a great hand, but it's just because we're shorthanded. He knows Jacob is limited in his options.
So frustrating. I think that if you're Jacob here, though, I mean, you're sitting here with 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. I think that it's a mistake to fold pocket twos here. I think that he's better off going ahead and making the call and playing some poker. He's got enough chips to go ahead and maybe set mine. You can't really expect, though, that you're going to be able to double through Ari. But when you fold, you're losing all credibility for your pre-flop raises. And he's getting he's getting 4-1 just straight pot odds. I like the call here, but I don't like raising. I wouldn't fault him for folding though either, just because it's like, okay, well, it's such ICM suicide to go out 6th here.
How he needs to be playing right now.
Yeah, Mason, I think that you can. I think that he can profitably set mine here. I also, for the other reason of I don't like making a fold to this small of a 3-bet, just because it's going to take credibility away from future pre-flop raises. I think that calling and check folding is the right move here unless you hit a set.
So Ari's going to take advantage of that.
I think Jacob's priced in to make this call.
Yeah, Jake. Oh, look at this. Oh, my gosh.
You make moves like this. He's going to shove his 30 big blind stack with deuces because he's banking on the fact that...
Wow, he's like, you know what? He's just screwing with me here. I'm going to go ahead and let him just knock me out in 6th place. Jeez. I mean, I think that obviously Ari is going to make the fold here, but well, I love it because we can see their cards and we can see that Ari's going to fold, Willie, but I feel like it's a pretty huge stack to be making that shove with. I mean, he's looking at a huge stack. I think he's like in 2nd place here, and it sure is a disaster when he goes out 6th. I mean, if I'm I don't love this shove. I don't love the shove. I think that sometimes Ari actually does wake up with like an ace king or an ace queen and snap call. Sometimes Ari does have 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces, 9s, 8s, and makes the call. I think that Ari, when he makes that shove, I actually feel like Ari is probably going to be making the call with any pocket pair. He's getting almost he's getting a great price on the call, and it looks like Jacob doesn't want to get called. So I think that Ari is making the price with making the call with any pocket pair, and when he makes the call with any pocket pair, Jacob's out of the tournament in 6th, which is just a horrible exit with his chip stack and the position that he finds himself in. I don't like it.
Ari can't make the call, and he's right.
And Ari makes the fold. Strong bet by Jacob. Strong show of aggression. Pays out strongly.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Hez. Obviously, if Baisley has some sort of like cold read on Ari and he just knows that Ari's gonna fold, he's sure of it because of some read that he's got, then I love it. But if he's just like, oh, I think I'm getting pushed around, he better be more than just I've got a feeling. He better be able to point to something real specific and say, this is what he did in this hand when he made that bet that made me know that he was going to fold. And if he can't say specifically what it is, if it was just a gut feeling, well, it's good that it worked out for you, Baisley. A lot of times those gut feelings get you right down in 6th.
Another knockout at our HPT final table here in St. Louis, Missouri at the River City Casino. It's time to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, more exciting final table action. You're watching the HPT.
No, Willie, I don't like a 4-bet with like 500K. What I like is the call for set bet mine value and check folding almost every single flop.
One single mistake can be catastrophic to how you're going to come out at this HPT final table. Let's get back to the action.
I mean, you're just joining us, Willie. So take a look at you got to take a look at the stack sizes. This is why I don't like his shoving range.
No surprise here.
Look at this. This is why I don't like the shove here. Okay, if you see what happened, Jacob started that hand in second place, a very, very, very distant second place to Ari. Ari's got more than all the chips combined, right? So I don't really like Baze's shove. I feel like he's just setting himself up for a 5th place finish when he has, third or second all but locked up, and he can pretty much once he gets into that spot where he's heads up against Ari, then or 3-handed, then he can start trying to build up his stack. But it's just such. I think it's a negative EV play to make that shove. I think that a lot of times it ends in a really, really bad exit interview.
That Ari is just in.
No, Joseph, I'm not playing for second. But what I am doing is playing to get heads up. And once you're heads up, then you're going to be able to, then you're going to be able to take down the tournament. You can't take down that tournament until you get heads up. And because of the chip positions, if I was Baisley, I would definitely be playing not to go out 5th or 4th.
Increasing.
What's up, Jay Ruffer? I think that's James right there. Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for the subscription. I'll give you the spiel. I think that you already have one of these, but we're going to go ahead and ship you a link to a DRM free copy. Thanks so much for supporting the stream. Always good to see you, buddy, in the chat, man. Welcome to the crew. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it, Ruffer. That's got to be one of my buddies. What did you tell? When should we raise you? We'll have to, on one of these viewing parties, James, we'll go through some of my own, past hands. I got to make a final table of the HPT first, because HPT is so far the only one we have permission to do this with. But hey, man, thank you so much for the subscription, man. I really appreciate the supporting the stream. Gonna go ahead and continue here. So take a look at this, Willie. This is where we're at. We've got Ari Engel here with all the chips and Jacob Baisley, and this is why I don't like this shove here. Ari could almost even just spite call Baisley, because losing 1.3 million last hand doesn't really hurt him that much. And I don't know. I don't like the shove.
His chip lead over the rest of the players, he's got just under 7.5 million, but Jacob and Paul are not going to back down. They're putting up a tough fight, both with over 1.5 million in chips. And our 2 short stacks, Joseph Sanfilippo, who did start out this final table as the chip lead, now has just 815,000, and Jose Montez with about 16 big blinds as well.
Joseph has to be the next guy out,
with
right?
25, 50,000 blinds and a 5,000 ante.
Action on Joe, he folds over to
Paul raising
who
to
has
105.
pocket sevens, and he's going to make
Baisley
it
makes the
105,000 to
fold.
go.
What do you do if you're Ari here? You got ace-2 of hearts, ace-2 suited. You got a guy who you feel like you can probably push around. Does he just see a flop, or does he actually raise?
Ari peeling back, ace-2 suited.
I think a raise is just fine here.
And Ari decides to 3-bet, making it 265,000 to go.
Thanks,
with
Ruffer.
his hand.
Wow, and then he gets Jose to fold. I wouldn't hate a 3-bet or a 4-bet shove here by Jose. He's got to be thinking that Ari is re-raising light. He's already seen that he's been able to get pushed off of a hand by Baisley's shove. I wouldn't hate the 4-bet here, but it's also, I also don't hate the fold.
And Jose with ace-10 is just going to fold. And that says a lot about how, with a different kind of player, you see 3-bets versus folds.
Strong raise by Ari into the sevens of Paul, with the suited opener only being really a 3% advantage pre-flop to get.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Joseph, maybe you're right. You know, when we're looking at it, Ari went ahead and backed down from Baisley's shove. I just feel like I feel like Ari is going to wake up with hands there enough of the time where Baisley's just going to be out of the tournament. Oh yeah, and no doubt 9-iron 12. That's one thing that like I was really surprised watching Coleman is he did a lot of overbet shoves. I was really surprised. You know, it's just he got away with them. I'm thinking that, you know, maybe he's got some sort of you know, if he can point to specific things that the other players are doing when they make their bet to make it you know, to make it work, then I'm impressed. But if it's just a feeling, if it's just a gut feeling, I feel like a lot of times those if you can't back it up with actual information, a lot of times those, you know, gut reads end up just bringing your tournament down.
That flush.
And like I said, people with similar hands play them very differently. Paul decides to call with his sevens with a similar stack.
I don't hate the call here. You know, keep in mind that this is a much different situation than Baisley because Paul is going to have a position on him. Pocket sevens plays a lot better post flop than pocket twos. You know, pocket twos is never going to have like really that favorable of a flop unless you actually hit a set. Let's see what happens.
As Jacob, who shoved his deuces against Ari's 3-bet. So Paul decides to play it a little bit safer.
No.
Flop comes 8 king.
And if your pocket sevens, do you like it? I mean, I think you do. I think you do like it. I think that if Ari fires at a C bet, I think that if you're Paul, you have to consider making a raise.
6, 2 club.
And Ari should C bet here. He should make it, you know, somewhere around half pot, maybe a third of the pot, somewhere between 200 and 300,000. Really is what Ari should be, you know, sizing his C bet here. And when he does, I think, you know, a shove by Paul usually takes it down.
Not of much help to anybody.
But Ari does have the betting lead here. I don't see why he would ever just check this kind of board. It looks like an easy board for a 3-better to represent.
And we kind of have a little bit of a take back move there, right? Let's just look at it.
For a 3-better to represent. It looks like an easy board for a 3-better to represent.
A little bit of a hesitation right after the drop.
To represent. Board, it looks like an easy board for a 3-better to represent. And he does bet 165,000.
165.
Kind of a come on.
It's even less than a 1/3 bet. He's really it's interesting watching Ari C bet because I've noticed he makes those C bets quite a bit less than his pre-flop amounts. I'm liking the raise here by Paul.
I want you to call me bet, Paul with his sevens.
Good to see you, Ruffer. Hey, I've got a day off. We should try to. I actually have a few days off. We should try to get to. Let's get on Hangouts.
On the board, hard call to make.
Yeah, and this is kind of the tough spot that Jacob didn't want to be put in, and that's why he shoved his deuces, just hoping that he wouldn't get called pre. Because when you do call,
I don't like the call here. It puts him in a real awkward spot, and Ari is supposed to have at least overcards. So when Paul makes the call here, he's basically giving Ari a chance to continue with the aggression and continue with, and a lot of times just catch up. So
there are sevens, and the board comes like this.
If you think that you're ahead with sevens, I think that you're better off just raising.
Sure, maybe you'll put in some chips on the flop, but are you really going to continue all the way to the river with your hand?
Turn brings over a 7.
Ching! Well, now I guess we're not going to get to see what happens because, if the 7 doesn't hit, I think that Ari does indeed continue, and I think that Paul probably gives it up, and Ari gets to look like a champion and feel like a genius for taking it down with the weaker hand. Now, instead, Paul hits his 2-outer, and this is, hopefully what we would see here is Ari goes ahead and fires out a second bullet, and Paul shows the restraint and just makes a call.
What a lucky 7 for Paul. trips on the turn.
Yep, now his decision got...
Jap, I would suggest to you that it's a lot easier to know you're ahead with sevens on the flop if you make that raise. It's going to be hard for Ari to really continue with much except a flush draw or a king or maybe an 8. Just making the call with a flop like king 6-8, usually you're going to be it's not a horrible flop for your sevens. We'll see what happens here. I think that Ari continues, right? I would continue if I was Ari.
Whole lot easier. And too bad for Ari, because I think he was on his way to winning this pot if
Yeah,
7
he
didn't
was.
turn.
No, he just gives it up.
Ari calms down his aggression.
And here I feel like Paul, I don't know. I guess if you're Paul and you put Ari on like a flush draw or a king, you want to try to maximize your value out of it, but it's hard to put Ari on any sort of hand where he wouldn't fire out a second bullet and where he would be betting as small as he did at post flop. If there's a time to slow play that set, this might be it.
This bet will probably push Ari off the table.
Probably.
I think Paul's call on the flop made Ari feel a little bit hesitant about continuing on the turn, and good thing because Paul actually did turn a set of...
They're just making such small bets here too. I mean, his bet sizing is so small. I don't like it. I mean, I think that he should be making it at least a third.
Sevens.
He just gives it up.
Ari folds. Nice pot here for Paul.
I don't know either,
over
Jap.
1.2 million.
I think that
And I think Ari has a big enough chip lead
should
where
have
he's
shown a little
definitely should be doing
restraint.
what he's doing.
Just
He's
check
taking
behind and try to
control of this
induce a
final
bluff by
table.
Ari on the
But
river.
there's a few players that are standing up and telling Ari, no, we're not just going to let you run us over.
Blinds continue at 25, 50,000 with a 5,000 ante.
Action starts on Paul, and he looks down at Jack 7 offsuit, and he folds.
Jacob folds. Ari peels back, another pair of sevens.
Just changing hands, changing chips here. And Ari's going to come in with a raise from the button.
Let's go ahead and see how he raised that.
Hands changing. Just changing hands, changing chips here. Just changing hands, changing chips here. And Ari's going to come in with a raise from the button, making 105,000 to go. Jose, I dare you to 3-bet. I dare you.
Oh.
That's it, Jose.
There you go.
That's
Get it
it.
all in there with King 5 suited. I like it.
Oh.
But unfortunately, Ari's going to have to make this call. It's bad timing for Jose, but I still like to see the fact that he tried to make a move. Bad timing, but you know, Jose does have a king as an out. Flop a king and overtake the lead.
So it looks like it's going to be it for Jose. I don't hate his shove either. I mean, Ari's aggression level should be so high there.
Giving Jose a flush draw.
Hey guys, what is that guy's name right there in the Iowa hoodie? I see him all the time during the series. I know he's quite the grinder. This guy's kind of a buddy too. He took down a little horse tournament not too long ago that we played. Good guy, good grinder.
2 spades, giving Jose.
Do you know who that guy is in the Iowa hoodie? Anybody?
The turn is a king.
Oh, he hits it on the turn.
Wow.
And now Jose's pretty much all set to double up through Ari here. Ari's just going to need a 7 on the river in order to score the miraculous knockout.
And it's kind of interesting, guys. So they have Ari at a 2% here, and Jose at a 98%. And I just don't see how those odds can be right. I think that they must be discounting some dead cards. I didn't see what anyone else folded, but if you guys are ever in charge of a production, I think it's best to go ahead and treat those odds as if those are the only known cards. Let's go ahead and run the numbers in our little Hold'em simulator. On we got sevens, we got the King 5, we got the 4 of hearts, King of hearts, 10 of spades. And it's not coming. Yeah, there we are. I mean, by these calculations, seven should be at 4.5%. And even if one of the cards are dead, I think that 2.33%. So they must be counting a dead card somewhere. I'm really not liking. I really don't like it when they count dead cards when they're showing the all-in percentages.
But no, the 5 of diamonds is not going to do it.
I wonder what it takes to make Jose smile.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you just
Yeah,
hit
it's a
$3
pet peeve of
off
mine
turn
too,
for his
V-Rob.
tournament life.
You know, like
He's just, business as
it
usual.
reinforces
I'd be a little
bad.
happy at that point.
Bruce, I feel like this final
bad
table
habits.
just began, but
You know,
I've seen
viewers
a lot of action
viewers are going to
already,
look
and
at
now
that
we're
and
down
think,
to 5
oh well,
players.
if you have a
there's
2
5
out or
players
you're only
playing,
2%.
a lot of action on the table,
If you're going
some
to
really good play, but some
factor
really
in
poor
dead
play. I was
cards,
surprised to see.
you really should be
So when
putting
you're
the dead
watching this,
cards
what
on
do
the
you think of
side
this player's
somewhere,
play
which is just
so
kind of
far?
silly and
I
stupid.
definitely
Don't
agree
even
with you.
do
There
it.
has
Just
been some
pretend
high
that like
caliber play,
those are the only
especially
known
coming
cards.
From Ari Engel, who is our chip leader now, he's really been making it tough for the other
Agreed,
players,
Rob.
and unless one of them steps up, he's probably going to take it down.
Very true. I just want to tell you, people that are watching right now, you need to understand, this is Maria Ho. To some people, and many people, she's Professor Ho. So you should have your pen out, your paper ready, and take notes. Not from me, from her, because I'm
We
watching,
do have
and
our
I'm listening,
pencil
and
out,
I'm noting
Buffer.
too.
If you think you have what it takes to sit under the bright lights of this HPT final table, log on to hptpoker.com.
Okay, guys. We are going to be back with the very next episode.
This week, HPT crowns a new champion at River City Casino and Hotel. Fans
take
and
a
players
little
alike have gathered at the final
90-second
table
break
here in
here.
St. Louis to see which of the remaining players will walk away with the victory. The final 5 players all have their eyes set on the top prize of over $142,000 and the elusive HPT main event title. Only one of them can walk away winner, so it's sure
So
to be an
guys,
intense finale
if
full
you're
of action.
watching, viewers, if you haven't clicked on that follow button, please go ahead and hit that follow button. We've got a goal today of getting up to 2,300 follows, and we are very far away. This is a subscriber chat only, so most of our streams are going to be open to anybody watching to go ahead and hang out and contribute to the discussion. We're going to go ahead and run a little commercial, get our legs going, and we will be right back with the conclusion to the River City HPT.
The HPT.
Sit right down, put on your poker face, you with the big dogs now. Better bring your best game, talk trash all you want. To me, it's all the same, you won't leave with much when you come in second place. And I'm the one with the stack showing 7 to the jack. Gonna cry to your mama, cause I'm sending you back. I'll be the last man standing with the money in my hand. I'll be the last man standing with the money in my hand. Last man standing with the money in my hand. I'll be the last man standing with the money in my hand.
Hello, friends, and welcome to the conclusion of the final table from the River City Casino and Hotel in St. Louis, Missouri. I'm Maria Ho, and once again, I'm joined by my friend and the veteran voice of the UFC Octagon, Mr. Bruce Buffer.
Thank you, Maria. Thanks for having me on again. I feel great, and I'm real excited to be here again with you to call the action at this final table of the HPT here in St. Louis.
Yeah, a lot of people might not know this, but Bruce is quite the accomplished poker player.
Well, I like to think so, and I love the action at the table. My competitive spirit, my warrior spirit comes out, and I love winning money. So it works for me.
Well, Bruce, we're glad to have you here. Now let's get our audience up to date. Hundreds of players started out to the 5 remaining players now that are looking to battle it out for the HPT title. Each of them has already survived 2 full days of grinding it out against a field of talented poker players to get here. Now it's time to dig deep and play their best game.
They're in it for the long haul, and I'd imagine that whoever can hold that concentration the longest has the best chance of making it to the end.
Well, Bruce, let's see if any of these players have your warrior spirit. Now, would you like to do us the honors and take us into the action?
Absolutely. HPT fans, it's time for the main event. Now, let's go to the tables, check out the money on the line, the chip counts, and the action that's about to take place.
The 5 players remaining are all looking to take down that top spot. $142,000 and change goes to our winner today, but 5th place doesn't pay out too badly either. $29,635 for the next person eliminated. Ari Engel is our chip leader, five-handed, with just over 6 million. Paul Falig follows behind him with 2.3 million. Both Jacob and Jose have over 1 million in chips. Joseph Sanfilippo, who started this final table as our chip leader, is now the shortest stack with 14 big blinds.
So we're back with 5 players.
Yeah.
Each one.
No, no Marfar. It was. It was a paired board. It was King 4-4. So and one of the spades. One of the 7 was a spade. So if
striving for the
even if the 7 wasn't a spade, it wouldn't have mattered, because if he hits a 7, he's got 7s full.
Championship, we're still at 25,000, 50,000 blinds with the 5,000 ante.
And action started on Joseph, and he folds. Paul quickly folds, and now it's on to Jacob on the button.
Jacob betting 100,000 with an ace-3 suited. Ari folds over to Jose, who calls 50,000 to meet the 100,000 bet with Jack-4 suited spades.
Now I think Jose's opening his game.
I don't know, guys. I like Baisley's play, obviously, but and he knows what he's doing, but I feel like he's being pretty physically active at the table. I really think that he should try to be a little bit more robotic and be standardizing, standardizing his body motions at the table.
Now I think Jose's opening his game up.
Those kind of those kind of movements like got to take a flop. Those traditionally that's not a sign of huge strength, right? I mean, I don't really think that Jose is paying that much attention, and generally it's more important to be able to read other players than it is to have to hide your own tells. But if Baisley's watching this, or if any of you guys are buddies with Bays, I would definitely say if I was going to give him some advice, it would really be to try to be a little bit more robotic, be a little more, try to standardize your actions a little bit better than you're doing. You shouldn't ever be making these kind of gestures when you're at the when you're at the table. I mean, especially in the spot where you're at the final table.
Now I think Jose's opening his game up a little bit, got a little pep in his step and a little boost to his stack.
That's going to be pretty good for Jose. What does he do here? He should check, give Jacob a chance to go ahead and fire out a c-bet, and then Jose can come over the top of him with a check raise. Doesn't have to shove, but a check raise seems to me like the best move here with his straight flush draw and a 7 high flop.
And the flop is 7-5-6, 2 spades.
And Jacob just checks behind him. I mean, maybe he sees something that we don't. If he has some sort of read on Jose's checks, if he knows that Jose's going for a check raise, and I like the check behind. But if he can't say specifically, oh yeah, the reason we checked here was because anytime Jose's going for a check raise, he checks 3 times very quickly after a quick 3-second pause after the flop. If he can't get real specific to why he doesn't give the c-bet a try here, I don't like it. I think that most of the time you really should be going for the c-bet here, and unless you have a very compelling reason that you can verbalize, go for the c-bet. Don't think, oh well, it's a wet board, it's kind of scary. I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a link to an All In article that just came out that I wrote about this very concept. Let me go ahead and get it up here. I just put it on my Twitter feed. Yeah, here it is. If you guys have a chance to go ahead and give this article a read, take a look at it. Basically, what I'm saying is, however often you're c-betting, you're not doing it enough. And unless you have a very, very compelling reason, when you're in a situation like this where Bays is heads up against Jose, Bays has Baisley has the pre-flop aggression here. There's no reason to give it up. There's no reason to check. If I'm Jose, I'm definitely check raising here. So maybe Jacob had something that he saw specifically that he could verbalize. If he doesn't, though, go for the c-bet. The problem with making the check here now is yeah, Jose was going to go for a check raise, but now when the turn hits, Jose really should be firing out anything. It doesn't matter now. I mean, if Jacob goes ahead and gives up the pre-flop aggression and says, yeah, here, you can go ahead and take it, I'm definitely going for it. Let's see what happens.
Great flop.
What would be a very bad turn card for Jacob, I guess, would be an ace of spades, right?
For Jose, giving him an open-ended straight and a flush draw. Jose checks. Jacob checks.
Ace
Here
of
comes an
diamonds. At this point, if you're Jose, I'm taking a fire at it. I'm taking a lead.
On the turn, giving Jacob strength.
I mean, it wouldn't work because Jacob would, has now caught up, and the ace is kind of a scare card to take the lead away from Jacob because you got to think, okay, well maybe he's checking behind an ace, but if someone gives up their opportunity to c-bet and gives up that pre-flop aggression post-flop, that's all the excuse I need to go ahead and try to take that pot away from him right here. It wouldn't have worked. And he might have even gotten raised by Jacob, with that turn.
Still a lot of power in Jose's hand. Jose checks.
I see that Jacob's gonna bet, and now it's just about whether.
Yeah, I mean, Jose has to make the call here with a straight flush draw. Of course, he makes the call. Does he check raise? No, I don't think so. I think that he's thinking 3.5 to 1. I'll go ahead and try to catch up.
Not Jose wants to take the spot to semi-bluff with his strong draw or to just call.
Kind of hard to walk away from that, Maria, with 13 outs, I think.
Absolutely. He's got a ton of outs for his hand, and his check raise here represents the fact that he really feels good about his draw. And I mean, Jacob's really got to be thinking about this here because
It looks so suspicious here because you can't expect that the guy's going to bet on the turn. If a check raise just doesn't really tell the story that Jose is trying to tell. If Jose had a strong hand, he would have fired out into Jacob on the flop or on the turn, not on the flop, on the turn. If Jose actually had something that beats an ace here, I don't think that he goes for a check raise. I think that he fires out. So a check raise doesn't really make a lot of sense. I don't think that Jacob folds here. I wouldn't fold.
Jacob knows Jose's not the kind of person to mess around, and because of Jose's image, he could do this. He could check raise on a semi-bluff and take it down.
I don't like
When you watch Jose and how tight he's been playing this game, and for him the way he...
And I'll tell you too, guys, most of the time a check raise on the turn means strength. I mean, most of the times that's what it means, but you also have to consider you're telling a story, and the story that he's telling doesn't really make sense because you can't count on Jacob firing out. So if Jose had a strong hand, he's going to fire out on the turn. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what Hesback sees. See if we can't see it as well. We're going to go back to that check on the flop.
And the flop is 7,
1, 2, 3.
5, 6, 2 spades.
Now let's go on the turn.
Giving Jacob strength.
1, 2, 3.
Jose's hand. Jose.
I didn't really see too much of a difference there, Hesback. The only difference that I really saw were a little bit of difference in the forehead lines on the turn check.
The flush draw. Jose checks. Jacob checks. Here comes an ace on the turn, giving Jacob strength. Still a lot of power.
Right there. I didn't really see much of a difference though.
Power in Jose's hand. Jose's strength. Flush.
And a little boost to a stack.
I'm actually really impressed with Jose's standardization here because it looks pretty close to me.
Is
1, 2, 3.
5, 6, 2 spades.
Great flop for Jose, giving him an open-ended straight and a flush draw. Jose checks. Jacob checks. Here comes an ace on the turn, giving Jacob.
Then again, maybe the reason they both look the same is because both of them indicate a check raise. Both of them are indicating that Jose is going to check raise.
Strength. Still a lot of power in Jose's hand. Jose checks.
I see that Jacob's going to bet. And now it's just about whether or not Jose wants to take this spot to semi-bluff with his strong draw or...
Rob,
he
yeah,
just
there
call.
are some
Kinda hard to walk
exceptions.
away from that
Some
Maria with 13
exceptions.
outs, I think.
Very few exceptions.
Absolutely. He's got a ton of outs for his hand, and his check raise here represents the fact that he really feels good about his draw. And I mean, Jacob's really got a king draw.
Is that really what it represents, Maria? Does it mean that he really feels good about his draw? I mean, I think that I don't think he feels that good about it. I think that he's really just hoping that Jake was feeling like he has to make a stab at it. The ace hits, he has to make a stab at it now. If Jacob doesn't have an ace, he's done with the hand. So, I don't hate the check raise here, but I would just be firing out on the turn.
Absolutely. He's got a ton of outs for his hand, and to his check... Absolutely. He's got a ton of outs for his hand, and to his...
There's almost a little bit of an obligation move there.
Check raise here represents the
Vernon,
fact that he really
we are
feels
watching
good
the
about his
River
draw.
City HPT.
And I mean, Jacob's really got to be thinking about this here, because Jacob knows
think
Jose's
this
not
is
the kind of
this
person to mess around.
last year.
And because of Jose's image, he could do this. He could check raise on a semi-bluff.
And Hesback easily could be.
When you watch Jose and how tight he's been playing this game, and for him the way he played that hand, so he's going to start switching up now too, because with 5 people at the table, you've got to apply aggression.
Absolutely. And I like that Jose is seizing this opportunity to do so.
Baisley.
Action his hand with Jacob, folds an 8-3 suited, over to Ari.
I don't know. I mean, like, check raises so often mean huge hands, and he's looking at that and thinking, why? Like, the story doesn't make sense. What's up, Mickey? Good to see you. I got your message. Definitely, let's definitely meet up before the Colossus.
Always a fun hand to play.
And knowing Ari, he's not going to take too many hands off.
Let's go ahead and see the way that he made this raise here.
And knowing Ari, he's not going to take too many hands.
He had a little bit of a take-back move there.
Play.
A little bit of a take-back move. You see that little pause after dropping the chips.
And knowing Ari, he's not going to take too many hands off. He decides to
Okay,
raise.
guys,
Ari,
watch
he's
this.
not gonna...
Watch what just happened here, too. We've got Jose, a very quick and then a snap. Generally, the longer you stare at your hole cards, the weaker you are. And he does not stare at him long here.
Knowing Ari,
He squeezes a little
take
bit.
Too many hands off. He decides
And if
to
we're going
bring
to,
Ari.
he's
Knowing
squeezing.
Ari, he's not gonna
He
take
sees
too
the
many hands
tens.
off. He decides to
It's kind of
raise
hard to
here.
tell really how
Jose
long he
starting to
does
get
it,
cards,
but
pulls back a pair of 10.
and then he's got kind of like a little puzzled look, like this is a dilemma. What to do? Okay.
How's he going to
kind of feigning uncertainty.
react to Ari's bet?
And tens is just too strong five-handed, I think, to just call. I think he has to be three-betting here.
Absolutely. And then we have that hesitation bet, like that hesitation bet, slowing before actually releasing the chips, where we've talked about that before, right? We've talked about the take-back move, where it's after release, before reset. A pause after the release, before the reset, and we've talked about that hesitation bet, where it's before the release, right? The hesitation pause generally correlates with strength. The take back pause generally correlates with weakness, and we're seeing them both in this hand here, right? I mean, again, we gotta do the you can't count on these kind of physical tells without the correlation, but this is why it's just so important to standardize your play, and it's so hard to do. It's so hard to make it so that the way that you place your chips out is going to be the same no matter what you have.
I like that Jose is
let's go ahead
seizing
and
this
see it.
opportunity to do so.
Action this hand with Jacob, folds an 8-3 suited, over to Ari.
10-7. I love the raise. There's nothing wrong with five-handed. Baisley folds. So now you're four-handed. You're looking down in the cutoff. You've got more than half the chips in play. There's nothing wrong with making this raise. It's a great raise.
7-10 suited. Always a fun hand to play.
And
But
knowing
there's
Ari,
a
he's not going
slight
to take too
take
many
back,
hands off. He
and then a
decides to
slight
raise
hesitation here.
Jose starting to get cards, pulls back a pair of 10s. How's he going to react to Ari's bet?
And tens is just too strong five-handed, I think, to just call. I think he has to be three-betting here.
265. Yeah. Which he does, raising it up to 265,000 chips. So 160,000 for Ari to call.
And look at that too. You got Jose with this kind of confrontational stare down, also with kind of a feigned uncertainty here. Anytime you have kind of a confrontation stare, be prepared to see a big hand. Jose, he's feeling strong here. He's not feeling weak. He's not feeling uncertain. He's feeling strong. It's four-handed. Pocket tens is a monster.
He's got a huge stack. What does he do?
It looks like Ari might be putting out a four-bet here. I think he wants to test
Oh, what a
Jose
disaster.
now.
Interesting that he raised it to 1.35 million, considering up until recently how tight Jose's been playing this table.
Yeah, I
What a
don't know if
disaster.
I love this timing for Ari. Like you said, Jose has been playing very tight, and I think Ari just decides that
It is a
Jose
Blue
might be
Yeti
the
rougher.
person he could push around here. But with Jose holding a pair of tens, I certainly don't think, and I don't hope that he's going to three-bet fold this. That would seem kind of crazy given five-handed and how aggressive Ari's been.
I don't think he can get away from this hand. I think, yeah, there's the move. All in.
And you know, Ari can't four-bet fold to just 170,000 more. So Ari's got his hand caught in the cookie jar a little bit here, and he knows it. And what's worse is he doesn't even have a 10 as an out.
Yeah,
so now he's just looking for straight
here.
possibilities, flush possibilities, trip sevens.
His mind saying spade, spade, spade. Well, there's 3,350,000 chips in the pot. This is a large pot. It'll put Jose in contention if he wins.
Sure will.
And the flop is 6 king ace, 2 hearts. No help at all for Ari. This is looking really good for Jose now to double through him and take down a huge pot.
Turn comes a 3 of diamonds.
And now Ari is officially drawing dead against Jose's tens. Jose is going to double up, and he is going to have a nice size stack after this hand.
You know, this points out another fact, too, that aggression is important in poker, but also that's very important is patience. And one thing Jose has shown here is extreme patience, because now he's starting to turn himself up.
Absolutely.
The winner will win over $142,000 at the HPT final table. That's almost 3 times the average.
You can get it
of
in
what a
worse,
family
Rob.
would earn in
But
America today.
that's pretty bad.
Let's see who's going
And Filippo getting ever closer to that hand where he's going to be all in.
25, 50,000 blinds,
Thanks,
5,000 ante. We'll get back
It's a
to the
replay,
action
Hawk.
now on the table with our 5 remaining players.
Button is on call this hand, so action's going to start on Jose. And whereas before he was folding these aces from early position, now with some chips and shorthanded, he's ready to come in with a raise.
Jose,
Yeah, it's kind of
with
nice,
an
right?
ace-6
Hawk?
off, applies his aggression again
I
with
do
a
like
bet
the
of
no delay on
115,000.
Twitch. It's a lot better.
Joseph peeling back at 10-jack suited. And
As wide as it was before,
Ah,
Jose is
Ari.
now nipping at his heels
What a
with
misstep that
3.3
was.
million. Our short stack, Joseph Sanfilippo, getting ever closer to that hand where he's going to be all in.
25, 50,000 blinds,
Thanks,
5,000 ante. We'll get back
It's a
to the
replay,
action
Hawk.
now on the table with our 5 remaining players.
Button is on call this hand, so action's going to start on Jose. And whereas before he was folding these aces from early position, now with some chips and shorthanded, he's ready to come in with a raise.
Jose,
Yeah, it's kind of
with
nice,
an
right?
ace-6
Hawk?
off, applies his aggression again
I
with
do
a bet
like
of
the no delay on
115,000.
Twitch. It's a lot better.
Joseph peeling back at 10-jack suited. And he pushes all in. Wise push, of course.
I think Joseph decides that with 9 big blinds, although he doesn't have any fold equity to Jose's raise, it's a good enough hand, it's a pretty hand.
See, I don't like the move. I don't like the move because he has no fold equity. Because he has no fold equity. Let me go ahead and rewind here just to see what the situation was. Jose makes the raise here. Now, Jack-10 suited is a fine hand. If Jose would have folded, it's a clear shove. But since he doesn't have any fold equity and he's actually going to win, he's actually going to have to take actually see a showdown. Most of the time, he's going to be behind what Jose has. He also has to worry about the remaining players behind him. I don't like the shove. I think you wait for a better spot here with 9 big blinds.
Now, with some chips and shorthanded, he's ready to come in with a raise.
Jay
Jose,
Davis, we got
with
a
an
first
ace-6 off, applies
yesterday.
his aggression
3
again with a
final
bet of
tables yesterday.
115,000. Joseph peeling back at 10-jack suited. And he pushes all in. Wise push, of course.
I think Joseph decides that with 9 big blinds, although he doesn't have any fold equity to Jose's raise, it's a good enough hand, it's a pretty hand, he's going to take a shot with it, hope to get...
How happy are you here when...
subscriber.
Oh, no kidding. KL, I'm not even going to try, I don't even know. Kale Veton? Fist bump, man. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome to the crew, man. We're going to go ahead and ship you a DRM free copy of Poker Tilt. And, you know, thank you very much. Thank you very much, dude. So no, Kale, I'm going to be in Minnesota for the Czech Shove Poker Tour. I do like hitting up St. Louis though.
Up here.
Yeah, we're watching the River City one right there in St. Louis, mostly because you know, I'm from Missouri and I used to live in St. Louis. I love St. Louis. I think that Lumiere is great. I haven't hit River City yet, but I'll definitely be there, Kale, for one of these St. Louis events pretty soon.
And certainly Jose is just going to make the call. It's only 305,000 more with a shot of eliminating Joseph.
Joseph, huge chip leader earlier, lost a large amount of chips in one big pot. Now fighting for his life with his 10-jack suited. Let's see the flop.
And the flop is Queen 8-6,
Yeah,
two diamonds. And you know, Joseph has some possibilities. He hasn't really...
How happy are you when you're Jose? You make the raise with A6 offsuit. You get the guy to shove. You look down. You realize you have no fold equity. You're getting more than 2 to 1. How happy are you when the guy actually shows up with Jack 10 suited, and you realize, oh, not so bad.
Connected with this flop, a 9 or a 7 will give him the straight.
Yeah, just a sweater.
5 of diamonds.
Lumiere is a
three diamonds on
really
the board,
pretty spot.
Ace of diamonds in Jose's hand.
So that's actually going to take away some of Joseph's out. Now, he can't hit any of his outs that are a diamond.
9-10 jack.
4 of spades on the river. No luck
See you
for
later,
Joseph.
Joe.
Joseph out in 5th place.
Is it any surprise here that we had Joseph coming into this final table as a pretty nice chip leader, and now we see him going out 5th? No. I mean, between the other 4 guys, he's actually the weakest one at the table at this point. You know, even Paul plays better than Joseph. So I'm kind of impressed actually with the final table that we picked, because so far, you know, if we were going to call out who's going to, you know, win and take second and take third and take fourth, we would have I mean, I don't know how it ends, but at this point, you got to call it Ari, probably Jose, then Baisley, then Paul. I guess we'll see.
And you know, it happens a lot in poker. You come into the final table as the chip leader, and nothing just goes your way. And Joseph has definitely made it.
And also, that's not because Baisley plays worse than Jose, in my opinion. I actually like Baisley's fundamentals probably more than Jose's. And I think that they're both pretty competent players, talented players. I just feel like Baisley's a little bit less likely to be inching up. So I think that if it gets down to 3 players, I think Baisley's much more likely to be willing to go out third than these other guys. We'll see.
You suspect plays, and now he's in this spot where he went from the penthouse to the outhouse. But he will take home just under $30,000 for his efforts today.
My dad always told me when I was playing poker, Maria, said, win like you're used to.
How disappointed are you when you go to bed that night and you're sitting there with almost double the chips of the next guy? You're looking at the prize payouts and you're thinking $145,000 for first. You're feeling good about it. You go to bed, you dream about it, you wake up, and then you come out 5th. Oh, what a blowout.
Lose like it doesn't bother you, but I'll tell you right now, that next 10 minutes for Joseph is going to be pain.
It's going to bother him. So now 4-handed, getting really close to our next HPT champion.
Pair of 8s, Jacob peels back, throws out a bet of 100,000. Ari folds, Jose peeling back, a pair of trays, or what we know as 3s.
This is going to get dirty.
And I hope Jose doesn't get too ahead of himself. I know.
Okay, good for him. Good for him just making the call. I think that's just fine. What are you guys playing? 25.50 So calling 75K, they both have enough where you can just set mine with threes. You can, you know, kind of play after the flop and see what happens. If it comes out, like certain flops are going to really mess them up. You know, if it comes out something like 5-5-2, we're going to see them both get pretty happy with their hand. Most of the time, though, I think that we're probably going to see Jose just, you know, basically treating his threes like a set mine opportunity.
He's on a good run, but I'm glad he's just calling. I probably would not 3-bet with threes, but calling a raise, I think four-handed is plenty fine.
No matter what, with a pair of threes into the flop, you're waiting for that three to hit.
And now it's, you know, messes them both up. The way that it really should play out is Jose should check and Jacob should go ahead and fire out a c-bet. It's a very scary board, and you know, but it scares them both. Jose might get a little crazy, I guess, and check raise. I don't like donk leading ever in this spot with Jose. Let's see what he does.
Flop comes Jack, King, 4, 2 hearts.
5. And we only have a difference here. A difference between the checks. Right? Hey Mason, thank you so much for the sub, man. You're gonna get a copy of this, DRM free. Check your mailbox. Welcome to the crew, buddy. Really appreciate it. Yeah, so check this out, guys. We see a difference, right? Hess, you know, we were talking about differences in the check that Jose gives, and when he was going for the check raise both times, he was like almost the exact same way. You know, three taps pretty quickly. Now it's much more of a delay, and we've got kind of a 2-tap check, which I think that we're just going to see a check. Jake bets, Jose folds. Next hand.
It's plenty fine.
No matter what, with a pair of threes into the flop, you're waiting for that three to hit. Flop comes Jack, King, 4, 2 hearts. 8s are strong.
Jose checks it over to Jacob, and Jacob also checks.
I don't think so, Mickey. I think that you should be check raising with the intention of either getting a better hand to fold, or you know, getting more chips in with a good hand, or you know, not giving free cards to a hand that has a lot of outs. I don't think that you should ever like check raise just to see where you are. If you don't know where you are, you probably shouldn't be check raising. And I just, Baisley, come on, man. C-bet. All you got to do is C-bet. And now look what happens is once Baisley gives up that post-flop, that pre-flop aggression after that wet flop, Jose now seems to be looking at the dealer and kind of like, maybe I've got a chance here. Maybe I could even be ahead.
He decides that that's not a great board for his hand, and he doesn't really need
Licks his lips.
to be betting at this point.
I think that we're going to have a... Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised at all if Jose goes ahead and tries to just take this down right now.
Turn with a jack of
Yeah,
diamonds,
Mason,
carrying
thanks
the board.
again, man. You
Both
guys,
players with
you
2
subs
pair.
are so awesome.
Jacob still.
I would. If I'm Jose, I'm firing out a bet here. Jacob gave up the pre-flop aggression on the flop.
in the lead.
They both
And
just check
once
it
again,
down.
the pot goes check, check.
River, oh my lord.
Look at this. Look at this. What a disaster. What an equity disaster for Baisley.
Jose's luck continues. The poker gods throw him trips on the river with 3 threes.
And Jose caught up huge on this river, and it looks
It's kind of interesting, too. He kind of has the same look here that he had with the 10s, right? Where he's just like feigning uncertainty.
like he's going to bet, and I think...
And let's see if we have that same kind of hesitation move before he drops his chips. The pause before the release.
Jacob might be forced to call him because Jacob checked the flop and the turn, hoping for a decent run out. And
Didn't
the
really
call
look
him.
like it. That actually looked like it was almost like a take back.
Because Jacob checked the flop and the turn, hoping for...
Can't really
check
see
the flop
anything
and the
there.
turn,
No take back move. Did we
because
have the drop?
Jacob checked the flop and the turn. and
Slight
Jacob checked the
drop,
flop
not
and
like
the
the
turn,
fist drop that we saw
because
before.
Jacob checked the flop, forced to call
Does
him
have like an
because
obligation
Jacob checked the
move, a
forced
little
like
bit
he's
of an
gonna bet, and
obligation
I
move.
think Jacob might be forced to call him.
How much is he making it here? It looks like 200 and 20. Maria thinks that Jacob might be forced to call him.
Because Jacob checked the flop and the turn, hoping for a decent run out, which, you know, it is.
And Jose makes a 220,000 bet into 270,000. So it's on the high side. And if I'm Jacob here, I'm kind of thinking that a fold seems just fine, because I think you know, when players adjust their pre-flop raise, when players adjust their bet sizing amounts, they're adjusting it more often than not. They're adjusting it based on strength. So when Jose bets 220 into 270, I just kind of feel like this is a situation where eights are probably beat. I'm probably betting a little bit less, Jay Davis. I don't hate the bet, because you're going to get called so often here with, like, you know, any king's going to call you, any jack's going to call you. It's kind of hard to put Jacob on any of those hands, though. That's one of the problems. I kind of feel like maybe just betting half the pot or even a little bit less is going to make it a lot more likely that you're going to get called with ace highs. And you also might be able to get, you know, like some of those busted flush draws, or you might be able to get some of those weaker hands to raise if you bet a little smaller. I don't really like as big as he's betting, but we'll see what happens, Jay Davis. If he gets the call, then maybe he bet just perfectly. You know, let's see.
Hoping for
does Jake make the good fold? I mean, he made a bad fold with his pair of aces. Does he make the good fold with his pair of eights, or does he make the bad call with his pair of eights?
Run out.
I think that he calls
which,
here.
You know, it is. And now Jacob's probably just going to have to call here.
Jose makes a good bet, not over betting. Betting just the right amount to try to get a value play.
Yeah, I don't know, Mason, why they had
Jacob's just gotta
be
think,
2%.
is Jose
If it was
capable of
4-4
bluffing in
king,
this spot?
then
Is he
both the
capable
sevens
of
are going to
checking
be,
twice
you know,
and then betting
valid
the river
outs for
into
him,
me
so
as
I
a
don't know.
bluff? And that's kind of what he's thinking about. But you know, the way the hand's been played, Jacob has really no choice but to make this call, and he's going to see that he kind of let Jose get there.
Yeah, he
Tough
did let him
beat,
get there.
but at the same time, this is an example of what table image can do for somebody at the table. I think that really played a hand.
Heiko Burrow, man, this bump.
Chip call on the
Welcome to the crew, dude.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for the sub.
Jacob had no
really
choice but to
appreciate
call
it.
there, and it just didn't work out that time. We're a few eliminations away from crowning our next HPT
Heiko, we're going to go ahead and
Who's
hook
it
you
gonna
up
be?
with. We are going to go ahead and hook you up with that copy of Poker Tilt, DRM free, and hopefully you enjoy the read and get a chance to read it. I didn't stop the feed; it's actually just on commercial break on the HPT feed, so dead air here. Pico, I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, man. I really can't. You subscribers are the reason we get to do this. You guys are, you know, actually supporting the stream. And supporting poker on Twitch. I really appreciate it. So thank you, Pico. And if there's anything I can do to make that subscription be a little bit more valuable to you, please let me know. My email, dutch@dutchboy.com. I'm here for you, man. I'm here for you, Pico. I'm here for all of you subs. You guys are so great.
Jose is under the gun here, and it looks like he's going to come in
Oh, yeah,
for a
yeah.
raise with queen
Pico,
ten
go
of
ahead and
spades.
look into your... wow, look, that was kind of a delay right before he dropped that, right? Look into your inbox, Pico, and you should see that download link. Yeah, we've talked about it before. Again, you really have to have correlations. Sometimes it means nothing. Sometimes it means everything. But generally, if you have to choose between one and the other, generally that hesitation bet before the drop means strength. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We don't know what he has, but I'm going to guess that Jose feels. I think that it's a strong bet. We'll see.
Always a nice pre-flop hand.
Queen 10 suited. I mean, four-handed. Does Jose feel strong about it? I don't know. Four-handed, you got to look down at like ace, any ace high, any queen, like any king high, and any two court cards as a decent enough hand to go ahead and raise with. Like here, king 4 offsuit. That's probably good enough to raise with. You'd definitely be raising with King 4 offsuit if Jose had folded and everyone had folded to you. I think we're looking at Baisley, right? I don't think Baisley makes this call. We'll see.
Jacob with King 4 offsuit from the small blind.
He might,
I don't
though.
think he's thinking
It's
about
not so
calling. I
bad.
think he's thinking about 3-betting or folding. It's not really the hand you want to peel with out of position.
Folds.
Ari with the king.
And basically the same hand. What does Ari do here? We've got Jose now, who's in second place. Wouldn't surprise me at all if Ari decides to 3-bet here. It also wouldn't surprise me if Ari just calls and peels a flop.
King 5.
Folding feels wrong though. King 5 suited is a good enough hand, four-handed, with these chip positions. Folding it would be wrong. And we're sure he doesn't fold because we're actually seeing the hand on the broadcast. So let's just see what he does.
He's going to defend his big blind here.
Just makes the call.
Pretty
That's just
comfortable in his
fine.
post-flop game to know when to get away from a hand and when to continue with a hand. So I don't really mind just defend
Dave
at
Bennett,
all.
man, thank you for saying it, dude. Really
Flop
appreciate it.
comes king 9 ace, 2 clubs on the board. Ari benefiting very strong with a pair of kings and also a nut flush draw.
Yeah, how huge is that? So Ari does the right thing and makes the check. And this is probably one of those spots where a check call is going to be just fine. I don't think that Ari really needs to check raise. He can, though. But a check call is just fine, too, because you're not going to be able to get an ace off of the hand, and you don't really want to get the whole stack in at this point. If Jose has an ace or if he has a king, it's much more likely that he has an ace than a king. So I don't know. If I'm RA, I like the check call here. Jose should be c-betting.
And that's definitely not the kind of board that Ari
And he does,
is planning
which is
on
the
getting
right.
away
It's the
from
right
his hand.
c-bet in my opinion.
Jose bets out 140.
He did not have that hesitation drop at all. You guys noticed that?
His hand.
He doesn't have
Ari-
that like.
and
He
that's
doesn't have the
definitely
same
not
kind
the
of
board
feigned
that-
indifference. This man looks like he knows exactly what he's going to do, right? So.
Ari is planning on getting away from his hand.
And this is kind of an obligation move when you see someone kind of do that. Pretty subtle here on Jose's part. So, maybe it doesn't mean anything. Maybe it means something.
On getting away from his hand.
320 is the
Jose
pot. He makes it 145, a little less than pot. I think it's fine bet sizing. He is kind of varying it up a little bit, but I would kind of like to see more of a standard post-flop C-bet. Does Ari just call? I think that he should just call here. I don't think there's any value in raising. And against an ace, you're not going to get the ace to fold, so you'd rather just go ahead and see some turns and rivers and let the hand play out. Maybe there's some value in getting a stronger king to fold with a check raise. Anything less than those two hands, though, you're losing tons of value because you don't really have to worry about giving free cards. So I think just check calling is the right move here, and I hope that's what we see Ari do.
Bets out 145,000 on the basis of just a gut straight.
I would be down for that
I
poker
think
rat. That'd be
this is
fun.
where Ari is probably just going to call.
Little
There's
sub party.
Not that many cards he's afraid of. He has middle pair and the nut flush draw.
And we all agree. And Ari agrees,
call
Maria
for
agrees, I
145,000
agree.
chips.
Check call.
And it'll be interesting to see if Jose doesn't hit his gut shot, if he's willing to try.
You might
to
be right there,
make
Mickey. I'm going to have to
another
take a
bet on the
look.
turn.
8 of diamonds on the turn.
So he makes
No
a little
help to
check.
anybody.
It's kind of interesting. We see Ari making kind of an exaggerated check, really. It's almost kind of a way to induce another stab at it.
Both check.
Jose gives up.
Jose decides he doesn't have two barrels in him for this hand.
It's going to be kind of interesting if the river is not a club, if the river is not a jack, if the river is not a 5 or another king. Does Ari value bet his king here or check to try to induce a bluff? I mean, I think that I'm probably going to make a little light value bet on the river if I'm Ari, no matter what happens. and try to get called with like a 9, or like a pocket pair under king.
And now Ari has to feel pretty comfortable that
Under
even
kings.
his kings are
We'll
good
see.
here. So
Sub fix.
pretty much looking for a blank on the river.
Welcome to the crew, man. Thank you so much for the
6 of
sub. I
spades
really
on the
appreciate
river.
it.
Ari's questioning if there's an ace in Jose's hand. Might feel very strong with the king.
Sub fix. We're gonna go and hook you up with that DRM free copy of Poker Tilt. So check your mailbox and welcome to the crew, dude. I love seeing that. I love seeing that that animation, man. So fist bump. Good to see you support the stream. Thank you so much. Let me type in a couple of emotes in here for you.
Tell him to check his inbox for the info for the book.
Yep.
It's not
Make sure to.
tell him it's not an actual link. It's an address.
Okay, so it's not a link. It's just an address to the download.
You have to type the address into the box or.
And Mason, so to use the emoticons, you type lowercase Dutch, uppercase, crew, fish. What are the others? Fist bump, June, face palm, and Bitcoin. Those are the ones we have. So let's take a look at what happens here. In my opinion, I kind of feel like Ari should be value betting. I think that there's enough hands that Jose is going to call with. I don't think that Ari is going to avoid having to give off a bet if Jose has an ace in his hand. I don't think that even if Jose has a better king, I think if Ari checks, Jose's probably going to get some value out of it. So it's kind of one of those situations where you're not really that confident with King 5 here. But it's one of those spots where you're better off going ahead and taking the lead and firing out that value bet, because weaker hands will, you can count on some weaker hands to call, but stronger hands are still going to get the same value bet out of you if you check to them and they make the value bet. So I like the bet here. On the other hand, maybe Ari can make an argument for checking and hoping that maybe Jose is going to go ahead and bluff with a hand like what he has. I don't think that Ari is going to get Queen 10 to, obviously Queen 10 is not calling, and if he bets, I don't think that Jose fires out. Let's see what happens. I do like this. This is what I do like. If you look at what's going on here between the two players, I do like the fact that Jose is looking at his man. I don't like that Ari, I do kind of feel like if there's one thing that I would suggest that Ari do differently, it's that he should be spending more time studying his opponents. I mean, that flop isn't changing. There's no reason why he needs to be looking at the flop at this point. Study your opponents more. Try to pick up on those kind of tells that we saw, and we saw them all over early with a couple of the early early exiters.
Let's see if he bets.
Now Ari just has to decide if he's going for value or if he's going to try to get Jose to bet again on the river.
I don't hate it. I would be surprised if Jose just gives up here. I think Jose probably fires out a little bluff. We saw Jose with threes full, making it 220 into 270, right? So if he's going to try to be standard with his bet sizing, I guess he should make it like 400 and something here. I bet he doesn't, though. I bet that he makes it less. I bet that he makes it like half pot or less if he does try to bluff. Or he might just give up. Giving up is just fine, too, here.
What do you think's going through Jose's mind?
He's going to go ahead and try to bluff here. How much does he bluff?
Let's see what happens. He might just...
Oh, no, he just gave up. He was going to, then he looked down and he was like, I think I'm getting called.
I see it.
Good restraint.
Yeah, he is, and I'm pretty sure Jose knows that he can't show down Queen High and be good. But he decides he needs to give up on this pot, and probably good because Ari was going to call a river bet.
Maria, do you ever show your cards when you're playing?
It depends on what kind of image I'm going for. I think a lot of the times I want people to think that I'm really tight and that I don't bluff, so I'm always showing when I have it.
That's horrible. Look, don't take that advice from Maria. It doesn't depend. If someone asks, do you ever show your cards when you're playing? The answer should be no. Don't show your cards. It's not necessary to show your cards, don't show your cards. It doesn't depend.
And I'm kind of the opposite because I like people to think I'm a little bit tight.
Thanks,
which I've
Subfix.
changed
I
my
really do
levels of
appreciate it. I
aggression,
do
but
hope
when
you
I
enjoy
need
the
to
read.
bluff,
Thank
I
you
like
so
to
much,
show
and
it.
we're really happy that you're joining the
the
stream with us.
Exactly. I like to get people a little irritated at the table. King Jack off suit to Paul.
And he is going to raise, making it 125,000 to go. Jacob looking a little flustered. He's not picking up much.
That's pretty
an
good.
ace-queen suited
Pretty
spades
good
for
hand there.
Ari.
I'd be surprised if he just called. I mean, I think a re-raise here is called for. I think that we just went up to. We're at 30-60, so Paul makes it 125. I kind of feel like Ari should be making it. You know, if he had position on Paul, I kind of like making it like 2.5 or even a little less. And we've seen Ari's bet sizing be less when he had position on his man. So if he was on the button, I think that he would probably be making it like 255, 265, 275, somewhere around there. Out of position in the small blind, I really think that he should be making a bigger raise here. I think that he should be making it like 300 minimum. I would be making it 375, 350, 375, somewhere around there. Jay Davis, if you're super curious, you can email me, and I'd be happy to talk to you about it.
Definitely a strong hand, especially at a 4-man table.
And Ari is going to re-raise to 290,000.
It's kind of interesting. We saw that same. It wasn't a take-back move. It was a hesitation drop
Ari
right there, which signals strength.
And Ari
Signals strength. Look at that. There it is.
Especially at a 4-man table.
Puts it out. Holds. Drops.
Especially at a 4-man table.
Pre-release.
And
That hesitation before the pre-release.
And Ari is
right there. Hesitation
and
drop.
Ari is going to re-raise to 290,000.
Usually indicative of
and this
strength.
is kind of where Paul's probably going to call and peel this hand against Ari. Ari's shown himself to be extremely aggressive pre-flop. People have seen him 3-bet with hands a lot worse than ace queen.
So re-raises to 290. I feel like he's definitely making it higher than he would if he had position. I would have raised it a little bit more, but you know what, Ari, you like keeping it your 3-bets smaller than I do.
So I think Paul's not really going to go anywhere.
He's getting great odds for his call. Yeah, we're looking at a 680,000 chip pot going into the flop. Flop comes 6-6-3,
Doesn't help
2 diamonds on
anybody
the board. No help to either player's hand. Ari's still staying strong.
This is actually like a good flop for Ari, right? I mean, if pocket 2s is ahead, ace queen is ahead. It's basically the same hand. If Ari had pocket 5s here, this is a really good flop for pocket 5s. So ace queen suited and pocket 5s, about the same hand in this flop. So Ari goes ahead and c-bets. He should be c-betting here.
With his ace queen suited.
He should be c-betting. You know, generally we've been seeing Ari make smaller c-bets than I would, and he's been making smaller c-bets in his pre-flop raise amount. So I would expect him to c-bet somewhere around like 245. I would make it more. So Ari's a good player. He's c-betting. Let's see how much he makes it.
Yeah, I think Ari's just going to follow it up with a c-bet here and hope to take it down. He's not too afraid of anything, but he doesn't also want to give Paul a free card.
200.
Paul's probably wondering if
little on the low side, Ari.
A
little on the low side, and now look. I mean, now Paul's sitting here with, overcards. I don't like as small of a c-bet as Ari made it, because now, I mean, you're just inviting overcards to make the call. Of course, you don't hate it when the overcards make the call, as long as you follow up with the c-bet, with the second bullet on the turn. So, you kind of expect Paul to make a call here and peel a turn and see what happens. And I kind of feel like Ari should, if he's going to make his post-flop c-bet that small, then he needs to be prepared to go ahead and fire out that second bullet pretty much no matter what happens.
He's getting over 4-1 on his money, so it's definitely something to consider with the 2 overcards, and he makes the call. And he makes the call.
I don't hate it, Paul. I mean, you're getting 4-1 plus implied odds. You can count on about 6 or 7 to 1 if you actually hit your hand. I don't hate it. This is actually just
the turn brings the 4 of hearts.
a notepad.
Ari's hand is still in the lead.
Kale, it's from
I don't think
an
you can slow
episode of
down
Star
aggression
Trek.
at this point.
No, Ari, no, no. Don't give him 2 shots at those overcards. Don't give him 2 shots at it. What do you do if you're Paul here? I think that you just take the free card and be happy that you got 2 shots at your 6 outer.
But he does.
But we've seen Paul make some pretty aggro moves with like 9-2 offsuit, and I kind of laugh and smirk at it. It's not a bad move. It's not a bad move, Paul, making a raise with 9-2. So I'm fine with that. Just like this would not be a bad bet, but at the same time, you're trying to push Ari off of the better hand. You're not value betting King Jack here. You're bluffing if you make the bet, and generally in my experience, it's a bad idea to put a world class player in a position to make a good call. It's always you always overestimate your fold equity in these situations, Paul. Don't make the move.
Check it over to
Don't
Paul.
make the move, because then you're going to give Ari an excuse to make the call and look like a genius on television.
But I feel like if Paul
no.
tries to bet this turn, I think he's going to get a call from Ari. I think Ari just didn't want to bet and get raised.
Since Ari checked, I would consider him.
Yeah, that's true, Mason. That is true. You do have to factor in those reverse implied odds, and maybe that cuts it down a little bit there. I don't hate the call, but I don't know that I'm making the call either.
Bet hard to represent a 6 in my hand.
Yeah, I definitely think Paul is going to have to bet on the bigger side if there's any chance of getting Ari to fold ace high. But
250, so he bets a quarter of the pot, less than a quarter of the pot. Ari makes a call probably. Ari might even just be like, you know what, I'm ahead. I'm going to just raise here. But I don't think so. I think we're going to see a call and a check, and Paul fires out another bet, and Ari calls, or Paul just shuts down when this doesn't work.
I don't think it's going to do it. I think there was a flush draw on the flop that didn't come in, and Ari probably thinks that his ace high could still be good.
He's priced Ari in for the call here. He should have bet more, but what do I know?
Well, you knew that Ari was going to call, and he does. And I think there's a lot of really good rivers that Paul can follow up with another barrel that might get Ari to fold his ace high. We'll have to see. The 3's not one of them, though, because now the board's double paired.
Yeah, now he's just not folding. Ari doesn't like the 3. Maria's kind of suggesting that the 3 makes it easier to call with an ace, but Ari actually looks at that 3 thinking, now, if my ace queen was good, now I'm going to have to split the pot with this fool. That's what he's thinking right now. That being said, I don't see Ari ever betting here. He's just going to go ahead and check. He's going to go ahead and induce a bluff, and he's going to call if Paul doesn't stop trying to make this hopeless desperation bluff against Ari.
The flush did not come in, and if Ari thought his ace high was good on the turn, then he's going to think his ace high is still good on this river.
Nice hand for Ari. Nice hand with no hand, shall we say. And let's take another break from the River City Casino Hotel in St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay, guys. So if you guys are following, we are here watching the HPT. If you guys are viewing but not subscribing, you're not going to be able to join the chat because we are in a subscriber-only day today. But it doesn't mean that we don't like having you here.
Here from St. Louis, Missouri, and the
we don't really need to hear too much from James right now. But I just want to remind you guys, if you haven't clicked on that follow button yet, please do for all of my, for all of our viewers right now. And if you feel like joining in the discussion, if you feel like supporting the stream by hitting that subscribe button, we will be shipping out free digital versions of Poker Tilt. This is the poker book that I wrote. Spent more than a year writing this book. So far, I got pretty good reviews. So don't be shy with those sub buttons. Join the discussion here. We'll be back to our normal format next week, where everyone's going to be able to contribute and join in the discussion. So
I'm a little bit frustrated that just the cards are not coming his way right now.
Boogeyman, I kind of feel like that's what we're doing right now. Think about it. I'm doing it.
6-7 off for Jose.
And Jose decides it's good enough to defend a blind versus blind situation. He's definitely opened up his game a lot since we got
There's nothing wrong with this, guys. There's nothing wrong with what we just saw here. The only thing that... Let's see what we've got.
Puts out 130,000 in chips. 6 chips. Ari.
So it looks like we're playing 30-60. So the only thing that I don't really like here is the bet sizing by Ari, because I feel like, you know, he's basically betting the same amount as he would if he was on the button or the you know,
With an ace-4
or
offsuit.
the cutoff.
What's that, 130,000?
130,000, which I think is about the same amount that he would be betting if he had position on the guys who are making the defense here. So I don't really like. I like making the bet. I like making the raise here in the small blind, but I don't like the raise amount here, because you're just not going to be able to get a guy off of anything when you're making a min raise from the small blind, and you're going to be putting yourself in an awkward, you know, in the awkward position of having to play a flop out of position. So I think that Ari really needs to be adjusting his pre-flop raise amount here upwards when he's in the small blind against Jose.
Pips. 6-7 off for Jose.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, Kay Bennett.
Jose decides it's good enough to defend a blind versus
Thank you,
blind
Boogeyman.
situation.
I'm kind of giving these viewers a hard sell.
We got short-handed. It's good to see.
I like the way he's changed
And
his pace
thank
here.
you, James.
Flop comes 4-6 jack, 2 diamonds on the...
Okay, so Ari here, no reason to give up the pre-flop aggression. He really should just be firing out.
board. Pair of 4s for Ari. Pair of 6s for Jose.
And he made it 130K. Knowing Ari, he's going to make it less than that. We're probably going to be looking at like 105, maybe even less, like 90. Let's see what he does.
Ari continues.
110.
110,000 bet.
Nothing wrong with that, and I think Jose at this point, I mean, the only move right here that seems wrong is folding. Raising is just fine. You got to put the guy on. I mean, 7-6 is a very vulnerable hand on this kind of flop. You got to put Ari on at least 6 outs. He doesn't have 6 outs. He's got 5, but I don't mind raising here. I also don't hate just calling. Keeping the pot pretty manageable. I mean, we say pot control, and that basically just means timid play. When you're in this spot where you're second against first, you don't really want these big confrontations. So timid play is probably called for here. I think a call is just fine, and I think that's what he's going to do. But I don't hate a raise either. Folding is horrible though.
And, you know, in a blind versus blind situation, and you have a random.
You might be right, Mickey.
It.
You know, one of these, you know, in some of these viewing parties, we're going to get a little bit better at this. I promise. This is only the second time we've done it, and already I feel like we've gotten better at, you know, now we actually have the VLC media player. We've got the short key so we can rewind and fast forward, right? Getting a little bit better at this. In the future, I want to be able to actually cut the videos for these viewing parties and be able to put them side by side so we can see, you know, if what we think is happening actually is happening. You know, Mickey, you think that the left hand becomes much more relaxed when he has a piece of the board. I think that you could easily be right. And we'll keep an eye out on it. It would be nice to be able to get it right next to each other. If we could get like all 8 or 9 different times and kind of separate them between strength and weakness and kind of look at where that hand is. We're gonna get better at this, you guys, and you guys are gonna help. You know, all you subscribers actually supporting the stream are giving us the not only the incentive but also the resources to go out and, like, you know, make those kind of adjustments to the stream here. So let's see what happens.
Flop middle pair, you're probably gonna.
Does he raise? It's okay to raise here, Jose, but it's also okay to call. I mean, you're sitting here second against a huge chip stack. Your game plan at this point shouldn't be, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and double through Ari. Your game plan should just be to go ahead and keep what you're doing. You know, wait until you get heads up to really go for those big confrontations with Ari. There's such a huge difference for you right now between fourth and second. It's okay to play a small pot here. Keep the pot small. It's okay to make the call here. I don't hate the raise, Jose, but it's okay to call.
Badly.
And rightfully so, you're correct, Maria.
And I think that what we saw there too, did we see that? Yep, we saw that fist drop.
And right.
And look at his mouth too. Open, and then just kind of a resigned look, like, okay, I'm not going anywhere. We're gonna say that fist bump is more likely than not meaning an obligation move. Think about it as in nothing I could do. Nothing I could do. You know, so that's how he kind of feels like he's trapped in the situation he's in. He's only got one move here. So this is not an act. This is him feeling like he's obligated to make the call. You got Ari sitting here. I like that he's not staring at the flop anymore. He's looking at the way he's putting out his chips. He's kind of got a little bit of a sneer going on here.
And rightfully so. You're correct, Maria. He calls 110,000.
It's not the same kind of happy mouth that he had when he had that set of sevens against Joseph. Oh, jeez. How do you look? How do you look when you hit your hit your 4 there and your Ari angle? That's how he looks.
4 hits the board strong.
Yay! Very, very quick look downwards. Does he have any sort of like quick check? Look at that. Look at that, you guys. How great is this? Very quick check. I mean, if we're going to believe the footage, if we're going to believe the timing here, right? This is a very quick check. That 3 check now he's kind of more relaxed around here, but you really can't see much of a difference here. You see a very quick slight glance down, but I do feel like there is a little bit of a difference in the way Ari checks with strength versus checks with weakness. And again, if once we get down with these, we're going to go ahead and do those side by sides, like when he checked with the ace queen versus checking with the ace 4 here. But
strong card for Ari.
Not that much of a reaction, really. I mean, you got to hand it to Ari. That's pretty damn robotic, man. Pretty damn robotic, right? It's pretty good.
And now Ari has turned trip 4s, snatching the lead in the hand away from.
A little bit of adrenaline going through the shoulders there. A little bit of breathing there, but he's covering it up really well. It's very, very difficult to read this guy, and you gotta love it.
Check. Jose could dig a hole for himself right here, but he doesn't. He checks it. River comes, queen of clubs.
And Ari, there's no reason why you shouldn't bet now. I actually don't think that he should have checked on the turn. I think that he probably should have fired out another bet on the turn, because I think that Jose, when he makes the call on the flop, he's basically calling with a jack or a 6 or some sort of draw, and any of those hands are going to call a bet on the turn. So I feel like Ari thought, maybe Jose's floating me. I'll go ahead and give him a chance to bluff. But that's not really what you want. What you want is Jose to have a hand that he's going to make a call with. So I don't love the check by Ari. I think that he was just so surprised to see the 4 that he kind of blanked out, and he was like a check. It was
No help to anyone. Trip 4 is strong for Ari. Time.
We've got a little bit of a Jackosaurus. I mean, he definitely looks happier, right, than he did. But I feel like of the people we're observing here, I do feel like Ari is the best at keeping his poker face on.
To put the chips out on the table.
Chip shuffle pause hype. Come on, how tiny of a bet do you really want to make here? You want to get some value out of it. 520. I'm thinking that I'm making like 250. 200 minimum. Looks like Ari is a little bit of a he bets a little bit smaller than I do. I'd be pretty surprised if he makes it less than. It looks like he's making it 160. I think it's too little.
It's not the kind of board that.
And it looked like the hesitation drop here.
Tiny bet. That's not
little
the kind
bit.
Of board that Jose's just going to call with anything
180.
here. So
little on the small side.
Yeah,
you don't want to bet too big, Maria. But look, there's so many draws that missed. There's plenty of reason. Jose's been underrepresenting his hand. There's plenty of reason to think that he can just steal it here.
Only makes it 180,000, which I think is a good size for Jose to just kind of throw the chips in and shake his head.
I agree. But does he agree?
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason for Jose to not make the call here. The 4 doesn't hurt his hand. The 4 helps his hand. The queen, he can't just put Ari. He can't just always be. You know, we say this on we say this all the time when we're doing our tournament streams. You can't just be afraid of the monster under the bed. You know the monster's not there most of the time. You have to. You can't just say, oh well, this hand beats me and this hand beats me, so I better make the fold. Because yeah, you can come up with like 7, 8, 9, 10 hands here that beat you. We're down to 4, James, but everything else doesn't. You know, so you've got ace queen, king queen, queen jack, ace jack, king jack, jack 10, queen 10. And you're coming up with all these things, and you come up with you start losing fingers. You got 11, 12, 13 hands that beat you, but then you got everything else that doesn't. 1,000 different hands that don't. You know, so don't be afraid of the monster under the bed. Jose makes the right call, in my opinion.
Poker players are by nature very curious, but I feel like Jose looks like he's gonna fold. I was like, wow, that's a great lay down, but nope, he puts.
Well, Pete, in this situation, the 4 didn't help his hand, obviously, but the reason usually if I'm sitting here with a 7-6, I look at that 4 and I think that's a good card for me is because it doesn't put out another overcard, it doesn't put out a diamond. So anything on the turn that doesn't, help Ari hurts Ari. So that's why I would, if I'm in Jose's situation, I'm thinking that the 4 helps my hand.
The chip back on his cards and.
That little rhyme there, Jay Davis, is to remind you to continue to to follow through with those C bets, and if the rhyme goes, if the flop scares you, it scares them too.
I'd be surprised if he folds for 180,000.
Me
no
too.
Surprise there.
We had kind of that obligation move there again. Now he's looking at it. He's feeling disgusted.
You know when somebody airs
feeling
up,
disgusted.
Get this card. Get these cards.
Make sure that you saw that he sucked out on me, guys.
Except when they throw it at the dealer, I usually get a little upset. And
you were ahead in that hand. 1 out of 4 streets there, Jose.
Bruce, I'd be scared. I would not be doing anything that makes you angry.
Don't worry, Maria. My lifetime goal with you is just to keep a smile on your face.
Aww.
But not to give you any of my chips, of course.
Well, just hope you're not at my table then.
Can't wait. King 9
brutal.
suited for Jose.
Brutal commentary chatter.
Ace Queen suited for Jacob.
Pretty damn good. Did he just go all in with that?
About time.
Yeah, that's definitely the kind of hand.
It looks like he's got less than 100,000 here. So he's looking at, what is that, 500, 800? Yeah, he's got like less than 15 big blinds. So he's looking for the situation, he's got that tween stack that we talk about. So what he really should be doing here is looking for a spot where he can 3-bet shove and has fold equity. And this is his spot. He has the added benefit of having the best hand. So I'm going to expect that he just shoves.
Jacob has been waiting for. He's got 17 big blinds, 4-handed, ace queen suited. It's huge.
Straight vodka, James.
And he pushes all in, and rightfully so.
I think that's just fine.
750,000.
And Jose's giving it some thought. It wouldn't surprise me at all to see Jose make the call here.
Good call for Jose to make.
I don't think it's a good call, but it wouldn't surprise me if he does make the call. I mean, he's going to have to eventually bust these guys, and he's looking at it and thinking, okay, well, making the fold takes away credibility from my pre-flop raises. There's a decent chance that Jacob has, a smaller pocket pair. Even if Jacob has, the kind of hand like he has, ace queen, ace jack, I'm not that big of a dog. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a call here, and if we see a call, it's much closer than it looks. I mean, I think that we're looking at like a at 60-40. So let's take a look.
Still a lot of chips.
I think Jose needs to fold this hand and go on to the next hand. He's got to get away from this. It's a big bet.
It's not that big though. If you look at it, it's like, look at the pot odds that he's getting here, and it's a huge equity jump, for everybody at the table. lose Baisley. Not just because now they're three-handed and they all get a little nice raise, but Baisley's a real threat. Baisley is a tough, a tough opponent here. So even taking slightly the worst of it, he's getting good pot odds. I don't think a call is bad at all. In fact, I think that we're probably going to see as Jose actually makes that call. He's risking not that much of his stack to go ahead and take a shot at who he probably considers the second best player at the table. Let's go ahead and see what he does.
During the price of the pot.
Yeah, I mean,
and Jacob hasn't been tight. We've actually seen him make these huge shoves. We'll see. We'll see.
King 9 suited looks pretty, but when somebody shoves over the top of you and is risking their tournament life, you got to think twice.
He makes the call.
Well, we've got it going here.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's
if
fine.
you look at the percentages, Jose's not in that bad a shape. It's a 60-40 essentially, but
yeah,
Jacob is still ahead.
He's a calm cat going into the flop. Let's see what happens.
That's a good point, Kale.
King, 6, Jack, 2 clubs.
And that'll do it. That's pretty bad. Pretty bad flop. really bad flop for Jacob. He's looking at it. He's out the door.
Plus a flush draw.
Usually.
Jacob with ace queen suited, looking at a gut straight draw. Not exactly the best position to be in.
No, it's a really bad flop for Jacob, and I think his hopes and dreams to double up died a little bit on that flop.
Yeah, for sure.
7 of spades on the turn. No help to anyone.
Well, it is a help to someone. Just like what we were saying before, why that 4 is usually a good card. No help to anyone actually is help to somebody.
Or a 10 that's not a club in order to survive this. Otherwise, he will be eliminated in 4th place.
And an 8 of hearts hits the river. No
Baisley.
help, Jacob. Out of 4th
Good
place.
show.
No
Good
doubt
show,
it's
player.
disappointing for Poker Pro Jacob Baisley, but
I'm sure that Jacob Baisley is going to continue to
not a
crush
bad
the
payday.
circuit.
I'm
sure he's going to be here at
Bruce,
the World Series this summer, and I'm sure that he'll make it deep in a few events. Good player. The only thing that I would really try to suggest, if you're buddies with him, or if you're watching this Baisley, is try to be a little bit more standard as far as keeping that poker face up. It really is more important.
Doyle knows how to do it. Let's watch and see
I'm
how
gonna pause
it's done.
this so you guys can watch this. But it really is more important at a poker table to be able to read your opponents than it is to hide your own tells. It really is. But we really did see a lot of motion from Baisley that I think is going to get him into trouble when he's playing against some of those just crazy elite players that he's going to run up against at the World Series. So that's the only thing that I would say. But he played really well. His fundamentals were great. I thought his bet sizing was good. I didn't really like the fact that he was willing to duck out the door in 7th place. I feel like that early shove against Ari with his pocket twos was kind of an ICM disaster. But other than that, we're only seeing part of the story. Anytime we're watching this, you got to remember we're seeing hundreds of hands go through in a final table, and then they pick out the 9 or 10 that actually eliminate someone. So we don't really see the whole story. But I liked what I saw from Baisley. I think that he definitely deserved to be there. I wouldn't like to see him at any of my tables. Let's go ahead and see what Doyle has. I'm going to go ahead and take a break, and you guys can watch the story.
Always went broke. He always was so generous that he would give his money away, especially to the women. And I think Slim had a large family, had a big expense, and I had a little more stability, I guess. I didn't chase around and throw my money away, and so I usually had money when they didn't, and consequently I did start taking bigger pieces of different endeavors that we did because I had to furnish the money.
With that elimination, it's time to take another quick commercial break, but when we come back, more final table action. You're watching the HPT. All right, with that elimination, we are down to 3 players now. We'll find out who that new champion is going to be. They'll go home with just over $142,000 in ice-cold hard cash. You're watching the HPT.
3 players left. Ari Engel is our chip leader with $7.1 million. Jose Montes has $4.3 million, and our short stack is Paul Feelig with 17 big blinds.
And with 2 people out since last break, we're down to the final 3 players at the championship table. And let's check out the action. Blinds at 30, 60,000 with a 10,000 ante.
Button is on Jose in seat 2. 3-handed, he's first to act. Looks down at ace-9 offsuit, definitely coming in for a raise.
Probably pretty confident in ace-9 since that was the hand that won him all those chips previously.
Seems like Ari might be as confident in Jack Deuce as Jose is in ace-9. He does call with the suited Jack Deuce.
So we're gonna hold that to you. We're gonna hold you to that, Mickey. 3-handed, this isn't that bad of a call, right? Jack 2 suited, 3-handed, you're in the big blind, so you've already put in 60 in there. You're getting good odds to make the call, 25 to 7. It's not horrible. Let's go and Jose actually with the ace-9 offsuit should feel pretty comfortable with his hand. So I'm going to rewind this just a little bit, guys, to take a look at the way that Jose is actually putting that ace-9 offsuit raise from the button. He should be raising a huge percentage of his buttons. His VPIP really needs to be super high. And, so I think I got it now, Poker Pete. So if you guys were watching the Twitch stream of the WPT when Tyler Power and Ravi, what were these guys over at the Sacramento card room? Can't remember the name of that card room either. Drawing a blank. But one thing that we noticed was that the guy who ended up winning, every single time he had the button, 100% of the time when they were 3-handed on the button, he was raising pre-flop, and I think that that's not bad. When you're heads up, you should be making a lot of stabs at the pot. Your VPIP heads up when you're on the button should be like pretty close to pretty close to 100%, 90%. So when you're on the button 3-handed, I think that's probably about the same. You should probably have it about Thunder Valley. Thank you, Pika Burrow and Ravi. So Thunder Valley is the card room in Sacramento. I don't know that there's other card rooms in Sacramento. I think that's pretty much the only game in town if you're right there around north central California. So on the button 3-handed, I think that your VPIP actually should be pretty high. Yeah, Mason Jersey, Tyler did. They both final tabled that event, that Thunder Valley event, a week after they final tabled the Shooting Stars event. Pretty damn impressive. I'm going to rewind this. We're going to go ahead and see how Jose puts out this ace-9 offsuit bet. Okay, guys, let's see what he does here. And Mickey, I'm going to go ahead and also let's go ahead and pay attention to that left hand, I suppose, and see if there's any there's any truth to this idea of it being a little bit more relaxed or more tense when depending on how he hits the flop.
Seat 2.
He looks down. He squeezes. Again, I don't like the squeeze. I don't like the horizontal way he's looking at his whole cards. It should be more of the vertical way. Gives a little bit less less surface area for people to be able to see. And I don't like squeezing. We hear the flap of the whole cards, which generally indicates a stronger holding.
3-handed, he's first to act. Looks down at ace-9 offsuit, definitely coming in for a raise.
A little bit of an obligation move there, and no drop.
Since that was the hand that won.
Let me go ahead and see it one more time.
Coming in for a raise.
It actually looks like looks like a hesitation drop right there. So that is generally indicative of strength. The pause before the release is usually indicates strength. The pause after the release usually indicates weakness.
Probably pretty confident in ace-9 since that was the hand that won him all those chips previously.
See, that's the way you should look at hole cards. The way that Ari did, where they're aligned straight, vertically, right? Instead of horizontally, like vertically. And looking at them both at the same time rather than trying to squeeze it out. So,
that was the hand that won him all those chips.
there's really no point in squeezing the cards. And all you're doing is letting people pick up on any sort of little reaction that you're going to have if it is a pair or if it is a ace. You know, it's just like there's no point in it. So look at your hole cards like Ari. Take a page from this pro right here.
Previously.
Okay, we don't hate the call. We do things we like. We like that Jose is spending a lot of time paying attention and looking at his opponents. It's one thing that we don't really like about Ari is he's not giving the stare downs as much as we'd like.
Seems like Ari might be as confident in Jack Deuce as Jose is in
You got
Ace
me,
9.
Mason. And again, when I give off these these physical tells, please remember, pick up that Zachary Elwood Reading Poker Tells book, and I can't stress this enough. You really need to correlate these types of behaviors with strength or weakness before you start relying on them, because the same tell is not going to be universal. It's very rare that you're going to find a universal tell that's the same for everybody. So make sure that you get those correlations. But let's go ahead and take a look at what happens. But generally, Mason, and we're going to see. We saw this in the previous viewing party. We saw it here. Generally, when you think about when you release your chips, right? Generally, a hesitation pause before you release your chips. Generally, that's indicating strength. Kind of think of it as kind of like acting weak, right? So you got the hesitation pause before you make the release, and then just a normal reset, right? So think about it like releasing the chips is called the release, right? And then your reset is when you get back into your normal pose, release and reset. If you pause before the release, generally, and again, go for that correlation, it's going to be a sign of strength. If you pause after the release, generally, it's going to be a sign of weakness. And it's almost like your brain and your hand want to take it back. The take back pause is how we're calling that. Here we go. Let's see.
He does call with the suited Jack Deuce.
Okay, so I would really expect Ari to go ahead and check to Jose no matter what comes. So, when he's looking at a 25-7, he's 3.5 to 1. You can pretty much count on those implied odds here, because Jose really should be c-betting most of the time on pretty much any flop with that pre-flop aggression and position. So Ari's looking at it and thinking, okay, I've got Jack 2 suited, getting 3.5 to 1, but really I'm getting like 4.5 or even 5 to 1 because I can expect Jose to make a c-bet. So let's see what happens.
Flop comes queen, ace, 8, 2 hearts on the board.
Yeah, that is a much different check than we've seen Ari make when he was really, really strong, right? Actually checking on the rail. Pretty lazy check. He's just done with the hand.
Jose scoring an ace for his hand. Not much help to Ari.
And Ari checks it over to Jose, and I think a c-bet here by Jose is just going to end this hand for Ari. I don't feel like...
It should, and usually it will, right, guys? But then you have to wonder, why are we seeing it then?
There's much of a reason for Ari to go after this pot. He does have some backdoor draws.
The fact that we're even seeing this hand makes me feel like Ari gets crazy here.
But I think, you still want to be feeling out your opponents. You're getting to the point where you're trying to get heads up
Just
to
fold,
win.
Ari.
You don't really need to get so out of line.
Just
I know
fold.
Ari likes to make his presence known at a table, but I think it's okay to fold sometimes.
I'm very surprised if he calls this bet. Let's see if he raises it.
He's not going to call it, Buffer. He's not going to call it, but how can you be that surprised if he, this is one thing that you got to realize too, right? Is Maria and Buffer, they're not sitting here going through all the hand histories and saying these are the ones we should feature. they're being given a reel, basically the same reel that we're seeing, and they're doing their commentary over it after the fact. So of course, if you're in one of their situations, right? If you ever find yourself doing commentary on an edited reel like this, and you get a hand like this, don't say, "I'd be surprised if Ari doesn't fold." The fact that you are actually seeing the hand means that Ari doesn't fold. Okay, so someone who is in the production crew, probably James Larson himself, actually decided that this hand was interesting enough to have all the hands to actually make the 45-minute episode. So don't be caught by surprise when this hand becomes interesting.
Ari is, when he doesn't have a whole lot of equity, he's probably just going to raise and hope he could take it down.
What a disaster this is going to be for you, Ari. Ugh.
And he raises it up to 365,000. A bold move.
It's kind of a.
And
it was kind of a feigned little thing of strength too. The way that he made that check raise, it was almost like. I mean, Ari is a pretty mellow guy, and this is about as explosive as it gets
down
right
to him
there.
not believing that Jose does.
Let's go ahead and see it again.
And he
raise and hope he could take it down.
And he raises it up.
We got
to
that hesitation drop,
a bold
which
move.
generally means strength. Again, keep that correlation. You really need to correlate before you start thinking, yep, this is what I'm going to do. If Jose is seeing that and he listens to this podcast and says and hears me say, yeah, usually that hesitation drop means strength, and he's like, oh well, ace 9 must not be good here, and he folds, and then he goes back and he gets mad at me. Keep in mind, guys, you need to correlate those types of behaviors before you stake your whole decision on it. And what's even what I feel like is more important here than the hesitation drop is the oomph. There's really like an oomph here,
and he raises,
and actually there's that along with the hesitation. You also have a take back. You also have a take back part. You have a hesitation and a take back. Oh, look at this. We got another one. MP Kane, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it. We're going to go ahead and ship you that copy of Poker Tilt. So check your Twitch box for that. Welcome to the crew, man. Really appreciate it, MP Kane, that you're here to help and support the stream. Very much appreciate it. Oh, shoot. I meant MP Kane. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, man. Okay, so let's go ahead and see that drop again, and we see both a hesitation drop and a take back pause. So maybe the hesitation drop was actually going into the take. It was actually maybe it actually means what we thought it should mean here, which is weakness. Let's take a look.
Is it up to 300?
One thing I know about Ari is when he doesn't have a whole lot of equity, he's probably just going to raise and hope he could.
It's kind of a little bit of an explosive bet, and
he raised.
Yeah, look at that take back. And I think that the hesitation drop actually is a take back move. It's actually like a take back move exhibiting itself even before he puts the chips out. It's almost like he's like, "What the fuck am I thinking? This is what is going on in his hand is saying, "What are you doing, man? Are you sure?"
And he raises it up to 365,000. A bold move.
And Dargo, man, fist bump, man. Welcome to the crew. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for supporting the stream.
So many more hands than just hands that contain an ace. So I don't really.
We're gonna go ahead and ship you that copy of Poker Tilt to you.
It's just unfortunate for him that Jose
Dargo, MP Kane, check your Twitch mailbox.
Table, I think that's a smart call on Jose's part.
Yeah, so just there it is. God, I love seeing that. Thank you, man. Thank you, Dargo. Really appreciate it.
We'll have to see how the run out goes.
Okay, so I don't really think there's any reason for Jose not to just call here. If Ari wants to go ahead and take the lead, let Ari take the lead. So just making the call. I think Ari is going to get into some trouble here because I don't see Ari slowing down. Dargo, really, I thank you so much. I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream. Anything that I can do to make that sub worth it, worth more to you, please let me know. All of you subs, you guys are the reasons why we can do this, and I'm here for you. Just hit me up, Dutch@DutchBoyd.com. Let me know that. Tell me what your Twitch name is, and I'm really gonna be here trying to make sure that you get the most value out of this $5. And we're gonna be doing all sorts of stuff like this sub only. These sub-only viewing parties. Really going to try to be getting you the most value for it. What's up, Dodgy? It's good to see you. Tell Connor hi.
7 of diamonds on the turn. And
now there's a new way for Ari to win this, right? And I think that Ari goes ahead and continues with his check raise bluff here. Jose really shouldn't stop calling. Go ahead and, maybe Jose should raise on the turn just in case Ari was on some sort of combo draw, make it a little bit more expensive for him to get there. But I don't think so. I think that if I'm in Jose's spot, I don't really want to get into this huge confrontation just yet. I think that I'm probably just going to go ahead and make the call here.
For Ari now with a flush draw.
Yeah,
thanks for the host, Dodgy.
One of the
Appreciate
backdoor
it, man.
draws that Ari was looking for. He's turned a lot more equity with his hand now.
Sure
and now
has.
he's more on a semi-bluff than just a complete bluff.
Pretty sloppy there, Ari. It's like he didn't even notice what you're putting out. I mean, of course he knows that he's making it 500,000, but it was kind of just nonchalant, a little bit lackadaisically putting out that stack. I don't know.
Equity is basically when your hand has some sort of value. So on the flop, when Ari did check raise with just jack high, he didn't really have equity.
I mean, at this point, if you're Jose, maybe, the pot's huge at this point. Maybe you do just go ahead and say, I bet that Ari has some sort of draw here, some sort of combo draw, some sort of flush draw. Let's just go ahead and take it down without any more, and just be done with it. I mean, it's a lot of chips, but I think that it's also okay to call. I mean, if you make the call and you're wrong, you're gonna dust off another million or so on the end. But if you make the call and Ari is just on stone cold air, you're gonna get that third bullet. You're gonna get that third bullet. HPT Corey, what's up, buddy? HPT Corey. This is actually one of the Heartland Poker Tour crew right over there. Welcome to the stream, man, and thank you so much for allowing us to use the footage. I feel like we're learning a lot. Everybody, there's basically two people who are responsible for allowing us to use this footage, and Corey's one of them. The other's Derek. So thank you, Corey. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Heartland Poker Tour, for allowing us to use this footage as a training tool. It's so useful. So thank you very much, Corey. Okay, so let's see. Does Jose make the call? Does he show the restraint? Does he make the call? I think that he should just call. I would just call. I would go ahead and let Ari fire out that third bullet. I'm not going to lose my whole stack if he does, unless he just gets really crazy. We'll see.
With the flop, but he had backdoor equity, and now with the turn being a diamond and giving him a flush draw, that means there's.
And do we see the obligation fist drop here?
Several outs
yes,
that Ari can take
we do. We see the obligation fist drop.
It all comes down to the river.
This is going to be one of these situations where if Jose is beat, he gets to go home and say, nothing I could do. That's what that fist drop means, is he's obligated. He's obligated to make the move that he's making. Don't let yourself feel that way. You have options. I mean, we see Ari considering all of his options, right? Even when he's, even when he's not like, even when he's probably not folding, he's sitting there with two pair and he's considering whether he should call or not. He's sitting there with top pair considering whether he's calling or not. He's considering all of his options really, really carefully. And that's one thing that I really like about Ari's game, and one thing that we should incorporate. And one thing that I feel like Jose is missing. I feel like Jose is letting himself feel like he's a victim of circumstance. You aren't. you've got options. You always have all the options in front of you. So, consider them and don't ever feel like nothing I could do. Those words are for losers. Don't say those words. Don't say those words because, of course, there's other things you could do. Jose doesn't have to call here. He can look at his man and he can make a decision and say, you know what? I think that I'm beat, and he can make the fold. It would be the wrong fold, but don't feel like you are a victim of circumstance when it comes to the poker table. That you always have options. Let's see what happens. Hopefully, what happens is Jose with the 80% wins. The diamond does not come out. Ari fires out another bullet, and Jose calls. That's probably the most likely scenario here. If a diamond does come, Jose gets to go home and tell the bad beat story.
Jose decides that his ace high is still good enough to call another bet on the turn. The river might change things though.
And we like that. We like the fact that Jose actually studies his man as the river comes out. We don't like Bodog Ari staring at the flop, and staring at the turn and staring at the river as they come out. It's better to go ahead and look at your man. Of course, Ari, Jose does have position on Ari, so maybe that has something to do with it. But for the most part, we're not really seeing Ari with those Ivy stare downs.
A little bit scarier.
We do see Ari just kind of looking off into the space before he looks down. It's almost like does it come? Take a look. Maybe I'm the only one. Right there. He's like, okay, come on.
King of spades on the river, no help to anybody, especially Ari.
See, that's what we like to see. We like seeing Jose study his man.
Let's see if the aggression continues.
Definitely not the river card Ari was hoping for, and now he
just wisely decides to give up, and so it's showing some pretty good restraint, Ari. I think that he just decided that he's not moving Jose off of an ace. So I'm going to go ahead and say that, nice job, Ari, not going for that bullet. I think a lot of players are losing like another million here. And now Ari actually gets to fold and not be exposed for making the move that he just was. Jose is going to bet, not get another dime of Ari, probably. I can't imagine that Ari decides to turn this hand into a big bluff by shoving all in here. Of course, crazier things have happened. Corey, before we go any further, though, maybe we could ask Corey some questions about how these episodes are actually put together. Who is it actually specifically that's going through the long stream of hands and deciding which hands get to make the one of the two-part episodes? Is that James, or can you share it with the stream, or is it one of those trade secrets? And we're also kind of curious. We're also kind of curious how the production happens with the commentary. Like, does Maria Ho and the host of the episode, do they get what we see and then put the commentary over it, or do they have some sort of involvement in deciding which hands make the cut? Do they actually do they offer a commentary over the whole thing, and then you guys kind of edit it up after that? Or are they just kind of getting what we have, and then the last step is to go ahead and add the commentary track to it? If you'd be willing to share some of the back end processes for how it goes. Okay, so HPT Corey says we have a full team of editors that go through the raw footage and select the best TV hands. Perfect. And so is that real? Is that what gets sent over to Maria and Fred, or Maria and whoever, in this case Buffer? That real then is sent over to Buffer. So when you see a hand that begins with Jack 2 versus Ace 9, and Buffer says, I'd be surprised if Ari calls here. Of course, he should, never be surprised that the hand goes past just like the pre-flop action, right? Anyway, we'll go ahead and continue, and we'll give you the answer when commentators see it as you do, and they cut audio over the top, so they don't select the hands. Perfect. That's kind of what we figured. Yeah, Fred's no more, but he was doing a lot of that co-hosting with Maria. Things have shaken up over there, Corey. It's pretty cool. I'm looking forward to seeing how things how things develop over there at Heartland Poker Tour. Definitely one of my favorite tours. I try to hit it up anytime I can.
Has to give up on this pot.
That's the other big question. So the other big question, Corey, that we have is how much can we trust the actual production here? So if we see the flop come out, and then we see Ari go ahead and making a check like 5-10 seconds after the flop comes out, how much of that time is edited down? So I mean, can we really trust the kind of like timing tells that we see? Like Ari checks here, and then if we make the count, how much can we really trust that when Jose fires out his value bet that it actually took 20 seconds for him to do it and not like 2 minutes? Is there a lot of that kind of editing within an actual hand that we're seeing, where it kind of leads us to believe that maybe it took a much quicker time than it actually does? Because that's something that we're kind of going back and forth on, and we would really love to trust the episode, but I know from my own experience that you can't really trust it. You can't really trust it. There's so much magic happens in that editing room.
That check would make me very confident to make a bet if I was in Jose's position.
Yeah, definitely value bet here,
Jose's
Jose.
Thinking if he does want to make a value bet, or if he just wants to show this hand down now, he feels like he might have taken enough heat.
Come on, value bet it. Value bet it, Jose. Of course he should value bet this.
Checks.
And this is actually bad for Ari, right? He would actually prefer Jose to go ahead and value bet his hand so that Ari doesn't actually have to expose the Jack-2.
Jose takes down the hand, a nice beefy pot of 2,050,000 chips. We continue at 30, 60,000 blinds, 10,000 on the ante. Ari, the first one to act.
Oh, wow. He actually has to look twice at that, too. He's like, oh, yeah.
On the button.
Oh, look how happy that was. Look at that happy face. Happy Bodog Ari. We try to keep it as true to the actual timing as we can. Sometimes we do have to chop a bit off. If somebody takes for 3 minutes, we can't leave that much dead air, of course. Sounds good, Corey. Corey, thanks again for hanging out in the stream with us. It's definitely very informative having someone from the production team kind of answering these questions for us. And yeah, like Rever said, it sure would be cool to get that raw feed one day and do these kind of viewing parties with like a 7-hour feed rather than the 45-minute episodes. I think that we'd be able to just learn so much. And I definitely also feel like Twitch is a much better venue for that type of live feed, that kind of raw feed commentary. Anyway, I'll have to talk to you about it another time, Corey.
And he pulls back pocket jacks.
And for the man who usually raises without much in his hands, he's got a huge one here, and
huge hand.
He is probably going to get some action. I feel like now people are.
Well, you think, Maria? You think that maybe the reason that this made the highlight reel that we're seeing and that you're seeing is because he gets action? I would be very, very surprised if everyone just folded. Right now that we've got some insight from Corey, we should all be very surprised if he doesn't get action here.
Starting to see just how aggressive Ari is playing.
Here he goes.
Got Paul thinking about it here from the big blind.
Did we actually see what Paul has, or do we get a chance to kind of queen jack off?
How aggressive Ari is playing. Got Paul thinking about it here from the big blind.
Paul calls, protects his big blind.
Queen Jack offsuit, though. Paul is dominated
Dargo,
by Ari's
let me give it
jack.
some thought. I'm going to.
Flop comes 6, 8, 9, 2 spades.
I'm going to give that some thought. I'm going to give you a real complete answer.
Draw for Paul against the jacks of Ari. 110,000 chips put out by Ari. I find this kind of interesting, Maria, how he'll bet pre-flop 130 and post-flop 110. Why the lower amount? What is the strategic move or reason for that?
Good question, Buffer. I'm kind of wondering the same kind of thing. I really do feel like Ari's post-flop C-bets should be a little bit higher than they are. But you know what? It seems to be getting the job done. So let's see what he does here.
In your mind.
I think that a lot of players do this because they want to maybe pot control a little bit more. I think Daniel Negreanu really preached small ball poker a lot, and I think that's kind of what this is. And the board texture is not great for jacks. I don't think Ari wants to bet huge, and then if he gets raised, that's just more money he's going to have to put in the pot. So I think that he's just taking the strategy of, you know, betting an amount that he'll get called if he's ahead, and if he might possibly be behind or somebody has a big draw, then he doesn't have to pay a lot to see the next card.
Makes total sense.
I don't hate the check on the turn.
Check, check. Ooh. And the 10 of spades comes in big for Paul now.
Wow.
This is going to get kind of awkward for Ari because we've seen Paul make pretty big bets. You know, Paul's bet sizing is much heavier and higher than Ari's. So I got to think that Paul's probably going to be betting more than half pot, probably something like 300 and something. And let's see. Is it frowned upon to ask the dealer to show the opponent's hand after a check river? Mickey, yeah, it is bad etiquette. You know, you're going to be able to see one hand. It's considered bad etiquette to ask to see both. Of course, it is your right too, but the rule that both players have to, you know, that all players have to show hands at showdown if asked, that really came as a result of wanting to combat cheating, wanting to combat collusion. And if you don't really have a reason to suspect that the two players are acting in concert with each other, I think that it is considered bad etiquette. I wouldn't do it. That being said, there have been a few times where maybe like a player tanks, right, and he's just like sitting there for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and makes the call. Sometimes I want to see, especially if I was actually also in the hand. It's less bad etiquette if you also were in the hand, you know, past the flop, past the turn, but it's still a little bit, you know, it's still frowned upon. But maybe it will be less frowned upon in the future. I mean, those kind of etiquette protocols kind of change. We're seeing that kind of change with calling the clock on players. It used to be just really frowned upon. Calling the clock was you know, considered bad etiquette, considered rude. Now, you know, calling the clock isn't considered rude after, you know, we kind of have that exchange with Negreanu and Stout against Jordan Christos. So, I mean, things change. Hell, I mean, some people considered check raising to be rude. There's still some variants of poker where you can't check raise, you know, certain hands, like low ball, you know, where you can't check raise an 8 or better in low ball because it's considered rude and ungentlemanlike to check raise. So, I mean, if you know what, Mickey, I would say this: you're allowed to ask, and if you want to ask, go ahead and ask. It's your right to ask, and if it makes someone feel like you're a little rude, fuck it. It's your money. It's your game. And if you want to see it, if you want to be able to see, to correlate, you know, some tell that maybe you picked up, or just to know what they're, you know, what's going on at the table, go ahead and ask. It is bad etiquette, but I don't think it should be, and I think that you should be able to ask if you want. So, I think TDA now says that if you're not in hand, you have no right to see. I mean, well, everyone starts in the hand, so I'm not sure. I'm not so sure if that's right, Jackosaurus. But I'm going to go ahead and make a note of that, Jackosaurus, because maybe you're right. They always change those TDA rules. Can I ask to see a hand? I don't know. We'll ask Matt Savage. He's usually pretty good at getting back to us. So I'm going to guess that Paul, getting back to the hand in progress, I'm going to go ahead and guess that Paul does make that value bet on the heavier side. I think that we're probably going to see him pop out more than 300,000 here, and I think that Ari probably reluctantly makes the call. But I think that what we're going to see here is Ari considering his options. He's not going to just look at his overpair and think it's an auto call. Let's see what happens.
Wow, what a gift from God.
Yep, and Paul is surely going to bet at this, and it's just about if Ari can get away from this hand. I mean, the flush draw from the flop did come in, so Ari's good enough to get away from this hand.
350, and look, Ari's looking at that thinking, this is silly. I mean, most players are going to look at their overpair and just auto call. Ari is not most players. He's a good player who considers his options. So let's take a look.
Oh, that's one of the worst cards in the deck.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Justin, if if a player releases a hand and another player asks to see it, the dealer is supposed to muck the hand before he turns it over. So that's really dealer error that happened.
I say he folds.
I like where your head's at, Bruce. I just hope Ari could hear you.
Can't we just check?
Wow, and look what Ari's doing. He's actually engaging in conversation with Paul, trying to get a little bit of a reaction. He asks, "Why can't we just check?" You know, they're three-handed at a final table of the HPT. There's a house on the line. There's there's $100 and something thousand on the line, and somehow Ari decides that he can go ahead and get Paul to crack, and Paul does. Look at Paul. He's like, huh. No, Paul, keep the poker face. This is the difference between a pro and an amateur. Of course, we see Ari basically played this whole final table like a robot. But in these situations where you are last to act with no cards remaining and you have a decision to make, and it doesn't matter if you give away the strength of your own hand, here it is. Here it is, Ari going and saying, why can't we just check, to try to get some sort of reaction, figure out whether Paul's just making some stupid move or making some light value bet, trying to figure out if his jacks are ahead. So I think Ari folds here, and I don't think that Ari is going to be able to fold as easily if Paul just puts his head down, uses that hat, and puts that poker face and stays as the robot. Jesus, look at that.
His facial expression.
Of course he looks happy. Of course he looks happy. Ari's not happy. Ari's like, oh, Jesus, this is so stupid. And Paul is super happy that he is going to win the pot.
Hear you.
Can't we just check?
God, that's so good.
I like where your head's at, Bruce. I just hope Ari could hear you.
Can't we just check?
His facial expression states that he might.
Literally one of the worst.
Yeah, Justin, he should have. He should have tapped, killed the hand, turned it over, and the guy's no longer qualified for the pot. The problem is this. The problem is that if he didn't, it's dealer error, but the hand's still alive. So the fact that he didn't tap it, the fact that he didn't kill it. I mean, if I'm the floor guy, I'm not going to say, well, he should have killed it, so it should be dead, so it is dead. I'm going to say he should have killed it, but he didn't, so it's live hand, and he's going to get the pot.
Cards in the deck on the river. Ari knows that, but sometimes you can't help yourself. You're like, overpair to the board.
If I were happen to fold, would you show?
Look at that. Look at that. And then he goes with that classic, will you fold if I show? Like, if I fold, will you show? Will you show if I fold? Will you show if I fold? It's kind of interesting. Zachary Elwood has a whole chapter about what the responses to that question, that specific question, means in his book Verbal Poker Tells. I would definitely recommend that as a must-read in today's poker game. Verbal Poker Tells and Reading Poker Tells, both the newest and, in my opinion, the best additions to the Poker Tells poker literature. Here we go.
Not even getting 3-1, so I don't think it's a good call.
Just hypothetically.
I've never shown. I probably won't start now.
Look how comfortable he is. Look how comfortable he is. I mean, a guy who's bluffing can hardly get a word out. And here he is, just kind of so relaxed, so comfortable with his hand here. I mean, I don't... Paul... Who wins this scene? Obviously Ari, because there's no way Ari makes the call after all that, right? I mean, if Ari makes the call now, we really have to start questioning our assumption that he's, the strongest at this table by far. I think that we're going to see Ari make the fold, Paul takes it down, and Ari has to wait until he sees the live stream, until he sees the episode to see that he was in fact beat.
I don't know. Paul seems really comfortable. I like that Ari's kind of talking to him. There's definitely something to be said for, getting a live read off of someone. I'm not a big believer in a poker face necessarily, but I mean, yeah.
There you are, Ari. Bodog Ari.
Kind of talked and felt out Paul's
well played, Bodog Ari. This is why you are the champion. This is why I gotta think that you are going to win this Heartland Poker Tour tournament.
find
I
out.
don't know what's going to happen, guys. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the results. When I'm looking at their hidden mobs, I'm really trying not to pay attention to, where their caches are coming from. I know Ari's been successful at these Heartland Poker Tours, but, pretty sure he wins. He's got to win, right? No, Willie, we're not seeing this before anyone else. This is an older episode, so I'm sure that this might be something that other people have seen.
Table. I'm Bruce Buffer with my co-host Maria Ho. I have the pleasure of filling in for your host Fred Bevel. So now let's get back to the hot action at the HPT final table.
And for the first time in a long time, we have a new chip leader, Jose, overtaking Ari with 5.8 million to Ari's 5.4 million.
And
Coffee League, though.
This is a great example. We're not really seeing how it happened. I guess it's small steps, because I don't think that all just happened from that ace-9 hand, right? Yeah, that's June, so
We're
it's
still in the fight with just over 1.2 million.
Let's get back to the action. The blinds are at 40,000.
That's a raise, right? Ace-6 suited on the button, three-handed, of course. He should be making it, so it's 40-80. He should be making it somewhere around 160, 170. I'd make it 160.
10,000 ante.
I've never seen such a big chip lead in a tournament.
Jose peels back. Ace-6 suited. We know he likes that.
And you got to think that Bodog Ari is feeling a little bit defeated at this point, actually not having the chip lead anymore. I mean, when we were at 7, when we were at 6, he had more than half the chips in play, and he's just thinking, he's just reliving these confrontations that he's had with Jose. He's reliving that 10-7 hand. That 10-7 hand was a big misstep.
He raises it up to 175,000.
And Paul looks down at deuces, and I think that with Paul's stack size of 17 big blinds, I like a shove here with deuces. I think it's the right thing to do. Three-handed.
Not yet,
You have
Dargo.
plenty of fold equity. You are probably flipping.
I'm gonna talk to the
slightly ahead if you
HPT
get
and
called,
see what
so
we can
no
get.
reason not to just try to get the chips that are in the middle.
Yeah, no problem with this shove here. He's making it, so he's got 11, so he's got less than 15 bigs. He's got that tween stack we talk about. So with that tween stack in this kind of position, he's looking to go ahead and make those kind of 3-bet shoves when he has fold equity. Go ahead and pick up 40%, 30% of his 30 or 40% of his stack without even having to fade a flop. And I don't know. I mean, we've seen Jose call pretty light in the same situation before against Baisley. So I think that he makes the call here. I don't think it's a great call, but I can understand it. I mean, he's going to have to knock him out eventually, and now he doesn't know that he's actually a coin flip here. With Ace-6, you kind of have to worry that you're up against a dominating position, even more so than calling with King-9 suited. I think that if Jose has King-9 suited, it's an easier call than making the Ace-6 suited. Yeah, Mickey, I'm rooting for Ari just because I feel like but Jose is looking really solid too. I completely agree with you. I think that both of them have been playing really well, and both of them are as deserving as the other for to take down this title, in my opinion. But I guess I'd have to root for Ari.
Now, Maria, put yourself in Jose's position. Do you make this call?
Does Maria make the call? I think she does.
Personally, wouldn't.
Wouldn't. Okay. It's okay.
Against the 17 big blind stack, I think I would against, a 12 to 14 big blind stack. And, that makes all the difference sometimes. But
are we at a 17 big blind stack? I don't think we are, right? I thought that we were at 40-80. Yeah, so, Maria, we're at 40-80. Paul made it 170. So the short stack, then he puts 1 million more, so that means he started with 1.09 plus the 40 plus 170, so he started with 1302. So we got Paul starting with 1.3 million at 4080. So yeah, I guess 16 bigs. So she thinks that it's a little too heavy to make the call with. She likes making the call with 12 big blinds or less. And it's pretty much on the fence, right? But I think that we probably know what Jose does.
Jose does make the call, and he's actually in pretty good shape against Paul's hand. But
Really
no,
good
me
shape.
myself, I personally probably would fold that.
Flip that coin. Let's see who. Let's
we
see
have a
who Chance
50-50
likes
here,
more.
folks. Let's see what the flop brings us.
And yeah, Mason, those the WSOP and the PCA streams are great, but I'm sure that we'd have to get permission, and I think that's probably going to be harder to get permission from WSOP or PokerStars. But maybe, you never know. Maybe. Let's go ahead and
Flop
see what
comes,
happens here.
5-8 queen, 2 diamonds on the board. No help to anybody with Paul's pair of twos staying strong.
No help to anybody.
Paul's still in the lead, but that puts him way in the lead. The deuce on the turn gives him a set. Now Jose is drawing dead to eliminate him.
Jose not even waiting for the river, already putting his chips out on the table, and he draws an ace on the river, but no.
Oh my gosh! Oh no, that's so cringeworthy. Oh, that's
For those of you
so
who aren't aware of
cringeworthy,
it,
guys.
Trip twos does beat a pair of aces.
Nice,
Poker 101.
nice hand
Don't
there.
play poker without knowing that, guys.
Nice hand there, Paul.
And we continue play. Blinds 40, 80,000, 10,000 Annie.
Wow.
That definitely
Little
breathed
pocket
a whole
queens
lot of life
action.
into Paul's stack.
Ari peels back, 2 beautiful ladies. And Jose an enticing ace-10 offsuit.
Three-handed
Makes it
ace-10
180.
looks like a great
So
hand.
it's kind of interesting. I feel like Ari is adjusting his pre-flop raise amount here. I mean, it's at 40-80, so he's making it 2.25 times the big blind with queens. I feel like when we've seen him raise, most of the time he's not raising 2.25. I feel like he's adjusting his raise size here. Maybe we're just, maybe we're not really seeing the whole picture. But if he's making it 180K with queens and making it 165 with with Jack 7 suited, he's really giving up some big equity points.
Little does he know Ari has queens here. And by this point, people are really...
Yeah, so Sean, so 130, I'm pretty sure, so that was when it was 30-60. So I feel like he's adjusting his pre-flop raise amount. I hope not.
Used to Ari raising with not a whole lot. So Jose decides he wants to 3-bet to 325,000 just based on the fact that Ari has been playing a lot of
It's kind of interesting too. If we look at the way he puts this out too, we've got that hesitation, or not the hesitation. We've got the obligation move when he's putting it out. So he's putting it out with his right hand, and as he's putting it out, he kind of lifts it to the side like that as he's putting it out, kind of like That's what we call an obligation move. Again, it's one of those situations where he's feeling like he's forced to act in a certain way based on the circumstances and based on based on his hand. So let's take a look at what he does. Also, guys, before we do this, we've got 403 viewers. This is a subscriber chat only day. Most of the time we're going to go ahead and have everyone contributing, but for the viewing part it's a subscriber only. But we still do appreciate you guys watching, and if you haven't yet already clicked on that follow button, please do. We're trying to get up to we've got a little follow goal today of 2,300, and we're pretty far out. So it would definitely mean a lot to us if you click on that follow button. If you're already following, follow us on Twitter at DutchBoyd and give us a little bit of a retweet love if you're enjoying the stream, feel like you're getting something out of it. Also, remember that all of our subscribers are getting a free copy of Poker Tilt, DRM free, downloadable version, free just for subscribing. Plus, you'll have all the subscriber benefits that we're going to be rolling out for the next forever. So you definitely don't be shy with that subscribe button. Let's go ahead and continue to see. Let's watch this obligation movement right there in that right hand as he puts out his chips.
Three-handed ace-10 looks like a great hand. Little does he know Ari has queens here. And by this point, people are really used to Ari raising with not a whole lot. So
Right
Ari
there.
raising with not a whole lot. Queens here. And by
As
this
he's putting
point,
it
people are really
out,
used to Ari raising
right
with not
there.
a whole lot. So Jose decides he wants
And
with
he
not
actually
a whole lot.
also
At this point,
has a
people are
little bit
really
of
used to
a
Ari raising
pursed
with not a whole
lips
lot.
right
So
there, like, okay,
Jose raising with
let's
not a
do
whole
this.
lot. So Jose decides he wants
And I
with
think
not a
that he
whole
has
lot.
that
So
obligation fist
Jose
drop
decides-
too, right there, that we were talking about, right? So let's see what happens.
He wants to 3-bet to 325,000 just based on the fact that Ari has been playing a
You're
lot
welcome,
of
Mickey.
hands.
I think it's kind of
This
a
has to
fun
make it to the
format,
very
kind of
big
changing
hand
up
right
what people do on Twitch. So he made it. So let's review here. So Ari made it 180, and Jose makes a really small re-raise here to 325. So I mean, the minimum that he could have made it would be 280, right? 280. 325 is really on the small side, and the fact that Ari has position on Jose, makes me not like the bet sizing here. I would want to be making it at the very minimum 2.5x of the 180, so you'd be looking at 450. 450 minimum is about what you'd want to be putting it out. Making it 325, you're always going to get called, at least, always. And you're just kind of asking for trouble playing, against Bodog Ari out of position with the ace-10 offsuit. Because I mean, what are you going to do? I guess you're going to go ahead and c-bet any flop, and Ari's going to have so many options. He's going to be able to float. He's going to be able to raise you. Hate the bet sizing by Jose here. Love the raise. Hate the bet sizing. So it's Sean. I agree. 425 is still on the small side in my opinion. I think that 450. As high as 540, somewhere between 450 and 540 is where I want to see it. Let's see what happens. Ari obviously is not folding this hand, so maybe he calls and decides to play it a little bit slower, and maybe he pops it up a little bit more. It wouldn't surprise me if he tries to inflate this pot just a little bit, hoping that Jose actually has a legitimate hand. It also wouldn't surprise me if he goes ahead and just makes the call. The fact, though, that we're only looking at 11 minutes left, 10 minutes left of the episode. Spoiler alert, we only have 10 minutes left, so I'm going to say that Ari raises here.
This is where past history kind of dictates your play now, because last time Ari 4-bet Jose with 10-7 suited, and he knows Jose saw that hand get shown down. So I think that's why Ari is deciding to fast play this, because he's hoping that Jose is going to think
to
that
call.
he's just 4.
So Ari re-raises to 655, 510 to call. Okay, it's kind of weird the way that they spelled that out. So when he makes it 325, 510. Okay, well, you know what? We'll just go ahead and say that he re-raised to 655 and there's 510 to call. That doesn't really make a lot of sense, but it's okay.
Betting here with not a whole lot again.
655.
Oh my God, so chant. Good question. I mean, it is three-handed. Ace-10's a monster three-handed, right? I mean, but now you're getting 4-bet by Ari Angle. Is Ace-10 offsuit a monster when you get 4-bet? Is Ace-10 offsuit a monster when you 5-bet shove all in and get snap called? Let's see what Jose does. I don't like the call here. I think that calling really puts you in a tough spot. I hate the raise even more, so I think that maybe it's time to give it up, Jose.
1,190,000 in the pot.
I think you're right, though, so Sean.
Jose has to consider 510,000
I think
chips
he's gonna.
to call.
Nope, he just calls. Oh.
And he makes the
this
call.
This is kind of ugly, man. This is kind of ugly. So I can understand why he would make the call. He's getting 2-1 to make the call. He can count on some implied odds, but what is he hoping for here? I guess he's. I mean, if he hits an ace, I guess that he's gonna think that he's ahead, and if he hits a 10, I guess he's gonna think he's ahead. I don't know what he's hoping for here. I don't think that he knows. Does he have a plan? Do you have a plan for the hand, Jose? Does that look like a man with a plan right there? I don't think he does. I don't think he has a plan here. But let's see.
Jose's pretty undeterred by this 4-bet, and I think that's just because Ari has 4-bet him before with a pretty marginal hand.
Flop comes King, King, 3, Rainbow.
So not like the designer flop that Ari would want, but 2 kings and a 3 is definitely better than 1 king and a 3. So Ari is going to still think that he's ahead, and I like the fact that Jose is definitely studying his man. Did Jose already check here? Did he check really quick there?
Flop comes King, King, 3, Rainbow. No help to Jose.
Or shoot, maybe we're completely screwed up here. Ari is the small blind, isn't he? That changes things quite a bit if that's the case. I think that's what we just saw. We'll go ahead and see what happens. Obviously, being in position is going to open up some options here.
Ari?
Yeah, he's got to feel pretty comfortable about that flop unless Jose has a king in his hand. Ari feels pretty safe to just c-bet here and see what happens.
And it's so crazy how small Ari's c-bets are compared to his pre-flop raises, right? I mean, here he is betting 400,000 into 1.7. You know, less than a quarter size c-bet. But it kind of gets back to what we were talking about with that conversation I had with Kyle Lohman when he was saying you know when you're at this kind of stage of the table, betting 400,000. If you look at the stack sizes, you're betting. You know, he's got about with that conversation I had with Kyle Lohman when he was saying you know when you're at this kind of stage of the table, betting 400,000. If you look at the stack sizes, you're betting. You know, he's got 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're basically betting 10% of his stack with that $400,000 bet. You know, so maybe it's okay to go ahead and lower that c-bet amount and base that c-bet amount more on the effective stack sizes in play rather than the pot or your pre-flop amounts. Rechecking your cards, I don't think it should be done so, Sean. I think that generally rechecking cards tends to mean strength. You shouldn't really recheck your cards. There would be an exception though. You should probably recheck your cards before you muck them, because every once in a while those cards tend to change. You know, we saw we saw a really colossal screw up by Phil Ivey a few years ago during the main event, the one that he final tabled, where they got really really deep and he ended up mucking his hand on the river when at the showdown when it went check on the showdown. He ended up mucking his hand when he actually had a flush. He was just that confident in his own ability to remember what he looked at. So before you actually muck your cards, I would suggest rechecking just to make sure you're mucking what you think you're mucking. But generally, you shouldn't look back at your whole cards. If you can't remember if you can't remember what 2 cards are over the space of 40, 50 seconds, practice it. I guess practice at home. Before you show up at the felt.
Bet from his previous bet, but puts out 400,000 chips. Jose looking for a read, but I don't really think a read is needed here when all he has to do is look at his cards.
What are you talking about, Buffer? What are you talking about? Ace-10 offsuit is not that weak of a hand. I mean, Ace-10 offsuit here is about as good as Ace-3. I mean, like, if Ari had him beat before the flop, he still has him beat. But if Jose had the best hand before the flop, he still has the best hand now. Most of the time. I mean, Buffer acts like this is an obvious fold situation. I don't think it's obvious at all, especially when you've got Ari firing out, less than a quarter size bet. Ari is also the kind of person who is likely to go ahead and not fire out that second bullet on the turn. So even just, for Jose to make a call here, I think I don't think he's going to fold. I think that he's actually considering whether his Ace-10 offsuit is good.
Yeah, and you know what? I think Ari has just made Jose into a non-believer. And that's also why you have to give it up for Ari for the way that he's been playing. Because, when you play the way that Ari's been playing, when you get a hand, you're going to get paid off. Because all of a sudden, people just don't think you ever have anything. And Jose's raising to $1 million when he could have just been calling if he thought his ace high was good.
But it's okay to raise, too. I mean, if you think that your ace high is good, it's okay to raise, too. You know, sometimes you're wrong, and sometimes you're able to get the better hand to fold. You know, if Ari has like an ace jack or ace queen, it's a hard call here to make, especially being in position. You know, Ari has to think, okay, it's 600,000 to call here, but it's not really. You know, implied there is that if you call this, you better be willing to go the whole way with that hand. And Ari has a pretty strong hand. Pocket queens, I don't think he's folding here. A lot of hands he is folding, you know. So if you're sitting here with Jose, you've got the ace 10, you figure that you're ahead. You're beating hands like jack, you know, like jack 9 suited, or like the old 7-6 off suit. You don't really want to, you know, just give Ari those free outs to hit his 6 outer, I guess. Let's see what happens. I mean, obviously Ari is not going anywhere.
I'm a little,
but it wouldn't surprise me if Ari kind of plays it a little bit tricky and just makes a call rather than re-raise.
amazed he raised that up.
Buffer. Amazed, really? Amazed? You're amazed that a guy makes a raise?
You know, if Jose did have a king, would he be fast playing? Would he be playing it like this?
I remember hearing a pretty good Louis C.K. bit about that whole amazing word is just so overused today. It really should be reserved for things that are truly amazing. This is seeing a guy raise with ace high on a king 3 board is not, in my opinion, amazing. It's like amazing is like seeing a unicorn on a rainbow, you know, swan dive into a pot of gold. That's amazing. Seeing Jose raise with ace 10 offsuit doesn't count.
Would he be fast playing? Would he?
Let's go ahead and hear that again.
And Ari decides to call because he's thinking.
Raise that up.
And Ari decides to call because he's thinking, you know, if Jose did have a king, would he be fast playing? Would he be playing it like this?
Eight of spades hits the turn. Again, no help. Mind games going on here right now. Ari checks.
If you ever see Buffer, I'm going to be like, hey, amazing. Look at this. Isn't that amazing?
Here, considering what he just said, but he checks.
Look at this, man.
Doesn't follow
look at
through
this.
with it. There's just no
amazing, amazing.
Now. But it just depends on if he gets it on the river. But, you know, Ari just
jeez Louise.
It just adds to the belief that Ari has that he has the best hand now, obviously. And it's time for him to value bet. And maybe Jose is going to try to look him up with ace high. It's a huge pot. Ari bets 900.
And look at the bet sizing bet. Ari is making it 900,000 into a 3.7 pot. 900,000 is like a huge amount of this guy's effective stack. So even though it looks like it's a pretty big underbet, if you actually look at, you know, the chips that Jose has in front of him, 900,000 has to be like, you know, 20%, you know, 25% of his chips in play. So, you know, maybe there's something to be said for this whole idea of adjusting your value bets and adjusting your bets and adjusting your post-flop C bets more based on your opponent's effective chip stack than on the pot itself. I'm really on the camp of basing it on the pot itself, so I would be betting more than 900,000 here. I'd be betting like, you know, 1.5, 1.6, 1.8 minimum. And I might actually just fire off and say, you know what? If Jose has a king here, I'm taking him down right now. If he has pocket threes here, you know, or pocket, you know, or a big pocket pair, like, you know, if he has aces or if he gets sticky with jacks or tens, I'm going to just go ahead and put him to the test right here and hope that he calls. He's never folding a king. You know, he's never folding it. And if he has a king, he's dead. He's done. He's out of the tournament. He's never folding threes full. And if he has threes full, he's dead, done, out of the tournament. Everything else, I mean, what can he call 900,000 with that he can't call a bigger bet with? I mean, I guess what he has. we might see Jose decide to make a hero call here, and one of those nothing I could do calls. Let's see what happens. He probably does. The queen doesn't really change his analysis of the hand, right? He's thinking, if I was ahead when I thought I was ahead, I'm still ahead. Let's go ahead and make that high call with ace high and show him how it's done at home.
100,000. It's a 4.6 million chip pot.
Gotta admire Ari on his style when he's out with three ladies. Not out of the hand, mind you.
Right. I think Ari is just.
And again, I don't like. I mean, Jose's so good at studying his man, and now he comes to this critical point, and he's not studying his man. Why are you looking at the flop? Why are you looking at your chips? Look at Ari. Look at Ari.
Trying to get paid here. He's just going for just that tiny bit of value, and Jose might
do what Ari does, man. Take a page from Ari's playbook. Say stuff like, "Suppose I'm going to fold. Would you show your hand?" Say that kind of thing. Get a reaction out of this guy. You're not going to get one because Ari is a pro, but you can at least try. You can at least try, man.
just give it to him. And he basically puts Ari on a stone bluff from the flop, just calling out of position. And, you know, I think it's not a great call here for Jose, but Ari just bet the right size on the river to get Jose to look him up there with ace high.
But as with most hands, if Ari was bluffing, we'd be praising Jose like crazy right now for his brilliant poker move.
True, it's easy for us. We get to see the hands, but, you know, I think that you can't fault people, like I said, for trying to win the pot. It just didn't happen to be a good time there for Jose. And now Ari is just going to have a massive chip lead three-handed.
Well, after that huge hand, we're still at 48,000 blinds with 10,000 ante. Ari peels back ace-7 off.
And he's back to a pretty nice stack there. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 million. Now at this point, Ari has all the chips again.
Raises it up to 175,000.
Interesting, Jackosaurus. Good to know. So players not still in possession of their cards at showdown cannot ask to see a hand.
Pair of deuces hit the table again.
And now Jose.
So we don't really know what happened between those hands and now. It looks like Jose took a little bit more of a hit, down to like 1.5, 1.6 maybe, and we're still at probably at 40-80. So he's looking at 20 big blinds. Did we say that he had pocket twos? We might see him make an over shove here, or at least a 3-bet.
It has about 20 big blinds, so I think if I were Jose, I would shove deuces now.
Not me. I wouldn't shove deuces. I would be, making a 3-bet. I don't think that 20 big blinds is quite at that point where you need to make the shove. It feels like it's too many chips to shove here. But there seems to be a trend to maybe make those shoves a little bit bigger than I would.
He is going to move his entire stack in.
And we see the pyramid voice inflection.
Situation than earlier.
Says
I
it
think
to
when
the
Ari
dealer.
raises from the small blind and Jose moves all in, I feel
Let's
like
go ahead
Ari
and listen
might
to
have
that
call
all
with
in.
ace-7.
We'll listen to the voice inflection.
Another
It doesn't
seven.
really
Jose
matter what
then-
happens because we don't really learn much by just watching the result. Let's watch how it happens.
He is gonna move his.
He's got that hand drop going.
He is gonna move his entire.
He's got a pyramid voice inflection. All in.
He is gonna move his entire stack in. He is gonna move his. He is gonna move his. He is gonna move his entire stack in.
And Ari doesn't love it. Ari doesn't love it. He's looking at it thinking, oh, a lot of times I'm dominated here, but 1.7 to 1.3. Basically like a 4 to 3. He's thinking that, I'm ahead of king, queen. Coin flip against small pocket pairs. I mean, eventually you're just going to have to bust the guy. So, I mean, you can't just keep on shying away from these kind of spots. So let's go ahead and take a look.
And I think this is a little bit different of a situation than earlier. I think when Ari raises from the small blind and Jose moves all in, I feel like Ari might have to call with 8-7. Another player, another flip.
It's kind of funny because I don't think I make this call here. I think I probably fold and say, you know what, even when I'm ahead, I'm not that far ahead. It's just too much.
For their tournament life.
And Willie, I don't really know what the pyramid normally means. Just pay attention to the voice inflection and realize that, voice inflection means something, but you really have to take a page from the Zachary Elwood playbook and keep in mind that you really want to correlate those types of physical tells to strength and weakness before you really act on it. Because, we talked about the different types of voice inflection tells in the last HPT viewing party. You subscribers can go back and watch that. And we basically kind of compared the voice inflection tells that you'll see at poker to kind of the same type of voice inflections that you'll see while speaking, Mandarin. And they're all going to mean different things for different players. Generally, when you've got like a trailing up voice inflection, it correlates to strength, and a trailing down correlates to weakness. But a lot of times, almost as often as not, you're going to see the reverse of that being true, and the player is actually, trailing up when he's trying to feign confidence, and trailing down when he's trying to feign disappointment. So definitely, take a page from that Zachary Elwood playbook and go for the correlation before you stake your whole tournament life on voice inflection tells. But even so, you definitely want to be paying attention to those voice inflection tells. Yeah, we got some good viewers here, guys. This is a sub-only chat, but listen, if you guys haven't hit that follow button, please do hit that follow button. Definitely helps us if you feel like you're enjoying the stream and enjoying the format. Thanks again so much to the Heartland Poker Tour for allowing us to use their footage to improve our games of poker. And hit the follow button if you're already following. It doesn't cost anything. If you're already following, please follow us on Twitter. Give us a little bit of that retweet love. Doesn't cost anything. And if you want to really show your support for the stream and join in the conversation, join in the discussion, get some of those past videos, and get some of those subscriber benefits and those cool emoticons, just go ahead and click on that sub button. $4.99 basically buys you a 3-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner as a coach for life. We're also going to go ahead and ship you this DRM free digital version of Poker Tilt, my own poker book. Took me more than a year to write. Got some pretty good reviews. Let's go ahead and see how the hand plays out.
Well, the huge action continues between these two fine players. Let's see what the flop brings. Flop comes 7, 10, 3. 7.
That'll probably do it for Jose.
On the flop, pair of sevens against the twos of Jose.
Jose is going to need a 2 on the turn or the river.
And about 10 Hail Marys.
Fist bump, Stoney.
King on the turn, no help.
Doesn't help. And
20 Hail Marys now.
I think that they're rounding up because I don't think it's 5%. I think it's 4.5.
Just one.
Kovar 12, thank you so much for the subscription, buddy.
In third place,
really appreciate it.
On the river gives Ari aces and sevens, and now we are going to be down to heads up. But great job by
Fist
Jose.
bump.
What a good
Welcome to the
comeback.
crew, Kovar. Love seeing that animation. Really appreciate the support. We're gonna check your inbox for the digital copy.
Louis, Missouri, at the River City
really
Casino.
appreciate
It's
it.
time to take a quick commercial break, but
we do have a commercial break coming up on the HPT. When we come back, we are coming up for the heads-up matchup between these two players. Let's go ahead, and since we are here in the VLC media, we can just fast forward it.
We're down to the
Skip the
final
commercial
two
break.
poker warriors at the HPT final table. Now, from my experience watching fights in the octagon, I can tell you one thing, that the fighters are fighting the loneliest job in the world. Right now, these two poker players, they also have the loneliest job in the world. Nobody to support them except...
Really, Buffer? I mean, is it really the loneliest job in the world? I feel like we could come up with lonelier jobs, right? can't we come up with lonelier jobs than playing heads up in a poker tournament?
Themselves. Let's see what happens as we get back to this action.
Let's see
Starting
what happens.
heads up play between Ari Engel and Paul Feelig. Ari has 9.2 million to Paul's 3.3 million. That is a substantial chip lead that Ari has.
Ari with a huge increase of 3.8 million chips plus. Paul increasing up over 2 million chips. Heads up time. This is where we separate the men from the boys.
Or the women from the girls.
This is true.
But I know in this situation in particular, yes. And in heads up play, the small blind is also the button. So Paul decides from the button to limp in with 5 deuces.
Okay, guys, don't do this at home. When you finally get into this heads up situation, you need to be raising your buttons, and you need to be raising such a high percentage of your buttons. Just limping on the button is a mistake. Immediately you see Ari Engel feeling holy prime. Fist bump, buddy. Thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome to the crew. We'll go ahead and ship you that free DRM copy of the Poker Tilt.
Does your thing come up? Welcome.
Yeah, it'll come up. It'll come up. We're on a delay, on no delay now, so it actually takes a couple seconds before it shows up. There it is. Fist bump, holy prime. Welcome to the crew. Thank you very much for the subscription. So look, check your box. You're gonna go ahead and get that DRM free copy. And thanks for supporting the stream. So look, guys, Ari just perks up here because he realizes, wow, this guy has no heads up experience. This guy has no idea what he's doing. You can't limp on buttons. You can't fold your button. When you get into these heads up spots, you have to be aggressive on that button. Position counts for something. You should be raising well over 80% of your hands. Really, I like to push it up like 80, like 90, 95% of my hands I'm raising on the button. Give that little min raise, and make sure that the pots that you play when you're in position are bigger, or at least as big as the pots that Ari's going to play when he's got position on you. You can't do this. You can't limp. He's sitting there with 5-2 offsuit, and really, if I'm Ari and some guy decides to limp on the button, I'm probably going to go ahead and say, you know what, that's a mistake. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't have a big hand, and he's not going to be able to fade a raise. If he can fade a raise, he's probably not going to fade a c-bet if he misses on the flop. So if I'm Ari here, it's not going to take much for me to go ahead and pop up a raise. Knowing the way that Ari plays, I would expect that his raise amount would be lower than mine. But let's see what he does. No, just checks. He goes ahead and he decides to just not punish the limper. It's okay if you want, especially early on in the heads-up match. If you decide to go ahead and say, you know what, it's okay to limp. Raising kind of sends a signal that you're doing something wrong with the limp. I like raising there. I like raising, even early on in the heads-up match. Just I've got a better hand than you do, Paul. Let's go ahead and build this pot. I'm going to take the pre-flop aggression. I'm going to take it with a post-flop c-bet more often than not.
Jack 9 suited. Flop comes 6 ace.
6
4
ace
rainbow flop.
4.
No help.
Checked by. All right, let's go ahead and look at the way he checked there.
To anybody, ace. Flop comes 6 ace 4 rainbow flop. No help to anybody.
Looked like that was
ace
like a
4 rainbow
1, 2, 3.
flop. No help
Yeah.
to any. 6 ace 4 rainbow flop. No help to anybody.
Pretty good
Ari still strong with the
standardization
Jack
on
9
Ari's
suited.
checks.
Paul has a gut shot straight draw, and
This could get kind of interesting, you guys. Let's see what happens.
7 of diamonds comes off on the turn.
I mean, it's okay for, you know what, Ari, it's okay. You're doing just fine here if you don't feel like taking it from your man.
Which gives Ari a flush draw.
Induces the bet. Paul bets 105 into 180. We've seen this a lot, that Paul's bet sizing tends to be on the higher side than we like to make it, and Ari's bet sizing tends to be on the lower side than we like to make it. Ari's not going anywhere here. It's going to be kind of interesting though if the river comes like another ace or a king or a queen or like a 10, where they both just completely whiff it. If the board comes paired and they both completely whiff it, are we going to just see them both check down and Ari takes it with a jack high? I think we do. I think that probably is going to be what happens.
Ari calls the bet with 105,000 chips.
River card, please.
River card, 10 of clubs. No help to anybody.
Yeah. Check.
And Paul knows that if
Paul can take it right here, but I think that he shuts down.
he doesn't bet, he can't win here, so he's got to try to go for it.
Goes for it. He bets 135 into 390. You know, it's he's adjusting his bet sizing based on the strength of his hand. You know, he felt stronger with the straight draw. He felt optimistic, and now he's making it, you know, a third pot here. I mean, Boogie, I mean, it looks to me like they aren't consistent. It looks like he felt stronger. He made it more than half, and now he's making it a third when that 10 of clubs hits. I mean, I don't think Ari calls here. You know, he's not Davide Katai. I don't think he's going to be able to make the kind of soul read where he knows Jack High is good, but he might make a raise here, and a raise gets through. So let's see what happens.
Try to go for it.
He might decide, you know what, Paul doesn't have an ace. He doesn't have a 10. At best, he's value betting, you know, at best he's value betting a 7. So maybe Ari tries to push him off of it.
135.
I'll just say, if Ari calls here, I'm going to just be like, so like in awe.
1,000.
Again, I would have bet a little more myself. I don't see how he can call, but he's endangering a call not even knowing what cards in his hands are.
Yeah, definitely. I think with that bet size, if Ari had better than Jack High, if he had King High, for example, he's getting called. So blinds going up to 50,000 and 100,000.
50, so
10,000, Annie.
It's like that 1-2 skip a few. We have no idea how many hands we skipped. 50K, 100K.
Paul peels back, ace 8 off.
Paul's got roughly 20 big blinds now, so this is definitely a hand that I think he's going to raise go with.
Ari.
So Paul doing the right move, raising 2x from the button. That's pretty much exactly what I would be doing. Ari looks down at the old pocket sevens, and I think that we're probably going to see a re-raise here. The only question is, does Ari shove, or does Ari just give a normal raise of like, you know, 500, 500,000, 600,000? If he does make it 500 or 600,000, I think that Paul re-raises, and we're going to see the big coin flip that probably ends the tournament. Does Ari just call?
With his lucky sevens.
I guess he could just call. I don't think so, though. I think that he should raise. I mean, pocket sevens is strong enough, super strong heads up, so I think that a raise is called for. And he should be more than willing to get it all in here. I mean, he's very, very rarely dominated.
Let's see if he goes over the top.
And with the stacks that he's got, I mean, he's got just all the chips. The other guy's got 20 big blinds. So Paul has 2 million. What does Ari have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 70 billion, basically. He's got him like 5 or 6 to 1. So I think that Ari loves getting it all in. Even if he's not able to win this coin flip, he's probably going to be able to chip away at his man, even if he does double him up here. So I think we see a raise.
3,500,000.
There
and
you
I'd
go.
say he jumped over about $6 with that bet.
Yeah, he's effectively putting Paul all in for his tournament life, and Paul's going to quickly call.
It's pretty funny, really. 3,500,000.
If it didn't come down to a flip on what could be.
It's kind of interesting too how quick Paul snap called. I mean, really, this is the most important decision of the whole entire tournament for you, Paul, and you're going to just snap call without even considering that maybe it's a fold. You know, you put in 2x with 20 big blinds. I'm not saying that you know, a call isn't right, but I'm saying at least take a few breaths. Take a few minutes, you know, just take a moment here and decide, you know, look at your guy and think, why did he just make a joke out of his raise, basically? I mean, looking at the deal and saying 3,500,000 is basically kind of a joke way of saying all in. So consider what's going on at the table and don't just let the hand play for you. You play your hand, Paul. Play your hand. Don't just snap call. It's not a snap call, folks.
The final hand of this tournament.
With him having the sevens.
Goofy.
Paul has his 2 overs, which is probably why he's smiling, because there's still breathing room in this hand for him.
Got a little bit of hope, but ooh, 7 on the flop. It's just going to close the door, slam it right in Paul's face. King and a 5 to go along with it. Rainbow.
Yeah, Micah, I mean, a small bet could have been feigning a bad hand to draw somebody in. Sure it could. More often than not, though, Micah, when you have a player, especially kind of a fun player, who adjusts his bet amounts based on hand strength, what you tend to find is that they adjust upwards when they're strong and downwards when they're weak. So when he made it, especially a player like Paul, who tends to bet heavy, on the heavier side anyway, when he made it, a third pot bet, man, I'd be really, really tempted with that jack high to give that check raise. But yeah, I mean, Micah, anything's possible. We are sitting here watching a heads-up match at a final table, so obviously these guys have done a lot of good moves to get here, and it could have been feigning a bad hand. We definitely have the advantage of being able to see their whole cards while they're doing it. So, when it's transparent what they have, it's a little easier to make these types of criticisms of what they're doing. It's not really that obvious. I think we're seeing the last hand here, guys. I think this is it.
Now
I
for
think
the turn card comes a 10 of diamonds. We have a new champion.
A new champion,
Paul is
Ari.
drawing dead officially now. He's going to be our second place finisher, taking
Well
home
played,
87,000
Bodog
and
Ari.
change. And Ari is going to be our newest HPT champion.
Yeah,
He
I
played a
agree.
great game.
Japo
Paul's being
GM.
very proud of himself. His play was
That
awesome,
wasn't
as
a
all the
trap.
players at
The
this final table.
ace 8.
Very impressed with Ari's play.
The ace.
Very impressed.
The ace
Now
raise there
joined with
wasn't
our
a
new
trap.
HPT
The bet
champion.
with the
Give it up
5-2
for
wasn't a
Ari
trap.
Engel, everybody.
Give it up to you, Ari Engel. Again, guys, what's this guy's name right here? I've played with him so often. What's this guy's name in the Iowa hoodie? Did anybody get that? He's I think he's got like 1 or 2 circuit rings. He's a huge regular on the tournament trail, and I always forget his name. Always gives me trouble every time I play him too.
I'm also joined by the casino manager here at River City, the one, the only Anthony Russo. And before we go any further, how do you feel right now? You've got the cash, you've got the title. What's going through your mind?
Tofu
I feel
Pup,
great.
thank
this
you
is
very
why
much.
We play tournaments every now and again. You can get a win, put in enough repetitions, and this time it worked out for me.
Is your new pocket pair, I have to ask, is it pocket 7s now?
I don't think I'll ever fold them again.
All right, well, I want to bring Anthony Russo in.
Yes, this is about as excited as Ari's going to get right here, right?
He ran a great tournament, Tony, 420 players, and I think we've got a pretty good representative of our champion.
Yes, thank you very much, Ari. You're the record-setting $604,000 prize pool, biggest one we had, 4th HPT. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Give him a round of applause. He is our new HPT champion.
Round of applause. Very well done, Bodog Ari. You played so robotic. It was great to watch. The only time you ever really broke that poker face. We got Baisley there. Did a great job. Great job.
Lights at the HPT final table.
I think we got what it takes. I think we got what it takes. God, we're counting down those days until the World Series of Poker, you guys.
And I'll see you next
What a good stream. Thank you guys for joining us. Baisley did great. Jose did great. Top 3 players in the field were kind of obvious to me. I think they were probably obvious to you guys too. Jose played like a machine. Baisley did great. Ari, I feel like deserved the win. And Hawk, I think that was the prize pool, so it wasn't the full thing. So let's go ahead and wrap it up, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. If you guys haven't yet, we've got a lot of viewers. If you guys watching, if you enjoyed the stream, please go ahead and hit that follow button. It doesn't cost you anything, and it really supports the stream. You can watch all the reruns and everything that we do. All the subscribers can watch past videos. We have some highlights that anyone can watch. We're going to be taking about a week off here on Twitch.tv. We're going out to Minnesota to play the Check Shove Poker Tour. If you're anywhere near St. Paul or Minneapolis, please join us for that. It's up in there in the Running Aces Casino. It's going to be a pretty good tournament to play. What's that?
We're going to try to update and try to do Twitch or
Yeah,
something.
I'll try to do some updates and some. Maybe I'll be able to do some Twitch streaming from up there in Minnesota. But if I don't see you guys until next week, I'll definitely be missing you guys and missing you subscribers. And as far as our viewers go, please hit the follow button. It doesn't cost you anything. Follow us on Twitter @DutchBoyd. And if you decide that you do want to subscribe, we're going to be hooking all of our subscribers up with this free copy of Poker Tilt, DRM free digital version for your Kindle, your Nook, your iPad. And hopefully that $4.99, you're supporting, you're supporting the stream, you're supporting poker on Twitch, and I'm going to basically do everything I can personally to give you the most value out of it. So thank you so much, Heartland Poker Tour. Thank you, HPT, Corey, for coming by and saying hi. We got some pretty cool insight actually into how these episodes are actually made from somebody on the team itself. We're going to be doing more of these, and guys, hopefully, with any luck, the next time we do an HPT viewing party, we are going to have one of the winners of the HPT along with us right here in this corner, talking about his episode with us and giving us a real insight into everything that he's thinking about. I think that's going to be so cool. We've got a couple people that we're going to try to do that with, starting with V-Rob. So hopefully we'll be able to get that together next week. And we also are going to try to roll up some more emotes if any of you guys have an idea of what would be good. So we're going to go ahead and call it at that. Thank you so much, you guys. And don't forget to, if you have any questions or anything, go ahead and hit me up at Dutch@DutchBoyd.com. I really appreciate you guys being here. I'll go ahead and stay in the chat for a little while. Thank you guys so much. Fist bump. We'll see you all later.